popping, you get down like this. And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this. And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this. And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this. And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this.
And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this. And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this. And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this. And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this.
And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this. And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this. And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this. And when I'm popping, you get down like this. Get down like this. And when I'm popping.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League Match Day 7, the European season. I'm Jimmy Esso. Joining me is PDG. Pete, we're back once again for some fantastic Counter-Strike action. We've got FlipSide Tactics up against Dignitas.
Yeah, it's a game that, it's got a lot of variables. It's got a lot of talking points. Both these teams played yesterday, and we've covered both these teams in the last 48 hours or so. So we've got a decent idea of where they're at right now. And FlipSide, whilst they didn't really max out their potential, Dignitas didn't look bulletproof either in their campaign. So really interesting matchup and really looking forward to it.
It's going to be a fantastic matchup. Dignitas today, using a sub. So interesting that they're going to be without Rubinho and going to be using SMF instead. So lacking a little bit of firepower there.
Yeah, that will be problematic for them, even aside from the firepower issue, which you definitely raise is valid. I feel as though just the pure teamwork and chemistry that you lack from using a substitute player is more of an effect often than losing a player like Rubino. It's not like he's an Olaf or a Simple or someone like that where you just think, he's irreplaceable. His firepower can be replaced, but it's the teamwork aspect that they're really going to struggle with, because if Config and co get going, it's not really a problem for them firepower.
No, that's right. I mean, Config, we saw him going ham on Mirage, I think, just yesterday. So we know he's capable of frags. He's certainly been a key for them. Unfortunately, he just seems to slow down. He goes really hard in the early stages, but then sort of slows down towards the end of the match. And I think the key for Dignitas here against FlipSide is going to be unleashing him in those later rounds.
Definitely. And I think we saw on Mirage, Config having a fantastic game, and he died very often at the start of a huge chunk of their rounds. And while he was on fire, he didn't really manage his own life properly. I don't think his utility was being managed properly in terms of his in-game usage and what they were getting out of him. So if whoever they can get going, if they're able to utilize them in, I guess, more late round situations, that's going to be beneficial for Dignitas.
Yeah, and I guess on the flip side of things, World Edit was key for FlipSide in their encounters yesterday. We saw when FlipSide were doing well, it was usually because World Edit was firing. Waylander probably that X factor, as we said, but I think he's been a little bit quiet, at least from what we saw in his ballpark yesterday. So I think if he can get going, FlipSide, as they've been termed, a bit of a miniature Na'Vi. They've just lacked that little bit of firepower. If he can get going for them, it's going to be a menacing prospect.
It is, and I mean, for me, Shara was a shining light for FlipSide the other day. His entry fragging was spectacular on the game of Overpass that they played, and I really saw him getting stuck in and really playing aggressively, which is something that when you're losing and when it's not going your way, it's hard to do. But he stayed consistently aggressive the whole time. So look to draw some inspiration from him because he's going to go up, match up against a couple of Dignitas guys who like to do the same thing, get aggressive and get in their face. So he's going to have to respond with that. But you mentioned it, World Edit. He's the key to that team. And if he fires with the AWP, they'll have a good time of it. If he doesn't, they'll struggle a little bit.
And I think that's perfect timing because they're going live into the pistol round here. So we'll be bringing you FlipSide up against Dignitas on Cobblestone. And it's actually FlipSide's pick here.
Yeah, we saw FlipSide not do so well on their pick the other day, but nevertheless they were playing a much different opponent, and now World Edit spots out the aggressive terrorists at long at A there. Config will make his way back towards B, but World Edit will definitely just fire away, keeping the terrorists at bay for the moment. Waylander pushing through, picking up Config. That's a big frag, not just because of the positioning, but who it's on. Config, such a dangerous member of this Dignitas team. He goes down early, Jim, and F3 look like they're settling into this pistol round quite nicely.
Well, not only that, Waylander's pushed all the way through the B hall, so he's got fantastic information as to where Dignitas are actually going to be on this map. He knows instantly that they're not going to go towards B, but Cajun has this flank, so if he does take down the Waylander, completely unaware, they're going to go back towards this B bomb site, and you can see the CT rotation coming back through. So it's a bit of a merry-go-round at the moment.
Certainly is, but Markelov will be the point of engagement here for his side, and it will be a fake actually here. Once again, Team Dignitas doing the ring around the rosy here, going back towards long. It's not as if the FlipSide guys have completely left that. World Edit there still patrolling the A bomb site, and he's going to use his teammate Shara there to try and pick something up here, but it's going to be a lot of terrorist aggression. Nice trade there. Cajun B firing away. Magist Boy moving into the site. He hits a nice shot there on World Edit, unable to contribute there. Disappointing for him, but nevertheless, Cajun B nails Markelov. See you later, and it's all left up to Blade, and I think this really outreaches his means, and it definitely does. He goes down, SMF picking up the kill. That was a really patient and well-worked round there from Dignitas.
It was really patient. You could see they had that, patience. Cajun B going all the way back around through T-spawn and actually flanking Waylander, who'd pushed through the B halls. So I thought Waylander had done a fantastic job. However, the counter from Dignitas was perfect.
Certainly was, and they were able to pick up the pistol round. The standard 3 AK, couple SMG by coming out here for Dignitas as World Edit pushes long A with that. He has invested in armor as well, and he'll pick up all the accolades, including the head of Cajun B, who had a rifle there, but it's gone on to Magist Boy now, and so the AK's not lost. Config doing what he does best. World Edit getting a little bit greedy there. I would have loved to have seen him fall back after that initial pick and make Dignitas work more for the second frag, but Config, if you give him any sort of reasoning at all to give you a kill, he will do that.
He delivers on so many fronts for them, and again, just proving to be difficult to manage there. Now you can see they're a bit split here, Dignitas. They've got, whilst they're in pairs, they're actually between the two bomb sites. So at the moment, just trying to hold and wait out any CT aggression. FlipSide have shown that they are willing to be aggressive on the CT side, particularly on that pistol round. You saw Waylander actually get way forward into the B hole. So they're really trying to wait this out. You can see they're now going to regroup. Looks to be that they're going to hit this A bomb site, and there's only one person holding that. So Markelov has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, this is really good signs early here for Dignitas, and they're playing controlled and at their pace, which is very good to see, not taking any chances, moving around these corridors to B, and now they've finally decided it's time. 30 seconds to go, so still plenty of leeway they've left themselves here, and it's going to be as easy as that as MSL rolls in, takes down Markelov. Magist Boy fires away, but Shara will be on the flank to no avail. SMF picking up the kill. Nice controlled tempo here for the start of Dignitas' match. And they will look to push on here. Another eco inbound here for F3. And they will try and save this one out. A couple of P250s here, but no real investment.
Yeah, no real investment just yet. Just waiting it out and seeing what they can do. There is a Zeus on Waylander, so I'm very curious to see how that goes for him. He's sitting in that drop room, so it's a dangerous position, but this B-rush is coming in from Dignitas.
Yeah, it won't be too useful there, unfortunately, as SMF rolls through and gets Shara, and Magist Boy takes down Waylander, gets a couple. This is nice work here from the terrorists, mainly because those SMGs have picked up 3 out of the 4 kills so far. And if World Edit goes down here to one of the SMGs, that'd be perfect, but 3 is okay. 3 or more is what you're aiming for in this situation with those SMGs, and they've ticked that box, so their controlled start to the match continues.
Well, did it just looking for a weapon of sort here. But the question is, will Cajun B be the one to surrender it to him? They're very, very cautious in their exit from this B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's going to be World Edit, just holding on to that P250. Doesn't have much else to do, really. He's just going to wait to see if he can get a gun. But even if he gets a kill, it's going to be to no avail. Cajun B picks up the last kill with that AK-47. Team Dignitas roll on. 3-0. FlipSide now with a bit of work to do. But it's just the pistol round, and they'll be pretty familiar, not being the best pistoliers themselves. They don't win a high percentage of those pistol rounds. It doesn't necessarily take away from the overall skill level of the team. It's just on those particular rounds they don't have a really winning percentage. But they'll learn to move through that as they develop, I'm sure. Now Dignitas will move quickly towards B here, Jim, in a good change of pace, but they've still got 3 SMGs in hand.
They've sent SMF in without too much support at the moment. He's gone down early. No chance for a trade. Shara finds the next frag, but he's been bullied away from those stairs now. They are going to try and find him here. Config gets that opening, but you can see they're committed to this site now at the moment. They're going to try and find these frags through the smoke. Trades left, right, and center. And now Config has a chance to do some damage. 2 quick headshots from him means it's now a 2 versus 1 situation. World Edit making his way through the doors. And that bomb is yet to be planted, but Dignitas are just looking for that frag first.
Yeah, lovely patience being shown here by Dignitas, actually, as neither of the turrets want to get their position away, and World Edit tries to go big there, but Config picks up the quad kill. 3 headshots in that masterpiece from the Team Dignitas star player, and he's really flexing early, which is a bad sign for FlipSide. He was a monster yesterday, as we said on Mirage, and he's continuing his run of good form here. But that was a round that FlipSide really should have won. They ran at B with really inferior weaponry there. 3 SMGs in hand and not even really a UMP. I think it was 3 actual putt-putt guns, so to speak. And the AK ended up doing the damage for Config. 4 kills. That
was a brilliant nade there from Magisk Boy, but you can see very passive start here from Dignitas, and Cajun's just waiting out in those the back courtyard, seeing if anyone's going to get aggressive on those A side halls, but you can see both teams just waiting each other out. Just, again, Waylander with that Zeus trying to steal away some weaponry. And it's your favourite sound in the game, Peter.
It is. I would really love that noise, that hilarious noise that happens when someone gets tased.
Infernal racket.
Yeah, it's just the greatest noise in any computer game ever. That noise when someone gets tased. As Config easily takes down World Edit there, and although the flash was okay from the World Edit, but his aim wasn't true. He didn't even get a bullet off there, and now SMF and his teammates will roll through mid. Dignitas being very clinical here early, and they're leaving no stone unturned as they move in towards the A-bomb side.
Yeah, just grouping up here, making sure that they get those trades if necessary, and they're just mincing FlipSide on the anti-ecos here. So at the moment, their money is building really well. You can see Config there. He's nearly maxed out. So these first 5 rounds have gone quite well for Dignitas. Minimal losses as well. Other than that gun round where they decided to rush B platform and send SMF in with no real support at all, it's actually been quite composed from Dignitas.
It certainly has, and their reward for that is that AWP pretty quickly onto Cajun B. And grab that. He was excellent with it yesterday, as you said, but World Edit also with that AWP in hand, and he was equally as dangerous when on yesterday. Shara, they're trapped, actually running backwards in towards the Molotov, and that's a very, very critical use there of his smoke to put that one out. He's going to miss that one a bit later on in the round, I'm sure, as the clock hits a minute 25. World Edit and his FlipSide team just defending here from a distance.
I do like the use of that Molotov, though. That was basically ensuring that there was no platform control coming out from the CT side. Blade actually picks up Config, going solo towards that A-bomb site. We saw him yesterday, actually, on Cobble, doing the same thing. And when he actually got going in that bomb site, he was selling the fakes perfectly. But I think FlipSide have recognised this now. You can see that 4th CT making his way over towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, Shara actually saw the gun barrel there of MSL. So the jig's up here for Team Dignitas, and Config has gone down. So someone else is going to have to do some pretty heavy lifting here. They look towards Magisk Boy, who can be equally as dynamic, or maybe Cajun B to open it up. But it's actually SMF who rolls in and gets the first kill there onto Shara. And now Markolov will fight from the statue. He gets one. Nice control there from Markolov, just picking his targets nicely. And he'll do just enough for his team there to bring that one home for FlipSide, and they get on the board.
You know, it's working for FlipSide in that round there. and they're able to get their first on the board. Obviously, that money tree that Dignitas are now just harvesting will mean they can buy into this round quite comfortably, and also the next one, I dare say. But flip side, good round from them, shoring themselves up. 4 of them actually survived that round, so that's fantastic news for their economy. And we will see this early B aggression coming out by looks of things from flipside. Sorry, from Dignitas, but it's not as urgent as it was on that first gun round, is it?
No, and I think the urgency in that first gun round was actually spawned by the fact that they had those 3 SMGs. So they wanted to get into that bomb site really quickly and eliminate the close range opponents. But right now, they're just lying in wait. SMF makes his way up the platform. Well, that it's very, very isolated on the other side of the map with that AWP. So he's going to provide no quick help at all, and that's going to be dangerous because Waylander goes down to SMF very quickly. He gets focused down. That'll be a double there for SMF. Lovely work entering the bomb site there. Markov not able to contribute. Shara being pushed across, and that's a lovely B-side take there for Dignitas. But you have to wonder, as SMF gets a triple, almost the quad. He does get the quad with the Molotov onto Blade. So World Edit isolated all by himself. Plenty of time to edit that world.
He's going to need some handy hints here. But look, that was a fantastic round from SMF. He's the substitute for Dignitas here in the absence of Rubinho. There was a few question marks over the firepower swap out there, but I think he's put those to rest as he's shown us that he's quite capable of entry fragging, and that's exactly the role that Dignitas is using him in at the moment. You can see World Edit's giving away his position here, and they know exactly where he is. They want to take that AWP out of his hands, and that is going to spell disaster for the CT economy. It will, and I don't think he'll be able to get both of these guys here. He does a great job repositioning, though, and he might just survive if he doesn't over peak, but he does. I thought for sure he'd just crouch in that corner and ride that one out, only about half a second to go. So, unfortunately for World Edit, he gets a little bit nervous and peeks out there. Loses his AWP, but clinical stuff there from SMF, the substitute player. He's actually topping the frags, so great output there for fragging for your substitute player. He'll be very happy with the way he's going, and as will his teammates. Team Dignitas take control of this one, and FlipSide Tactics back on Eco. Yeah, this is disastrous for FlipSide Tactics at the moment, and it's tough for CTs to hold on Cobble as it is, let alone with little weaponry and utility. But they've actually gone for the double Zeus this round, so Waylander and World Edit actually holding on to those. And we've seen World Edit, should I say Waylander, use that in the drop room. He's actually using that again, but World Edit's just holding a very close angle here with that Zeus in the A side horse, and he could actually reap a bit of a bounty here. He could. He's about to. I think he should push. You can hear him. You can hear him. Go, man. Yes! Well at it. Nice one. He gets that to go, and I think it's only responsible that I duplicate the noise. Of course. Ah! Ah! And enough. And enough. A couple's good. I love that noise. It gasses me up every single time. Well done it there. Thank you very much for providing me with yet another classic Counter-Strike moment. As Wayland, we could be on again here. We could be on again. He hasn't got the range there, unfortunately, and he's going to go down, but not before Shara can trade onto Config. I was going to say SMF, but Config there picks up the double. Easy money for him, and Markelov will be left in this side hall position, but he should pick up a gun somewhere. He's looking for it. I think they've actually thrown it away. I think they could have, and they have. So great job there by the terrorists being thorough in their covering of the tracks. He's looking around, seeing what he can find down there, if anyone's left it behind. But it's just Dignitas here holding on. Yeah, no, he's going to need a metal detector or something. He can't get that one. He won't be able to find that one, so smart work there from Dignitas. They knew they surrendered a weapon. They've thrown it away. We haven't been able to catch that on the camera, but it means Markelov has to go empty-handed. He did, however, pick up that smoke, so that's at least $300. Yeah, he's got a bit of a cash bonus. Cash in hand for a good afternoon's work there for Markelov, but we see this a lot, don't we? Markelov left alive, trying to do something for his team. It's a familiar situation. He plays a lot of solo spots, and as such, in CP especially, he's last alive a lot of the time. It's tough too, I guess, when you're not holding that bomb site. It wasn't an eco round too, to be fair, so there's not a lot he could have done in that instance, but he did the best available option. He went looking for the gun. Well, exactly right. So he did the smart thing. It's just that he was outplayed there by the thoroughness of Dignitas, removing that weapon from play. Yeah, just so the smarts of Dignitas meaning FlipSide, their economy again is under pressure. You can see Blaze actually on that FAMAS. So they've been able to get that AWP in World Edit's hands. So I'm at least relieved to see that, because he, for them, is a fantastic CT side offer. And I will be interested to see whether or not this slow approach actually plays into World Edit's hands.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Dignitas here, Jim. Their subtle changes to their slow default split pick across the terrace side is really something of great hard work and dedication. It's not obvious to you if you're just sort of watching idly, but the number of different sort of mid takes and then top mid holds and side holds and just different ways that they're shielding themselves from an oncoming attack is really quite masterful. And whilst this might not get them over the line against the top tier opponents, because of just the sheer firepower difference against those top teams in the world, the hard work they put in will certainly help them against teams like FlipSide that do match up similarly against them in talent. But this extra, I guess, 10 or 20% of strategy is really helping them be consistent through this whole side.
Dignitas actually pick up that frag with Magisk Boy opening up onto Waylander. And you can see now, Shara's actually able to find the reply in drop room. And they are going to hit this B platform. So they've actually pushed World Edit out. The orb's gone down. Shara finds the reply through smoke, but that bomb should go down. Markelov tries to prevent that. Not able to do so. Back to a 2 versus 2 now with that frag from Blade. And you can see that MSL is bleeding quite heavily. And it's up to Cajun B here to just stand over him and be that guardian.
Yeah, and he's got a great angle on the bomb too, has Cajun B, and MSL's doing the smart thing there. He's not moving an inch. He's waiting for his teammate to make a play. Now, Shara's doing a great job. He needs to stand up here for his team and win this close one, but he doesn't have a defusal kit either. So, Cajun B doing a great job there of just standing tall. He'll take all the damage and finish that one off. Shara not able to connect the USP at the end, but the bomb was frantically ticking away in the background there, and he didn't have a kit, so he's going to find that one difficult anyway. Well played there towards the end by Dignitas.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot he could do in that instance at all, and you can see here, it was just, he had to go and try and make that frag, Shara, and Cajun B played that perfectly. Survived as long as he could, and obviously won the round for Dignitas, so the pain is continuing to be heaped on FlipSide at the moment, and now you can see that it's an 8-1 scoreline. World Edit has actually gone for that shotgun, hoping to try and get himself some money. It's an investment for him that could pay off, because he's the one tasked with that AWP. So he needs to manage his money astutely in order to be able to afford that in as many rounds as possible. And that's difficult on a CT side.
Not taking their foot off the gas either here, Team Dignitas. They're going to work through their slow and steady progression here on their T side. But they've also thought very, very hard about what the economy is like on the other team, because 2 players have bought Mac 10s. And they're going to go fishing for all of these kills and try and let their own economy grow, even though it would be in a dominant position right now. So they're not taking their foot off the gas at all, which is good to see.
Magisk Boy actually using that SMG quite well. He's let MSL also get out the drop room, and this is what Dignitas are doing really well. They're farming quite profoundly with these SMGs. As World Edit does get one frag, looking for the second, not able to find it. Does a lot of damage, but he's taken down. Thankfully, MSL was able to survive. 5 HP left to his name, and now Shara in this 4 versus 1. There's really not a lot he can do here other than try and look for a weapon, but you can see the crosshairs of Dignitas are trained in his general direction, so not a lot of room to work with.
No, and if FlipSide are going to continue to hold this map defensively as they are and not really push Dignitas back out of the choke points that they want to be in, if they're going to play passively, they need to do a better job of controlling drop room. They need to smoke maybe a little bit deeper into the drop room towards the staircase side, maybe get a boost up, a safer boost. Make sure that there's grenade pressure coming through that area, because once Dignitas have control of that drop room area and they know that they can get drop room, after that it's just a matter of time for them. They just sit around and wait and wait and wait for FlipSide to reveal themselves, and eventually that AK is beating out the M4 a lot. So great stuff here from Dignitas, and they'll continue to move towards that drop room.
And Magisk Boy just inspecting the armor of that statue, but we will now see a slower approach again from Dignitas. We've seen this. It's quite a patient territory approach to the map taking, but well, they didn't know side horse with that. The shotgun could do a lot of damage, but you can see no one from Dignitas is really interested in taking that this round. So unfortunately, I think he might be found out wanting. In fact, he's got that XM when the rest of his team are on rifles. So obviously, it's determined which positions he can and can't play effectively. but hopefully he'll be able to find himself a frag.
Yeah, and unfortunately there for Waylander, he stepped into the Molotov for one single hit, one single flame on the foot, and Magis Boy heard that sound, grenaded, and came around the corner, and this is unraveling. And a rate of knots here for FlipSide once again. Team Dignitas just bullying their way onto that B-bomb site. World Edit is pretty happy with himself. Meanwhile, the rest of the players on Team Dignitas are actually in B with the bomb down.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what World Edit's actually doing there. There was an AK down for him, but I think at the moment, if he could try and make some money with that XM first, I think that's his first port of call. He knows he's got a surety in terms of a gun there, so he'd rather get that frag with the XM by looks of things. As Blade actually takes down MSL, exiting that site, but this is interesting because SMF has made his way all the way through to the tower, so up Rapunzel's tower. He won't be able to find anyone just yet, but he might be able to find Blade if Blade does overextend himself here, but World Edit recovers that AK.
Certainly does, and for me, Jim, that shooting on the ground, it was just a sign of frustration. We've all been there in games where, you know, things aren't just going right, and maybe because World Edit's AWPing A, and he really hasn't used that AWP at all because he's got nothing to shoot at. By the time he gets involved, his teammates are dead.
He's had a very tough time making any sort of impact at all, hasn't he? And I think that's frustration shown there through that round. But you can see now, again, Dignitas, that very, very slow, methodical approach from them. It's frustrating, FlipSide, isn't it?
It certainly is, and World Edit, I think, showing a little bit of his frustration, but there's still a long way to go in this game. You know that you can really bring it on the T side, but if you're FlipSide Tactics, you need this round. Like, this is a huge round. Just in the context of the game, you lose another gun round, and all of a sudden, that's about 6 in a row that you've lost.
It can get quite panicky to it around that 11 round mark, and you've only got one round yourself. So they really need this next round in order to give themselves some confidence that they can actually go on and maybe go towards that 5 scoreline. So if they can get 10-5, it's going to be a good half for FlipSide. But at the moment, they haven't shown any real hope of getting that scoreline.
They're not changing anything though. Blade picks up a double. Could be a triple there. Does a lot of damage. SMF going down. She's just 6 points of health. Now, this is a 3 versus 4, but it may as well be a 2 versus 4. SMF is completely devoid of health, bar 6, and World Edit there on the close angle. He's going to have a great time with things if they walk around the corner. And he should be able to get the first one to go. He does. Great shot there, but he's kind of trapped. He gets legs down by Cajun. Not sure why with so much notice World Edit would have been in that position. They had so much time to reposition that AWP into a better location. Behind the truck, for example. And that's going to cost him because now a round that could have been pretty simple for FlipSide is now turned into a 2 versus 1 against Cajun B. And Cajun spotted them both out, but Shara will hit the shot there. An AWP gets recovered by Markelov, so that'll do, and find its way back towards World Edit. But at the same time, there's definite things FlipSide could be doing to change it up.
And despite winning that round, it's a bit of pills to swallow too for FlipSide because they're at real risk of being reset here if they don't go on to win the next one. So it could be a really tough half for them if they don't actually follow it up with a round win because only 2 members survived. So that city economy taking a real battering, and those rounds have been hard to come by, and it's going to be tough for them if they don't win the next.
Yeah, I like that boost though. That's a little bit of a change up from previous setups here. Markelov getting up onto that tree platform area and just scoping out the B platform. SMFP will work his way through the smoke, but that's a great timed flash there from the CTs. World Edit picks up the first one. This is good. He's moved his AWP to B. This is a bit of a change up from here from FlipSide. Finally, we see some life, and it works out well. Shara, World Edit, and Waylander combining very quickly. Config's going to be left on the platform by himself. We know what he can do. But just the change of positioning there from FlipSide. The boost and the AWP at B, it took them 12 rounds or 13 rounds to just make some simple adjustments to their CT side hold to stop that B progression from Dignitas.
It was a bit of a late change, wasn't it? But it paid dividends, so they can't be too disheartened just yet. But it was a great round for them in regards to their money situation. So they've been able to effectively keep guns in play that round and not take heavy losses. So it bodes well for them for the rest of the half.
World Edit there picking up config, so the Danger Man, well, one of the Danger Men is down, but Cajun B replies very quickly. So Difficult for me to fathom how you can have World Edit AWPing B and win the round for the first time in a fair while and then instantly have him going back to the same spot he was in for so long that didn't work. It's interesting for me.
Not only that, too, he actually opted to jump out and take a really wide peek, so the chances of actually getting away in that instance were quite low as Shara finds SMF, so 3 versus 4 situation, but they're going to hedge their bets back towards the B bomb site here, Dignitas, so they're going to put a lot of pressure on Shara at that platform.
But that's been the progression all game for Dignitas, and yeah, again, I don't understand why World Edit can find himself going down at long A when every good intention from FlipSide here should have given the impression that Dignitas were just going to keep hitting this B side, which they've done with monotonous regularity so far in this game, but lessons not learnt are sometimes harder than others, and now Cajun B will fire off a couple of times with the AWP. Shara, instead of hiding there after a few of the AWP bullets, continues to feed, and now Magisboy will just continue the dismantlement of this B side.
The Blades push through the B halls here, so a lot of pressure now is sitting on Markolov's shoulders. He can't get that frag, and it's now 3 versus 1, and a long way away from play. Blade stands, so I think at the moment he's just going to opt to try and save his weapon around that city economy. Whilst they did do the right thing and piece some rounds together, in fact 2 of them, it's not going to be enough to allow him to go for this. In fact, he will just recover World Edit's AWP, so there is glittering of good news among the round loss.
Yeah, Cajun B trading onto World Edit early and then moving that AWP back to B and just having a field day, picking up 2 more and entering that bomb site with ease. It just makes you think, what exactly was the strategy there from FlipSide? But again, they could have just wanted that early pick, and he maybe that World Edit thought there was just going to be a lone AK there watching the push, so he could pick off the AK for free, but the AWP may not have been there. But good read there, I guess, from Dignitas in the end, is what you can put it down to, if you're not going to put it down to the mistake of World Edit. But he'll grab that AWP once again, and he's going to have to do something at the B bomb site to stop this Team Dignitas roster from just forcing their will.
Yeah, he's been one of the few positives for FlipSide. Whilst we said he's definitely frustrated, he hasn't actually had that AWP in his hands for a majority of the rounds that he's wanted to and had the impact he's needed. But there he goes at B bomb site, taking down SMF early and more importantly locking things down. But you can see the heavy commitment from Dignitas over towards this A bomb site, and there's only Blade sitting in the way, and he's going to go to Famis, so this could be very, very difficult for him to navigate.
But World Edit's got so much time here because of the early pick, and they've forced the rotate from Dignitas back towards A. So Blade here will be in a great spot if he can get some help. MSL, unfortunately, should have gone down there, but now World Edit's in a great spot to fire up and get the job done here for his team. He's been flashed out, but he's still got a good angle here. He can work with this, can World Edit, although the teammates are falling around him. He gets a second frag for the round, isn't aware of the danger pushing up at him, and Cajun B will trade out. 2 versus 2 here. Shara is now all alone in this 2 versus 1 here. He needs this for this team, but Cajun B, once again, just multi-fragging almost every round, it seems, with that AWP. First kill of the round and last kill of the round usually have gone to Cajun, so he's done a great job of not only getting the pick, but staying alive and keeping his team moving forward. So great stuff there from Dignitas. A complete dismantlement of the FlipSide CT defense, and they're going to have to do something really special on T-side.
Yeah, head-to-head, Cajun has definitely had the upper hand over World Edit, his opposite number, if you will, in that AWP department. So he's had more chance to impact the rounds. On T-side, his aggression has actually paid dividends, and World Edit has really struggled. He got that AWP in his hands quite a few times, actually, to his credit, during that half, but unfortunately wasn't able to have the impact. I think he was best used over towards that B bomb site, and when he was able to get that opening pick into the round, Dignitas had a lot of trouble dealing with FlipSide. So there was only 3 rounds to their name. It's going to be a tough ask for them, and it's really going to place a lot of importance from their perspective on this pistol round.
It certainly is. Like all FlipSide tactics pistol rounds, they're going to be hard to come by. But nevertheless, they can definitely get this to go with a decent strategy here. A couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, get themselves in there, take the team fights, and they'll be fine. If they try and take those individual gun battles, they will not be fine. So it will depend on which way they want to go. 12-3 is the score, and a lot of work to do.
And they're going to get underway with that work as we do see them split out of the bomb site. There you can see a heavy presence from or should I say Dignitas over towards this A side halls area. They're going to double peek the side halls. MSL is paired with Cajun B as Magisco actually takes a lot of damage there in the middle, and World Edit recognises this and is going to try and pursue him.
Yeah, Markelov here working the drop room, but ultimately a lot of individual battles being fought here for the FlipSide guys. Not exactly optimal right now, but they look as if they're grouping up towards A, which is a shame because there's 3 members of Dignitas there waiting for them. But MSL starts to get a little bit inquisitive about what's going on in mid, and he'll wander down to try and sound out exactly what his opponents are thinking. Bomb goes down towards the just the back end of mid there for the terrorists, and they'll look to move pretty quickly after we move down towards the 45-second mark, because they've not really got any sort of inkling as to where the CTs are either. So the terrorists and the CTs playing a big game of chicken right now. They're facing off, and time will tell where they will end up going, but it looks as though FlipSide have finally decided to go towards A.
That is going to put a lot of pressure here on Magisk Boy. He's already taken down to 12 HP, but you can see Cajun is holding that site with him. And now MSL gets caught out completely. He does take down Shara first, but Magisk Boy standing bold on top of that roof. He does get one before he's taken out. SMF, though, is battling at those doors, allowing Cajun B to flank from the side. Gets the triple. Fantastic work from Cajun B in that instance. Great work from Dignitas. They secure the pistol, and FlipSide tactics. Surely this is going to be too hard for them from here.
Cajun's having a field day, 19 kills, 1 assist, 5 deaths. He's getting good support from most of his team, actually. Everyone in double digits apart from MSL, but he's got 8, so he's pretty close. The F3 guys obviously in a 13-3 scoreline. There's not going to be too many good moments, but well at it there, 13 kills. So he's at least contributed regardless of the scoreline, but you know, it's looking pretty grim right now for FlipSide. They have to be able to find a way back into this gym, but I just don't know where it's going to come from. A moment of brilliance from someone is required here to spark them back to existence and back into life, because right now they're looking like it's a training run on a Sunday afternoon here for Dignitas.
Yeah, they've got pistols brought into this round, so it's going to be difficult for them to get into the sites without making the frags first, but you can see that smoke just shores up the drop room for the moment. MSL fighting at the window here, might actually go down, but he actually puts that smoke up to help assist him in this defense as Waylander, trying to sell the fake over towards the A bomb site. Means pressure back on FlipSide here. They boost back in up the drop room, so they did have 2 committed to that drop. Smartly, Markelov opts to try and stay, and they go back towards the A bomb site here.
Yeah, MSL's going to spot out the first one there. The bomb goes down, that's Blade with it, and MSL will continue to fire down. SMF picks up the kill with the UMP as well. World Edit picks up 1. So it's not over yet for FlipSide, but it's getting close to being that way as Magisk Boy takes down World Edit. And now Shara with that wide out P250 is going to have to do some pretty serious shooting. He gets 1. That's all he'll manage. SMF on cleanup duties there with the UMP 45. Team Dignitas roll on 14-3. FlipSide tactics now with a pretty hard decision to make.
Well, they made that decision last round. They actually opted to buy in pistols rather than eco and try and go for some guns on this round. So I think their hand has been forced. They've just opted for some very, I guess, just chancing their hand at the pistols. That's essentially the decision they've made. They're going to go and try and win this on pistol rounds alone, and it's not going to bode too well for them, because I think Dignitas have just recognised this now with that last round buy, and they're just going to play passive in the sites. They're not going to overcommit. They don't need to contest the areas. They're going to try and force the pistols to come out.
Yeah, and the pistol will come out indeed after World Edit. He could have got one there, but unfortunately doesn't go for him. Markelov looking around for that P250 to try and do some damage, but he won't even reload it, but he does get a kill anyway. Config on the edge of the smoke doesn't seem to find his target quickly enough. Cajun B fighting once again. He gets 1, he gets 2. He's been an absolute rock for Dignitas at that B bomb site. He gets the 3rd as well. He powers along 22 for 6, 18 for the substitute SMF. And yeah, Cajun B really putting the spices on.
Well played, sir.
His alias almost sounds like a Jamaican chicken dish. Cajun chicken. No?
Where'd the B come from?
I don't know. Cajun bird.
True. I'd like to see him play more chicken coop.
Get him in Cheeky Nando's.
Of course, but now match point here for Dignitas. We see some AKs coming out, and that Neon Revolution on Markelov is going to try and make a difference here in the drop room. He's tasked with trying to do it solo, and unfortunately World Edit has been able to find that frag, and that opens things up on Dignitas. Their CT side defense is just slightly thinned out a little bit now. You can see 3 over towards the B bomb site, 2 tasked with the drop room, and just Cajun B, the man we said was turning on the spice, tasked with solo A-hold.
He'll pick up the first one there onto Shara as he just crouches around the corner and tries to get the first kill, but it won't be there for him, unfortunately. And now his team, with only 4 members remaining, is going to have to try and make something happen, but they're being almost surrounded here by Dignitas. They're swarming all around, and they've got a pretty good idea of where this attack is going to come from FlipSide, but nevertheless, you see all the CTs grouping towards this B bomb site, and they're going to be spot on here, or are they? Good counter rotation here from FlipSide, so signs of life and a good shot at taking this round out if they get their runners on.
And it's only SMF here at the A bomb site, so that smoke's going to go down. They've got 20 seconds to get there, so they're going to have to make that frag and then get into the bomb site. MSL now has heard them coming, and his flash is trying to delay them. Now that smoke is fantastic and delays him getting onto that bomb site. 9 seconds left. They've got to get the frag on the SMF and get that bomb plant down, but great work from Cajun B. I don't know if they're going to get this down in time. They do, and it puts the pressure back onto Config here. 2 versus 1.
2 versus 1, and he will pick up the first. This is danger zones now for... He's the last member, but Config has no idea that he's crossed back to the left, so that's a great outcome there for the terrorists, picking up the round-saving kill. 11 to go, though. FlipSide to save this one.
Well, that's right. Now, Dignitas, their money isn't fantastic, but I think they're going to go for some upgraded pistols here. Fortunately for them, the same is the case over on FlipSide Tactics camp, because despite winning that round, their win round bonus did not cover their losses. So they're forced Markelov by default to actually go onto that Tech 9. His money was the worst, but he does have a little bit of utility to spare as well. So you can see Shara and World Edit quite light on their own utility. So this is an interesting round coming out from both teams' perspective, because Dignitas have actually bought into this with pistols. His Config just shows a little bit too much at the top of his head. Markelov quickly rips it off, and it's back to a 4 versus 5.
98-2 though to Markelov from Config, so it was pretty much a trade. Not quite, but the fact that Markelov survived is really positive there for FlipSide. Obviously, the man advantage is still there. He can contribute if it does come to it, but he's going to be pretty defensive after he gets slammed down to that low health points. But MSL here, getting a little bit greedy and get punished for it. He could have just waited a little bit longer, just a minute to go. Moves have to be made here by FlipSide eventually, but they're doing a good job, just as Dignitas did now, of being very thorough on their anti-ecos, checking all the spots and making sure they get that safe plant down, which they will. And it looks as though the boys from Dignitas are just going to try and push here for exit kills and pick themselves up an AK.
Yeah, just trying to save that that armor that Magisk Boy has, but you can see they're going to try and group up. Well, SMF are in Cajun B in this instance. They've left Magisk Boy to his own devices over towards the toilets there, but it's going to be looking for those exit frags, and they're potentially going to get them here, as we do see Cajun taking down one. He takes down a second. Markelov goes down. The deagle is real as the one taps come out. Now, one left to contend with, but I don't think they're going to peek him. Not in this form. Cajun is having a tear, and we'll pick up Blade as well, so it's a fantastic quad kill from him. Unfortunately, he doesn't save that AK though, so a lot of damage being done to FlipSide Tactics and no financial bonus for Cajun.
Well, I think he's just stopped World Edit from getting an AWP. So that's a massive play from Cajun, because someone would have been able to drop him there, but now they've been forced into dropping the AKs. So massive play there from Cajun, picking up the quad. Regardless of how big the actual deagle headshots were, which were massive, just the sheer economical damage he's just done to FlipSide is crazy. FlipSide end up picking up a great round there. They were very thorough, right up until the point where they exited the bomb site, and then Cajun B just put on a click.
He's pouring on the spice.
He is. It's spicy up in here.
You can't cage him.
I want to keep going, but I fear the worst if we do go down that rabbit hole. Dignitas, just taking care of business here against FlipSide. Only one round to go, Cajun B and company playing really well right now. They've pretty much played, I'm not going to say a flawless game, obviously, because FlipSide Tactics had 5 rounds, and but I haven't really seen any glaring mistakes from Dignitas. I haven't seen really any kills that were, what was he doing there, or how can you be so out of position? It's just been good rounds from FlipSide Tactics that have won them their 5, but for the most part, Dignitas doing really, really well.
It's just been a clinical showing from Dignitas, and they're going to go and push this A rivals FlipSide as they do lose one. The trade is good though. So MSL looking for that third, not able to find it. He does get Blade down to 10 HP though, so massive work from him as we see FlipSide splitting this A bomb site through the drop room.
Yeah, Shara's going to have a massive role here as flies away, but can't get the kill there. SMF going huge, getting the absolutely critical frag, because now the bomb plant will go down. SMF will stay alive, but the 2 remaining terrorists, 10 and 3 HP alike. That will be a huge headshot from Blade. And now Cajun B not knowing that the... I thought he was going to save his AWP there, but he's just gone around for the rifle. And no, in fact, he's gone back for the kit again. So he didn't pick up the kit the first time. He's gone back for the fuse kit, and that's going to be the first. What is Markolov doing standing in the middle of nowhere? And Cajun B has a pretty good idea of where the second one is. He takes them both down.
Huge round.
Massive round there from Cajun B. Picks up the double and wins the game for Dignitas, but very strange clutch positions there for the 2 remaining members of FlipSide. Just awkward positions. Not really covering anything at the same time, leaving themselves exposed to many angles. So, don't know about that one, but overall, it was just a great performance by Dignitas.
It was clinical from start to finish, and we expected that from them on cobblestone. So, yeah, that was a fairly convincing showing from my perspective, from what I saw from Dignitas. But it was always going to be tough for FlipSide after such a brutal CT side.
It was always going to be a huge challenge, and then that pistol round came and went, and it was just all over by the shouting. They did have a few bright spots. They won a gun round, and then could keep it together for like 2 patches of 2 rounds, but I mean, that's nowhere near enough, obviously. They go down 16-5, and I think that the scoreline pretty much sums up how the game went. 5 of the rounds of the game, FlipSide were the better team, and the other 16, basically, yeah, you get where I'm going with this.
I think we do. Either way, it's been an interesting first matchup. We, of course, will be bringing you the second match very, very shortly, guys, between FlipSide and Dignitas. We will, however, be taking a very short break here in the ESL Pro League. So I've been Jim Nesso. Joining me has been PDG for the first map. We'll be back for the second in about 5 or so minutes, guys. Until then, sit tight.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Did it ever occur to you that I'm lethal? All the people they told you to stay away. Did it ever occur to you that I'm burning? Love lingers like a poison in our veins. I'm only human with a heart that's conquering me. I'm only human with a heart that's conquering me. What should I do now when my blood's turned into mercury? It was your decision not to listen. So I pulled you into my orbit every day. Don't drag me out if I go down. Save yourself and let me drown. Or we could sink together now. I'm all like you, with a heart that's conquering me. I'm all like you, with a heart that's conquering me. What should I do now, when my blood's turned into mercury?
I feel like you're taking me over. Burned out, now you're taking me under. Taking me under. Taking me under. 'Cause you found exactly what I was looking for. 'Cause our time starting to wonder. Yeah, starting to wonder. Yeah. Do you think about? I can hear your voice in my head. Do you think about? Tells me we see eye to eye. Do you think about? I can hear you whisper my name. Do you think about? Do you think about me? Do you think about me? Do you think about me? Every time we meet, and can you tell me what you hope to see? What happens in my place? I'm running out of space. Do you think about? I can hear your voice in my head. Do you think about? Tells me we see eye to eye. Do you think about? I can hear you whisper my name. Do you think about?
It's in the cut, it's in the blood. I know how it goes. It's in the way I look at him. He makes me sweat thinking of the end. It's in the trust, it's in the what. Don't know how it goes anymore. It's in the way I know him. He makes me wet. What have I said? Words he has read to make me wonder where it ends. When it ends, just need to lose my will to choose. Drain my blood and there's no end. I'm left unspent, no stress. Dive in, new thing, dive in. I'm left unspent, no stress. Dive in, new thing. I'm left unspent, with no stress. I'll go deep in the cut for this guy. Dive in, my new thing. I'll go deep for another. I'm let loose with the other. I'll go deep in the cut for this guy. Dive in, my new thing. I'll go deep for another. I intimate, won't hesitate. I need to expose. It's in the way I look at him. When I wake, don't second guess. It's in the trust, it's in the fear. Don't know how it goes anymore. It's in the way I know him. He makes me forget. I'm left unspent, with no stress. I'll go deep in the cut for this guy. Dive in, my new thing. I'll go deep for another. I'm let loose with the other. I'll go deep in the cut for this guy. Dive in, my new thing. I'll go deep for another. I'm left unspent, no stress. Dive in, new thing, dive in. I'm left unspent, no stress. Dive in. I'll go deep for another. I'll let loose with the other. I'll go deep for.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League European Season 4. Match Day 7. Jim Nesso joining me is PDG. We're back for the second map of FlipSide versus Dignitas. We're on to Overpass now. This is Dignitas' pick. So this is going to be an interesting one because FlipSide were blown out of the water on their own map pick, Cobble.
Yep.
And it's going to be, it's going to be a tough affair for FlipSide.
Yeah, this is going to be awful. This is going to be awful for FlipSide. Well, for them, I feel for them, it's going to be great viewing. We're going to see some 6CS action. It's going to be awesome for us sitting at home. For them, it's going to be awful.
Yeah, so for you humanitarians out there. Either way, I feel as though FlipSide were completely outgunned on that cobblestone match. That being said, though, FlipSide on Overpass isn't actually as bad a prospect as you would think. I think the difficulty for them in this matchup is how they've been playing. I don't feel as though they've been hitting their shots. They haven't been playing as a cohesive unit, and it's not the fact that they're actually not proficient on this map at all. I think it's just the fact that they're not playing as well as a team together.
Yeah, there's that, and then there's also the fact that Dignitas appear to be just simply playing better than them right now. Like tonight in this matchup, I don't think that they have much of a shot. On a different day, You know, it could be different, but I don't see them answering Config. I don't see them answering particularly Cage and B, who had a field day with the AWP on Cobble. And, you know, Overpass is such an AWP-heavy map, lots of options. We love, you know, talking about the Overpass and the AWP and how many options you have long range to pick and choose where you want to go. Cage and B is likely to just destroy them again. And, yeah, it's gonna be a tough day at the office with FlipSide on this one.
Yeah, it's going to be tough too because his direct matchup is World Edit from FlipSide, who had a lot of trouble getting going with that AWP. Whilst he was actually quite a positive influence when he was sitting at the right bomb site with that, or it was just difficult for him because quite a few rounds there when he was taking it towards the A bomb site, he was either being traded quite quickly or being forced to retake on B. So it wasn't too good for him in that instance, but obviously Overpass is a different beast. It's a different map, and on that CT side, we've said it so many times before, it allows you the option of moving that AWP around. So if they can get him going in this matchup, it's going to be great for them. Cage and B, though, is having an absolute field day. Guys, they're going live into the pistol round, so we might just jump into that one. But, hey, Overpass, Dignitas' pick. It's going to be rough.
Lego. Basically, for FlipSide here, they got to hold on and pray that Dignitas don't come to play like they did in the last map, but I don't see much chance of that happening as Blade's got a lot of utilities. 4 grenades on pistol round. Wow, that's a decoy. Smoke, a couple of flashes there, and he's going to definitely throw something towards the B side of things here as all the members of the FlipSide team make themselves known at B, but not quite yet. They're not going to advance there just yet.
Dignitas set up though on their CT side with a massive focus towards long at this A bomb site, and they've got 3 currently over towards B. So it's tasked for Blade at the moment. He holds the key to the round. You can see wherever he goes with that bomb, he's actually going to be setting up the round. So he's got all the utility for them. He's already used that decoy. It probably wasn't to too much effect, but B is going to be the object of the affection of FlipSide here.
Yeah, World Edit and Blade making their way back towards B now. So just the 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs here for FlipSide. Nothing really giving this away though, which I like here for FlipSide. They're going to really catch Team Dignitas here by surprise. Note the jig's up now as all the blue dots move towards the B bomb site. It will be World Edit rolling up there, picking up the first one off the Config. That's a nice start to the round. World Edit picks up a second, but the trades come in thick and fast here for Dignitas as well. Nope, Shara's going to pick up MSL, and now it's 3 versus 1 here for Magisboy. A very winnable round here, but he's got to get one pretty quickly, and he does onto Blade. 6 shot there through the corner of the box.
And it's winnable because they were peeking at him too, so individually taking those fights, and you can't do that against Magisboy. He now makes his way around the site. He's taking a bit of damage, but hasn't gone down yet. Does take down Markolov, and it's forced to 1 versus 1 with Shara. Shara knows he's low. 2 HP on Magisboy. Needs to land a shot, not able to do so. Great round from FlipSide Tactics. That flash from Blade caught 2 members of Dignitas off guard, and the trades came out in favour of FlipSide there, so they were able to go on to B, force their way in, get that plant, and Magisboy gave Dignitas a little bit of hope, but it's a good start from FlipSide.
Certainly is, but that won't stop Dignitas from buying into this one either. FlipSide Tactics with a great pistol around there. Nice patience being shown. World Edit getting some control of those I guess the A long push first, and then falling back towards B and going as a team. But that's a bit of damage there coming out onto World Edit out with the Scout. And
the Scouts are quite effective on a map like Overpass too. Those long-range battles, it can be picked and taken. Can be quite effective when you're taking people off that Scout, but that is a very effective way of taking heads off there. Config does take down Shara.
Config does take down Shara with a sick Deagle headshot there, and MSL before that gets a CZ 75 kill from medium range there, and now it's a 5 versus 3, and well, if you FlipSide, I'm not even sure what they were doing there in Dirty Water. They sent 2 players out there with, I mean, not a lot of support. They didn't really flash. They didn't really Molotov. You win the pistol in a must-win second match, and you come into that one not really prepared. So they're getting picked off by a more well-rounded Dignitas team here right now. A long way to go though in this round with Waylander with that AK.
I'm going to head towards the speed bomb side at the moment. You can see them grouped up quite well. They're going to send those SMGs in first, hopefully, and let Waylander clean up with that rifle. But you can see that's where Dignitas have 3 members posted up.
Certainly is. Dignitas here, ready and waiting for this push, and all 3 members of FlipSide are now going to roll in here. They need to make this work. Markolov should find one, maybe even 2 and 3 if they get the confidence to go up here. But MSL's holding a default line there behind the sandbags, and he'll get the bomb down. Markelov just trying to roll in there and get the bomb down, and this will be forced here. 15 seconds to go. That's a great shot there. World Edit picking up 2 quick fire frags there, and now the pressure is back on Dignitas. Jim, beautiful change of momentum there from Waylander and World Edit, but a lot of work to do left for here for FlipSide Tactics.
And World Edit's done a great job there, allowing his teammate to get the bomb down while covering him. So it's on Dignitas here. Cajun B actually picks up Waylander, and that 1B just finishes off the round in style for Dignitas. They did well with that forced spy, and have made FlipSide Tactics pay after what was a promising start from FlipSide.
It was a promising start. It was a very promising start, and they promised to not be diligent in their anti-ecos in the next round because, again, it's just it's almost laziness. I'm not going to say laziness, but, you know, how do you find 2 players in dirty water by themselves with, you know, the first player that MSL killed with the CZ, he was completely by himself, and then the second player ran in Shara trying to recover the frag with an AK, and then he goes down. So, I mean, it was just so disorganized there from FlipSide, and yeah, it doesn't bode well for them. If they're going to play that fast and loose and try and win that way, they've picked the wrong opponent, I feel.
It's just not boding too well for them here. 2 frags go down. SMF takes down Shara, but Shara does get 90 damage onto him, but you can see now, 2 versus 5 situation. Just that Deagle of World Edit with a flash and Markelov with a P250 to contend with, and they're over by the party at the moment, and they're not having too much fun.
No, they are not. Markelov and World Edit trying to pull the proverbial rabbit out of the hat here. If they manage to win this round, I will enter them into Penn and Teller's Fool Us. It's a great show where magicians go to try and fool some of the other world's greatest magicians, but it's not going to be the case. I will not enter this round into that competition because Dignitas have cleaned up all remaining members alive.
Yeah, there was no sleight of hand there at all whatsoever, as we do see Dignitas now starting to build their economy quite well. You can see they've actually opted to keep the scout. Even coming up against the gun round here, wielded it with that AWP, and he'd be key for them. We've said it so many times before. It's a map that would play to his strengths with that scope rifle, but Cation B's just opting for that scout, so a bit more mobile.
A little bit more mobile, but I think he just backs himself to do a lot of damage with it as well. Not really required to upgrade.
And why wouldn't you after that first map he had on Cobble?
Yeah, that's right. So he's going to be very confident with it. And I guess from his perspective, if he can get a couple of tags off and die without necessarily getting a kill and they win, it's still worth the investment to keep it going. Keep that scout in play rather than buy that AWP, because then it just delays 1 extra round. And
that grenade absolutely crushed Blade as well, and it's forced him just to not really advance too much further than those stairs at the party area. But you can see now FlipSide are heading back towards this B-bomb site, but there are only 2 members of Dignitas in wait.
There are, but it's going to be Config and Co. It's going to just keep them at bay for just a while. Config picks up 1, but the trade comes in. Now FlipSide Tactics here going slow and steady. Blade, after copying that early nade damage, has rotated back towards the toilets, and he picks up a crucial kill there on the rotating MSL, but it's still going to be the B push here for World Edit and his team, and World Edit just scoping through, and he'll find SMF on the edge of that smoke, and that should signify the time in which you can save for the CTs.
He very nearly takes the head off Cajun B as well through that smoke, so it's quite clear to me that Dignitas aren't going to go for this round. They're just going to try and opt to get a few frags here on the exit, but it's only Cajun B that's really posted up there. He does take down World Edit, and that means World Edit is not going to take the next fight. He's going to back off. They've won enough. They've won the round, should I say. And if they could just save all their weaponry possible, fantastic work from FlipSide. Well worked round. I just think Dignitas were a little bit lackadaisical in not upgrading some weaponry, namely Cajun B retaining that scout.
Yeah, it was a good entry frag into the B bomb site there from the monster tunnel for FlipSide. A couple of the first back and forwards there. They were in really great positions, and then World Edit was able to pick 1 or 2 players off. Really great job for him, and he's once again leading the scoreboard. 5 kills and 3 deaths in this 2-2 locked scoreline we have here. The AWP now on Cajun. He has upgraded that scout, and so he'll have the AWP in hand to battle World Edit this round, but for the starters. He's going to get pretty aggressive along here for Cajun B. He's going to find a pick, and it will be on World Edit. So Orpa versus Orpa. World Edit seemed to be prepared for that pick as well, but Cajun just too fast. Too much spice.
Yeah, too much spice in that one, but I definitely hinted towards Cajun B being the more dominant force with that AWP. Head-to-head anyway against World Edit. World Edit was just struggling to get going. It's not easy to do against a player of Cajun's caliber, so it's a losing battle for him at the moment. He needs to turn that back around if FlipSide are going to have a chance.
Yeah, he will definitely have to turn that around. Blade picking up that AWP. And I think the spots that he's going to pick are going to have to turn around too. I'm not a huge fan of that one for the Terrorist. There's much better looks you can get on the T side than that. I guess that posted up line at long, because as the mechanics work in CSGO, if you're slightly moving out and taking that aggressive peek, as the CT in that instance was, you're going to get the advantage. And KGB takes full advantage of it, takes him down, and puts FlipSide on the deficit. But 40 seconds to go, Jim. They're going to have to decide pretty quickly where they want to go with this. And by looks of the bomb, it's going to be back towards B eventually.
Yeah, they've left it in an open position to rotate between the two bomb sites at the moment. Depending on whether they get that pick at A, that'll probably dictate whether or not they go there, but you can see they're just working it now. 24 seconds remaining. Bomb's still in middle, and they are committing up mid here, so just pinned by that Molotov. Not really too much further he can go as they now put pressure on this A bomb. So Molotovs are good, pushing the CTs back, but Cajun still hits that headshot there onto Markov. Blade goes down, and you can see the trades are coming out in favor of the CTs at the moment. 3 versus 2 situation. Shara and Waylander need to do work, or it's back to a 2 versus 2. The bomb has gone down. Pressure now lies on Config's shoulders. 2 versus 1. He's been snap headshot by Waylander, and that is a great round from FlipSide Tactics. They didn't have a lot of time left to work with, and this is why they're referred to as the miniature Na'Vi, because they leave it late, but they made it work.
Yeah, they did, absolutely, and very impressive here from FlipSide. I thought this would be very much one-way traffic, but they've shown they've got a lot of resolve there, and they've come to play. Really good showing so far from them, especially after going down on, winning the pistol round and just, I guess, braving the storm for a while here as Wade and Waylander will battle the oncoming terrorist. Waylander there in a shooting gallery down the staircase. There won't be anything left for Config. Well, then it picks him up. Really great anti-eco there for FlipSide. No one goes down.
It looked more like a training map there for Waylander in that instance. He was cool, calm, collected under pressure. You could see all 5 CTs just rushing at them. And FlipSide able to navigate that one quite cleanly.
Yeah, easy money there for Waylander. As you'd expect, the unarmored opponents with pistols versus that positioning with the rifle. Nice and easy, 1, 2, 3. MSL here with his teammates pushing up towards the party in the toilets.
I was going to say it was a nice finish from Waylander.
Certainly was. Certainly was. Config picking up Shara after SMF goes down. So 1-1 trade here. Dignitas continuing to just hold these aggressive lines towards the top end of middle. Party and the toilet block will not be relinquished, and I think that they've sort of cottoned on to the tactic here from FlipSide. They're just going to work their way through mid and eventually take short A, which is where they've been devastating the last couple of bomb site hits that they've won. Dignitas, though, making a very quick adjustment and moving their forces towards that area to push FlipSide out of it, and it seems to be working right now.
And Blade not checking that angle at the stairs and the connector, so he gets taken down. You can see they are going to try and pursue Waylander. Going to try and find a frag, but the CTs are back back towards the B bomb site, leaving Cajun as the solo A site holder. He doesn't have an AWP in his hands this time, though, so it's going to be increasingly difficult for him, but you can see now the rotations come through, and he's in a very forward position there at the toilets, but the pressure from FlipSide at the moment is trying to gain control of that mid connector. They do have control at the moment, but they now need to pick one of these bomb sites. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, Majis Boy, they're doing a lot of damage onto Markelov before escaping. So Waylander, Markelov, and Welded trapped in this 3 versus 4 right now. They do pick up the bomb and move towards A. 16 seconds to go. They're going to have to get a move on. Mini, Na'Vi, indeed. They don't even have time to check the corner. KGB gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Cool, calm, collected, as you said before. Cajun, easy money. He rocks his team onto the 3rd round. Team Dignitas still trailing 3-4, but they did a great job of shutting down that mid attack. It was all about the change in tactic there.
That's a problem too with leaving it late, particularly when you don't actually have a lot of map territory. They didn't have time to check those corners, and that essentially is what led to their downfall in this instance. And FlipSide They had to try and rush into the A-bomb site, make the frags and get the plant all with 13 seconds left. It was too much for them to do. Very aggressive here from Dignitas, though. They push all the way out to party.
Yeah, they're starting to feel it a little bit more here, Dignitas, and Magic's Boy will pick up one, should get two, doesn't quite get it, although the blade could be collected by this grenade, doesn't take any further damage. So 1-for-1 trade there, but that suits the terrorists just as much as it suits the CTs right now, often more, but in this case, because of the control that Magic's Boy was able to get early on, I think that Dignitas now have a decent idea of where the T's are going to go. But that being said, they've sat way too far back now for the CTs to really have any idea. So that initial push neutralized well by FlipSide with the trade frag, and now they have an opportunity here to work themselves back into the round.
Yep, they do, and you can see the boost actually coming up on this B bomb site, so I think it's config on the top of that boost will actually take down Markov as well, so fantastic work from there. Some ingenuity from Dignitas picking him up that frag, and man advantage goes to Dignitas at the moment. You can see the bomb is all the way back in T-spawn. Shara very forward, away from his teammate, still makes it work, and picks up the frag. That man advantage has been eliminated as we see FlipSide make their way back towards that B bomb site.
Yeah, and the player at the barrels here is going to play a crucial role for Dignitas, because I'm not sure if Shara has seen him. It's Config. And Config does peek out and get the first one. He's well aware of the danger. He gets the second. Lovely shooting there from Config. Just sublime awareness, but also just transfer of aim there. Great play. FlipSide players not equal to the challenge there, and now Blade will try in this 1 versus 3. He does get a kill there, and at least make it very expensive for Dignitas in this round. So crucial kill there, and valuable kill for Blade.
That's all we could really do in that situation, just trying to make it expensive for them. No real chance of winning the round. I don't think they were ever going to really all run at him with 8 seconds left, but FlipSide now have enough money here to buy, and they're going to force into this one. I've actually put Markov on that Desert Eagle. I'd much rather see him with a rifle, to be fair, but we will see them forcing here, and it's been difficult for them. They haven't had a lot of map territory to work with, and that's the problem when you leave it late. You need that map territory to begin with, and it's simply something they don't have, so they haven't been afforded the luxury of those late executes.
No, they haven't, and Cajun getting some early information there before being flashed out. He wisely falls back, will resume holding the A-bomb site. Now, World Edit and Wayland are making their way up long.
This is a bit better from them too. At least they're taking map territory here, and Cajun does take the first frag down, so Waylander going very cheaply, not able to get any information. Cajun B actually finds a second as well, so it's been expensive for them, trying to take territory away from their opposition. Shara finds a frag and a Magisk Boy, but you can see the CT rotation has been quite swift towards this A-bomb site.
Well, I don't think FlipSide have much option left, Jim. They've completely abandoned the whole side of the map at B. You can see where the 3 dots on the radar, and they'll be scared petrified of falling back through any part of the map at this point, so they're going to have to force this A bomb site. But the problem for them is there's just so many members here waiting, because I think Dignitas know exactly what's going on here. But how is this possible? Shara getting 1, gets 2, almost gets 3. Config is now starting to burn his opponents down. He does get a second and probably will finish off Blade here as he works his way around the truck. He does. Config back-to-back rounds of just a sheer force of strength, sheer show of strength, I should say.
The question is, how did Shara sneak into that site? They didn't have their angles covered. They had 2 crosshairs trained on that particular angle, and still he slipped the net. Cajun went down, and that's very expensive for Dignitas despite that win. So the city economy has been capped a little bit by losing so heavily, but FlipSide, on the contrary, have actually been put back onto pistols. So it's a double-edged sword.
This is more looking like the game that I thought I'd see. Credit to FlipSide for actually coming out and playing really hard through the first 9 rounds, but it's not enough, Jim. You need to play hard for all 30 rounds if you want to stand a chance at this level. We're talking about the collection of some of the world's best players, and when you're in that sort of environment, you can't afford to let these, I guess, inconsistent rounds seep into your game, because it costs you. Every little mistake will be punished by your opposition. That's what Dignitas are doing right now. Cajun B gets 1. He'll need to do way more work, though. I fear for his life as he has to use that pistol to try and defend himself. He does a great job of escaping. I don't know how the terrorists let him get so far away, but he's done enough there to delay the plan, and now Config and SMF will come through and clean up. the rest of the kills, pick up the orb. I think if it hasn't,
No.
I think it fell off the side of the map.
Yeah, it's behind the barrier.
Unlucky.
That is unfortunate for Dignitas, but you can see as a result of that, they're forced to buy another one, and it's not too cheap at all. Cajun doesn't have any utility whatsoever coming into this gun round from FlipSide, so at least he's been hitting his shots.
Yeah, that was a really weird round from FlipSide, though. The hardest part about, getting to an AWPer is actually closing the distance. And they did a really great job of, closing down onto config there inside, no, Cajun B inside, sorry, with the orb. But then once they got right next to him, they all sort of stopped on the other side of the box and let him get back to bank before they eventually took him down. So the hard part was finished. They just needed to convert on the easier part, which is just jumping over the side of the crate. But as of now, 6-4 to Dignitas. They're looking like they're back in the groove that they were in last match. Cajun B doing some great work there, but it's more been about SMF and config and the way that they've been playing, as well as Cajun B. World Edit and Co. started well, but have been fading through the back half of this first half. Difficult to tell if FlipSide will be able to muster the energy to get back up and have one more final push here before the end of this half, but as it stands, that will be the first kill coming away for Dignitas. Now Blade gets MSL down, so 4 versus 4 now, but once again, the Dignitas boys in good position to stay. The Magis boy gets the kill, as well as, once again, Cajun B.
World Edit here, just a solo long hold from him, and he's got a team up now with Waylander. Waylander going solo through mid, so a real danger here of the bomb being taken down by itself. As Waylander actually makes it work, takes down config, and pressure being applied to the A bomb site. World Edit makes that frag, makes it work, and we do see now the bomb going to go down here. Cajun has taken a lot of damage trying to resist, but 2 versus 2 here. They need to retake. They've got about 35 seconds to do so, though.
Yeah, Cajun's got a great line here, and he's actually picked up World Edit, who fires one too many times into that smoke and gets greedy. Waylander 2 versus 1. He's got a great spot, though, so this is a very defendable spot. The flash gets him, but the CTs are running out of time. They need to isolate him. They have a good idea of where he is, but that's why that spot's so powerful. He peeks out quickly, gets the first, and we'll get the second. No, Magis boy able to turn around and get back on the bomb. So you'd think there was just a matter of hiding for the terrorist there after he gets the first kill. But you'd think he can close that out from that position, but he's re-peaked and paid the price. I mean, you can get behind that and look down.
He was always going to have to take those fights, though. The problem was that position is only really good for one frag if you don't have a lot of time to work with. But there was a lot of time that the CTs had to retake there. They were right there when the bomb was planted, so Waylander had to try and defend that for quite a long time, and that didn't really work out for him.
No, you're right, it didn't, and there was a lot of time on the clock, but I think Terrace could have done a better job there of just manipulating his position and choosing when to pop up and take the fight. He just sort of held his line and strafed out there. But unfortunately for FlipSide, that doesn't go their way. 7-4 Dignitas, and they're starting to heat up once again. Nice clutch round coming in from them. But look, it'll be FlipSide once again slowing it down and working into that dirty water / short area in hopes of getting a hit at B, and that's going to be some damage coming out from Shara onto config. Not too much though, just a bit of a tickle, and config will make his way back in towards the B bomb site. Jim, a minute's gone by, and FlipSide are basically where they started, apart from being a little bit further towards A, but it won't be the A bomb site this time, it'll be the B bomb site that's the focus of their attack.
And config's going to play a crucial role in this site defense there. Does spot out one, has a lot of damage to one. Not able to find Waylander despite taking him down so low, 16 HP. They're going to hit this B bomb site here, FlipSide, and they're going to have to try and make it work. MSL goes down, Blade, sharp work from him, but SMF holding strong from the troll bridge. Does take down Shara, and now 3 versus 3 retake. The grenade bowls out Waylander. Blade takes down SMF. Markelov takes down Cajun, and it's all to do here for Magis boy. He's taken a lot of damage. They know his position, and it's going to be tough for him because I don't feel as though FlipSide are going to make the same mistakes they did and peek at him individually.
No, and they'll force Magis boy away from the B bomb site. So great strategy there from FlipSide. Just holding it up for quite a while, but also then executing on that B bomb site. And for me, they've looked a lot better going towards B. Those entry flashes are really working well. They're getting good penetration into the bomb site. They're able to focus down certain areas. Like they've done a great job of isolating the barrels player and then taking the fight at pit, not just trying to fight everyone at once. Whereas when they're going towards the A-bomb side, it feels as though they're just getting picked off and they're never even getting there. So maybe another B hit from here will be good for FlipSide.
That would have been a completely different round, though, if Config would have gotten that second frag onto Waylander. He did a lot of damage to him, but it meant that FlipSide maintained that man advantage going into the site. So he was actually able then to go on to get another frag. So unfortunate there for Dignitas, but that's the way the cookie crumbled.
It is, and Magisboy moves rapidly towards mid, and Waylander goes down, gets melted by that skinny M4 A1S. It's a boost here for the rest of the team. Dignitas, they've got pistols and no armor, so not much investment at all, but they've gone for the triple boost here in the ABC area over the top, and they're looking into short. So nice ingenuity, as you said before, there from the Team Dignitas guys, but FlipSide here, holding steady and just trying to find that rifle now after it's got a kill and disappeared back into the wilderness.
Yeah, that one is gone for the moment, but World Edit making his way through the bathrooms. We do see Magisboy also solo holding long here and might be able to catch out Blade with that grenade out. Timing works out perfectly for him there as he does take him down. And now the bomber's been felled, so Magisboy has info on that. And World Edit gets the spot but doesn't get the frag. And now they reclaim that. Shara taking down Magisboy. Great work there, isolating him. He was away from support. And now Markelov takes down Cajun as well. So it's going to be tough now for Dignitas as they only have 3 pistols to try and retake what looks to be, hold, should I say, what looks to be an A hit.
Yeah, and they won't have fortune in their favour. Markelov getting the triple for the round, but lots of damage can be done here by SMF. This is turning really hairy really quickly here. SMF getting the first, needs to get the second. He does the last bullet in the clip and he knows the whereabouts of the third, but he can't get World at it. Nevertheless, a really expensive eco round there for the FlipSide guys, and the only saving grace is that World at it kept the AWP.
Well, he's done enough damage there to the economy. You can see Waylander and Blade at $3,250 and $3,650 respectively, and that is a round win bonus that does not cover their losses at all. In fact, they're still in spawn deciding what on earth to buy, so they've actually managed to juggle their money and drop an AK for Waylander, but Blade has had to go with that Galil.
Certainly has, and shouldn't bother him too much though. 6 rounds on the board here for FlipSide. They've already managed to put together a decent half. They won't be completely shattered moving into their CT side, but they will know what's in store for them when Dignitas do come onto the other side of things. So FlipSide here need at least 1 more, hopefully 2 for their sake, and then they'll be able to try and defend the oncoming slaughter that will be the Dignitas T side, execute on B and A. It's pretty intense, and hopefully for FlipSide, as I said, they can get a few more rounds to make this a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, just to remind people too, this was Dignitas' map pick, so Cobble was a blowout in terms of Dignitas just mashing FlipSide, but this is Dignitas' pick now, and the double AWP pick at long. Cajun picks up World Edit. There was no one to jump across for World Edit, unfortunately, so nothing to bait out that shot. He just simply had to hit his mark.
This is the situation all over again from Cobble. It was FlipSide tactics sending that AWP at B and it working for them, right? They then mysteriously changed the AWP back to A on Cobble and it failed them. They literally have focused down B 2 or 3 times in success, and where they failed is walking out long and A every time, and they seem to be going back to things that just don't suit them at times. They're not playing to their strengths, which is that late round, heavy amounts of teamwork execute style, not the slow pick and roll style, which is exactly what Dignitas love to do, and they're playing their game.
Blade was so far ahead of his teammates there as he entered the site, and Magisboy and MSL cleaning up, so the lack of utility late round is really what hurt FlipSide in that instance. 8-6 to score. They're buying into this, obviously it's the last round of the half, but their weaponry is going to be, well, what I'd term as suboptimal. They've got the Tech 9s. They've at least got some utility, so they have some options to work with in terms of strategy, but for the large part, Dignitas have done a great job of actually moving things around, particularly Cajun B, who now has a scout that AWP has kept FlipSide guessing round to round.
Certainly has, and FlipSide here will have a non-advantageous buy, but that could be neutralized by the fact that Markelov's got himself an M4 very early on in the piece. So he might want to get that one to a teammate or keep that one for himself. Either way, it's a definite advantage for Markelov to have that weapon in hand. Things going well for FlipSide right now, Jim, not just in this round, but in the game so far. 6 they'd be very happy with on their T side, given that this is Dignitas' map pick. And they didn't perform particularly well on their own map pick of Cobble. So nice bounce back first half in this second match in the series. But, Jim, it is a matter of 30 rounds here, not just being able to play well for one half or a few rounds here and there.
That's right. I think the timing gods are going to work against Cajun B here. He actually does manage to escape, but MSL finds a frag onto Blade. So the man advantage that they did have has been lost. Shara does his best to get that back. In fact, finding a double with that Tech 9. So this is where it gets difficult for Dignitas. They have to hold this bomb site, and Config took a lot of damage in getting that frag. So he can't hold from the CT stairs anymore. And it's a 2 versus 2 now. But Markelov and World Edit are tagged down quite a bit. So this is an interesting scenario unfolding.
Yeah, SMF going to play a huge role here. You can see how far World Edit has gone. And he's actually on the rotate. So he's going to come back through toilets if this can be sustained. But fortunately for the CT, he's got a Molotov off there. And that'll drag World Edit out into the open. World Edit's got a lovely angle and he'll take it too. That's a great skirmish there from FlipSide. Shara in particular was able to get that double Tech 9 kill into the bomb site. And that was really made the difference. So 8 rounds go the way of Dignitas, 7 to FlipSide, which they'll be quite content with, I should think, moving into the CT side of things. Maybe even an upset on the cards here after I personally thought this one would be a no contest.
Yeah, look, I definitely thought the way that FlipSide were playing in that first map wasn't up to par. It was their map pick, and they certainly didn't have any fluidity in executing anything as struggling CT side. Their teamwork wasn't on point. Their rotations were just being completely worked by Dignitas, and Dignitas looked like the better unit. Looked like they were playing better on the day. But come Overpass, it's been a different story. FlipSide have actually had a little bit more of a game plan, which was interesting because the map picks wouldn't indicate that.
I'm just concerned for FlipSide because I saw how Cobble unfolded, and for me, you know, when we talk about the similarities between Mirage and Cache, I see the same similarities between Cobble and Overpass. Lots of distance, quick rotates for the CTs between the bomb sites through a main connector area. Lots of different options for the terrorists to hold back and play defensive and methodically work the map. Side corridors, all that different. The makeup of the map is very similar. And the way that Dignitas played their T-side on Cobble makes me think that if Overpass is their map pick, that they might have a very similar structure in place on this map. And that's basically the anti-FlipSide tactics style. Slow, methodical, and anti-aggressive, which is how F3 get a lot of their rounds, with Markelov and World Edit being aggressive.
Yeah, flip the script. But, yeah, look, I agree. The only difference for me in the map is that main contest area, that drop room, which really holds, I guess, that sway and balance on the map. It does favour the Ts, whereas on Overpass, it's a little bit more CT-sided because the CTs can take control of connector first. But for me, it is similarly structured. I guess that's probably a fair comparison to make. I think, though, just the difference in the balance of the map is slightly more CT favoured than Cobble is at the moment.
No, I agree with you there. I definitely agree with you that the maps may not be, weighted the same way in terms of the actual siding of who wins more rounds, but the generic outlay of the map and the components within it are quite similar in essence. And if you're good on one, you're generally good on the other. It's the same as Mirage and Cache, and Dust 2 is in a league of its own in terms of the way it's structured.
Dust 2 is its own entity.
Dust 2 is its own beast. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if FlipSide can hold on here. And the pistol for them, as always, will be huge. It's just a matter of, can they stay focused? For me, FlipSide look like a kind of team that when they look good, they look really good. And it looks, superb and really well orchestrated. And then when they go off the boil a bit, they look really bad. So it is sort of an up and down style team. And yeah, they can go up and down, which is concerning because Dignitas seem to be that team that just sort of keeps peppering away at the default and doing the little things right.
To me, they remind me of McDonald's chips. They're good when they're hot, terrible when they're cold. They're absolutely atrocious. Unfortunately, though, McDonald. I guess the downfall in that comparison is McDonald's chips don't generally fluctuate within the same space of time, so they don't go from being cold to hot to cold.
No.
They just
Well, I mean,
gradually.
you could microwave them.
True, but they're never as good the second time.
No, that's right. So, yeah, FlipSide tactics, McDonald's French fries.
Mm-hmm.
The comparison has been made.
Yep, or Macca's if you're here in Australia.
Macca's. If you're a solid Aussie bloke, you eat Macca's.
Speaking of which, it's 4:45 a.m. here local time in Australia, and that means the breakfast menu is very, very much alive. 4:30 a.m. I believe it starts.
You're living in the past, bro. Macca's 24-hour breakfast.
Okay.
24-hour breakfast for McDonald's here in Brisbane.
Okay. Well, I do come from the sticks, I guess.
I mean, it's probably bad that I know that, but still.
Well,
I could always go a McMuffin at any hour of the day.
We know what we're doing in our break.
We do love getting up in these early morning games for the European and North American Counter-Strike. So we've done, obviously, Counterpit before in the European stakes, and we've also worked with ESL and IEM in the past. But bringing a league like this to the English-speaking countries around the world. I know there's many streams that have these games on now with the globalization of the game and the growth of gaming in general, but Counter-Strike in particular. It's fantastic that we can get involved from Brisbane, Australia, and bring the action from all the way on the other side of the world to all the CSGO fans out there. So it's a privilege to be working with such an amazing group of admins, people, and network. But hope you guys are all enjoying the cast and also the CSGO action here with Dignitas and FlipSide. Not sure what the delay is. I think it's one bathroom break for FlipSide Tactics. So one of their players has just run off to the bathroom. And I think we might just come back to the desk for a moment, so we don't have to watch these guys repeatedly kill each other and spawn over and over again. As much fun as watching that is, maybe it's more enjoyable watching us. Maybe it's not. Who knows?
Well, look, even the warm-up Counter-Strikes of a high level compared to what we're used to, but either way,
speak for yourself.
Some of us lived our lives warmed up.
We're always on point with our aim. I'm actually going to throw that a challenge. Any caster duo out there who wants to take us on in a 2 versus 2, we throw out the challenge. An open challenge to any casters out there who want to take us on. It must be LAN though. Must be LAN, and it also must be a stage match.
Does that one go out to Room on Fire?
Definitely goes out to Room on Fire. I'll challenge us as a caster duo. I'll challenge any guys out there. Moses, the works.
Yeah, bring it on, guys.
We might have to discredit a few of the ex-players that have found their way onto the commentary panels across the world, but no, the offer stands. Any current caster or analyst who wants to go up against me in gym anytime, any place, as now Dignitas are going to force this monster push here, and that's a great stuff. Rodvik Markolov goes down, melted straight away by that Glock. Magisk Boy gets the second kill and the third here for Dignitas, and their show of strength continues. They will pick up a triple kill to start the round, maybe even a fourth. No, Waylander replies, but Config already on to Shara as well, so this is going to be a pretty difficult prospect here for Waylander.
It's a tough situation for him to be in, and he needs to find that first frag, and making it difficult for him here. You can see that was a great little crossfire there from Dignitas, and it ends up being the pistol round their way. So a fast B approach is the successful one. So yeah, it's an interesting one. And back onto that point of that 2 versus 2. Just remember who taught JKS everything he knew.
Yep, you're listening to him right now. Big shout out to the guys from Renegades and also Winterfox, who will be having the delightful ESL to cast later on in the afternoon here in Australia potentially. But right now, guys, focusing in on this Dignitas FlipSide Tactics game. Dignitas taking map 1 in dominant fashion. It was FlipSide Tactics map pick on Cobble. Dignitas gave them the business, and now Dignitas going about the duties of securing their map pick, which has been Overpass, and a surprisingly good showing from FlipSide, you should say, in the first half, Jim, but they'll need to continue to work hard in the second half to make this game a close one, because the Dignitas boys are very, very T-sided.
They are. They're very much composed on their T side. You can see how passive they're playing at the moment. They were doing a similar job actually on their T side of Cobble, so it's not surprising to see them just holding back, waiting out CT aggression. they know that there's a potential buyout from Pistols from a FlipSide perspective, and they're grouped up and they're ready to make those trades here, with the exception being the outlier in SMF. So they've just left him in that solo role. Obviously, he's subbing in for Rubinho if you are only just joining us, so a different face. But they're all grouping up towards the speed bomb site here, and that's where they're going to put a lot of the pressure. 40 seconds left. Shara on point.
Yeah, Shara might actually get one here as he runs around the corner, gets one. He could get second. He doesn't. Magistboy and Marcel firing well onto there, and the spray transfer from Config is insane. Awesome. I mean, they know they're just eco, and it's not kosher to get excited about the eco frags, but head armor or no head armor, gun or no gun, that was a sweet transfer there from Config.
Reminds me of our 2v2 form.
Certainly does. I mean, I'm not going to say which one of us would have the equivalent spray transfer of Config. I'm certainly not going to take credit for that, because if this ever has to happen and people have to watch, I don't want to be responsible for telling people that I have 6 spray transfer.
The only good sprays you're responsible for are those that come out of your mouth.
Yeah, good verbal spray every once in a while is what I'm more proficient at. But right now, Dignitas are looking very, very comfortable, Jim. Just going about their business, so slow and methodical through these anti-ecos. They remind me a little bit, and I know this is a weird sort of comparison to make, but they remind me a lot of the San Antonio Spurs when they play T-side.
Okay.
So you've lost it. He's laughing at me. So the reason they remind me of the San Antonio Spurs is they're very slow, they're methodical, they get all their teammates involved. The offense doesn't just run through one player. It's a multifaceted offense whereby the star player, quote unquote, is very unselfish. And I think that the slow, methodical, unselfish way that they play T-side reminds me of the San Antonio Spurs.
So who's Paddy Mills?
Paddy Mills isn't in the starting 5 for the San Antonio Spurs.
But he was.
No, he was never in the starting 5. Tony Parker is the starting point guard for the San Antonio Spurs.
I just wanted an Aussie in there somewhere.
Unfortunately, we don't play basketball as well as other countries. Ben Simmons is coming out of the draft, though, for those of you who do follow the NBA. And he's going to be a very exciting prospect. But digress back to the Counter-Strike side of things. Team Dignitas here, just working their way through these ecos. And it is great fun commentating Dignitas, because you do get a lot of time to sort of get off topic while these rounds are finishing themselves off, because the outcome has already been decided for quite some time. FlipSide have no intention of going for this. They're just trying to save that AK, and the Dignitas guys have no interest in really chasing for this kill because they're playing disciplined Counter-Strike. So at the end of the day, just a bit of downtime here.
Yeah, they're safe as houses on their anti-ecos, aren't they? They're very much grouped up. They're not taking too many risks early on. They're not overcommitting themselves to sites. They're not taking individual battles if they don't need to. So I think that the comparison is quite fair. Obviously, the Spurs one was a bit of a reach, but we'll leave that one alone.
Reach is a foul. Just to let you know that too. There's a lot of similarities between basketball and Counter-Strike. That's the way that my brain works. I love both. I love both of those sports. I love Counter-Strike and I love basketball, and they have a lot of similarities. I'll do a VOD on it later, but we'll get there. KGB now with his mate Config coming through the monster tunnel, and they will get hit by a grenade, but it won't be enough to stop their progression. Shara's AK wall though for MSL. He gets a double before Config trades away, and unfortunately the reload there for Config coming out, and he can't fire away onto the player at the bridge there. It would be Blade, but the grenades are pretty fruitful here for Config as he looks around and tries to get that spray kill to go, and the bomb will get planted. So great stuff here from Config, but it's all about world edit and that headshot here as we look at this 2 versus 2, and now it's a 2 versus 1. Make that 1 versus 1. World edit versus Magistboy, and the trading's too good. Action everywhere there, Jim, from the minute that they hit the monster tunnel to right at the end there, all 10 players fighting.
And again, on that first gun round, on their T side, we see Dignitas has actually changed the pace. They did the same thing on Cobble, funnily enough, that first gun round. And they went straight for the B side. So it's caught FlipSide completely off guard twice now on those first gun rounds. So, look, they've put FlipSide onto pistols. Again, World Edit has actually got a Zeus. So this is this is something that they're persisting with across the different maps. But look at the aggression coming out from the CTs here towards mid. You've got World Edit playing in a very forward position there with that Zeus, looking to try and just steal away some weaponry. Now he's back down towards the mid connector, so if they're not careful and aren't quick on the trigger, he could actually, well, take those guns away from him.
We're not sure why Shara's taking this gun battle, but he's winning it nonetheless. And he gets SMF down to 13 HP and will try and close him down, and he in fact does. So Shara, the shining light there for F3 in this round, but Magistic Boy will take care of business there. Blade runs out, gets the first, will get traded out though. MSL coming around the backside of that pillar. World Edit will go up the ladder, but I think that they've heard him come up the ladder, so Magistic Boy all over that. He's just going to watch and take him down. Although the pink there straight away from World Edit as KGB takes down Waylander.
And World Edit's just going to change his position up now and try and do something else, but you can see that it is actually Markolov in a great position there. He does see the shadow first, but doesn't actually hit the trigger or the head. And World Edit now a lonely figure by himself through the tunnels here, as he just is persisting with this Zeus, isn't he?
He certainly is. He wants the happy noise.
Happy noise.
He wants the noise of the guy getting tased. It's hilarious. I respect this play. This is a man's play. Walking into a loaded bomb site, trying to defuse with nothing but a taser. Yes! World Edit! That was sick. That's a man's frag.
Oh, well, okay.
Get his James Brown on. It's a man's world. Runs in there with the taser. Gets the frag. Ah!
That's what I was trying to bait out the sound.
Love it. It's crazy.
You did so well.
13, I've been tased a lot, unfortunately, which doesn't bode well for our 2 versus 2 competition, but nonetheless, it is an enjoyable sound. As,
no tasers allowed.
No tasers in the 2v2. Dignitas here, 13-7, doing a really good job controlling the pace in this game in the second half. Going about their methodical T-side, as they always do, with just seemingly endless precision. They never really are out of position covering for frags or trying to chase those eco kills. They're just so disciplined, and they're really into the team stuff, which is great. And it'll bode well for them playing against the very, very top opposition. I think that they've got the strategy there. The problem when they start running into those sort of top 5 to 10 teams will be the aim on aim sort of dueling that they do, and they don't quite measure up there just yet, Dignitas, but you know, look, they're coming, and if they keep playing this style and keep grinding out, they're going to be very formidable regardless. A very good upset team on a world stage.
Speaking of the World Edit is looking for that second frag. It's an opportunity to hit it, but unfortunately Config is way too quick on the trigger there. That shoulder peak gets him a frag. Baits out the shot from World Edit, and you can see now the adjustment here from FlipSide. They've actually left 2 on this B bomb site, and that's exactly where Dignitas are. And now Shara's going to need to do some more work here. He's able to find one, do a lot of damage again to Magistic Boy. He's taken 2.5 of the round. And look, that may bode really well for them as they hit this bomb site. Blade finds one, but now 1 versus 1 Waylander on Config. Config's HP could be a massive factor here. 15 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, he's going to have to commit to the plant, but he's gone for the wide sandbag plant, and that's going to be problematic because Waylander's going to be able to isolate him straight away. No ability to juke around those bomb site crates after the post plant for Config, and that's a great round there from Waylander. He picks up the kill and the defuse and the AWP. So plenty going on there for Waylander as he picks up more than most people do in their lifetimes in one round.
The scavenger hunt is successful.
Correct.
So FlipSide now, as a result, will actually be able to put an AWP back in World Edit's hands, and he was actually instrumental. He got one of the opening picks in that map, or in that round, sorry. And look, it set them up well, but it was really the work from Shara there, sitting at that B bomb site, watching the tunnel. But yeah.
He's very quietly got himself up to 22 kills, has Shara. He hasn't had that amazing round, apart from the last round of the Terrorist half. That Tech 9 was great, but he's just battled away on this CT side and got a lot done for his team. And that's going to be World Edit and Markolov opening up for their team. It's now a 2 versus 1. Make that a 3 versus 1 for Magistic Boy here, and he's caught really in a tough spot. He gets the first though. Then he gets the second, he doesn't. I thought Waylander was going to go down there, but he picks up his second clutch kill in as many rounds. That's a great hold there from Shara at the start. It was a lot of damage. World Edit chipping in there too, and 13 rounds.
That shot from World Edit as he got up over those sandbags, he never stopped at once then, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, really sharp reflexes there from World Edit. You kind of expect those shots to be hit. We were talking about this the other day as well, when the quality of AWPers that we see floating around, it's kind of like when you get spoiled with International Counter-Strike, and I'm sure all the fans out there can relate. When you get spoiled by the Kenny S's of the world, and then you look back into Guardians, and you know, it's just so many top quality AWPers. When you go to AWP yourself, it's shattering when you miss. Just those easy shots, because you're like, they look so easy. But look, at the moment, Dignitas struggling here, but they're going to punch pretty well actually through this B defense. Blade picks up a Molotov kill, but that's going to be a lot of pressure for Waylander and, well, they'd have to deal with, because those kills came out very, very smartly there. And a good change of pace from Dignitas. They went from that, I guess, slow, more methodical pace to a couple of fast rounds in a row. Now, they haven't won them yet, but they're certainly in good position to as well. That it tries to scope down onto the bomb site. Waylander understands where one of the terrorists is, but can't really find an angle. A couple of smokes coming out here. Waylander picks up one, so this is going well. Magisk Boy does trade back onto World Edit now, so 2 versus 1, and I think the defuse is going to come straight in here. He's trying to find the bomb frantically, but I don't think he can, and Magisk Boy will find Waylander. It's the last kill of the round, and 14 rounds to 9. All of a sudden, FlipSide Tactics are in a bit of a financial hole. Yeah, they've been reset here, and that's not good for their economy, because he's Shara, $1,650. It's tough for him, and they're only going to be able to buy pistols here. It's going to mean that they potentially will surrender at that match point quite easily. And the question is, will Dignitas recognize this and just try and brute force an area of the map, realizing that their opposition don't actually have a full complement? Well, it's a great read regardless here from Dignitas, because they're moving very, very rapidly towards the A side of things. And the B bomb slide is the loaded gun here for FlipSide Tactics. So Dignitas might actually get all the way into A here before the boys from FlipSide can get back in. And MSL, in fact, will beat them to the punch, and that will cost them dearly. World Edit going down with Markelov straight away to Config and Magisk. And that's all over bar the shouting now. Yeah, MSL realizing that they would be on eco in that round at Mac 10. Doing all the damage there, as we do see now. Magisk Boy find Blade. It's all to do for Shara. He's a long way from action. He's over at the fountain, throwing the coin into the wishing well, hoping to do better this round. But you can see SMF does have that angle covered. Doesn't actually do a lot of damage in that instance. Shara gets away with that frag, but will not be able to collect the gun. Yeah, it was the first time that SMF has really looked like a substitute player in the entire 2-map series. So he's done a really great job actually coming in for the Rubino and doing a great job there. Yeah, he's done a reasonable job, and you wouldn't... I mean, when we looked at the lineups there, we sort of said, oh, that's a bit of an upset potentially for Dignitas, having lost one of their mainstays. Rubino is actually quite a proficient fragger. SMF, we thought initially he wasn't going to be able to sort of match that level. Whilst he probably hasn't, he's still done an admirable job for them, and has certainly served the purpose, and they've been able to get past FlipSide Tactics. If they close this one out, I don't want to commentate a curse it, but if they close this one out, they've been able to get past them quite comfortably. Yeah, great job there from SMF, providing that replacement player, as you said, and now Dignitas look to continue their form, and they're going to move swiftly towards this A bomb site once again. Waylander and co are going to be pushed back. Blade is going to get a kill. No, Magisk Boy finds the famous player there for FlipSide, and this is going to be a pretty brutal onslaught here. Waylander moving through the smoke. That's a good option, but he doesn't quite get the kill, and now Jim 3 versus 4 to save the game for FlipSide. World Edit posted up here at Optimus Prime. He's burning alive. Unfortunately, does go down, and now it's a 1 versus 4 situation here for Markelov. And he needs to wind back the clock and enable him to take it to another round for FlipSide. But you can see they know exactly where he is. His options are limited. 48 HP. It's going to be tough for him because all members of Dignitas are ready. Yeah, 3 versus 1 here. Markelov trying to save this one. Can't even get the second kill. Magisk Boy takes him out. And that will be the series for Dignitas. Lovely play there on their map choice. They started slow, and FlipSide did a really great job of controlling the early game there. They won the pistol. They pushed through. They got to about 5 rounds on their T side before they started to struggle. They did eventually get 7.5, which was a great result for them, but then only winning the 2 CT rounds was problematic, obviously, but it was going to be really difficult for them after the way that Dignitas transition from Cobble was going to be, like, I just saw the writing on the wall really early, and FlipSide not able to deliver on their CT side.
Yeah, unfortunately that was the case, and they fell quite convincingly there across the 2 maps, so Dignitas picking up maximum points from that encounter here in the ESL Pro League Season 4, European Division. It is match day 7, so we still have some more action coming up just yet with some more teams yet to fight it out, but I think that is going to be it for FlipSide at the moment. Our next matchup is going to be a tantalising one, Peter. It's an interesting, that's for sure.
Certainly is. It'll be Astralis versus Envy. What a cracker. What an absolute cracker.
It's it's going to be a clash of the Titans here, and I'm really keen to see how the French side do.
Well, no, Titans not playing. It's Envy playing.
I said it's going to be clash of the Titans, 2 big teams.
No, and I was trying to make a joke. That's kind of how this thing works.
You should stop making jokes.
Wow. Yes, I should. Cold-blooded.
Either way, guys, we're going to be back very, very shortly after a quick break. And don't go anywhere. Some fantastic CSGO action coming up very soon here in the ESL Pro League.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb coming onto the zone. FNX has to stand up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, love that.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
Tell me what you feel. I'm here to comfort you. Tell me what you need. I'm here to comfort you. Tell me what you feel. I'm here to comfort you. Comfort you. See it, receive it, feel it, fall it, break through the ceiling.
get, the faster we start, the slower we end. So I'm waiting my turn. Have to suck it up, it's hard to digest. It's so bottled up, somewhere in my chest. Can't get hold of the lighter. The hotter the flame, the colder we get. The faster we start, the slower we end. So I'm waiting my turn. Have to suck it up, it's hard to digest. It's so bottled up, somewhere in my chest. Can't get hold of the lighter. The faster we start, the slower we end. 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 I'm feeling healthy. That's how you left me. I'm up in clouds. I don't know how I let you fuck me. Ooh, you're on fire. You're bad for me. Fortunately, you take me higher. Faster we start, the slower we end. Faster we start, the slower we end. The faster we start, the slower we end. Faster we start, the slower we end.
Hot blood, rise up, get a plane, and go to bed earlier when you walk around. Pray for rain, wash away fingerprints are hidden all over me when you walk around. When you walk around. When you walk around. When you walk around, leave the door and forget that you were ever here. It's like a dozen without you, baby. It's like a desert without you, baby. It's cold at night without you here by my side. It's like a desert without you, baby. It's like a desert without you, baby. It's like a desert without you, baby. It's cold at night without you here by my side. It's like a desert without you, baby. Footsteps left to right. I need to follow. I always took the lead. No space to breathe. Dusk falls, another day. Melts into.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. We're on at match day 7 of Season 4. I'm Jimmy Nesso. Joining me is PDG. Pete, we've been privy to some great Counter-Strike so far. We've got a blockbuster match coming up next, Astralis versus Envy.
Yep.
And it is going to be battled out on Mirage first up.
Certainly is, and what an exciting match this is going to be. Two of the premier teams in the world battling it out on a map that does suit them both pretty well. I guess if I had to tip my hat to anyone in this particular exchange, it would be Astralis on Mirage, but how close it is, how dynamic these envious guys can be on this map, and just in general, it should be an absolute cracker. And I mean, for the life of me, I can't pick who I believe will win the series. I think they'll probably go 1-1, and I'm not even sure which way the maps will go, so it's a horrible pick. I'm ultimate fence sitting here, but just generally as a fan of CS, this is what you love to see. You love to see two of the top teams come up against each other, and it's something that we don't see that much of, where two teams play each other in a league format, where you can see, I guess, there's a little bit less on the line, and so maybe the teams relax a bit more. Maybe you see some more individual style plays from players that, you know, when it comes to the majors, they might be a bit more locked into their team structure or whatever the case may be. But in these games, the individual brilliance of some players really captivates you as a fan, and I'm so keen to get stuck in.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of a league, I guess. It's that battle of attrition that the most consistent team over the course of the entire league will be the ones that walk away with, you know, that finals berth. So in that sense, it does reward that, whereas I guess the tournament format, yeah, there is that pressure to perform per se, particularly in such a short space of time. But look, for me, I'm not really surprised to see Astralis picking Mirage, and on the flip side of that, Train being picked by Envy.
Yep.
So we've seen their willingness, Envy that is, to pick the map Train quite a few times already in this league. But I mean, from my perspective, it's going to be a battle of consistency for Envious. We've seen them at times really struggle with their consistency throughout the life of this team, particularly with the addition of Devil. He came into that team obviously a while ago now, but under a lot of pressure. They really haven't hit that ceiling that people sort of held them to with his addition yet. But we've seen some performances from them that have shown a bit of potential. So I mean, there's always that unknown factor with Envy as to how they'll perform, and I think I stick with you in the sense that I feel as though this one is going to be a 1-1. They're going to, you know, win their respective maps. So Train will go to Envy, and Mirage will probably go to Astralis here. But anything can happen. The caliber of these players, it's world class CS.
It absolutely is. If I had to watch someone on this particular map for both sides, I'm going to go with Kirby. I think he's due for a big one here. The number of times I've seen him go ridiculous and just sort of hyper carry games in the past, I haven't really seen him do it in the last few days though. So I think he's due for one of those sort of games. And on the other side of things, NBK, just the solid rocket B on this map. He's going to have to come up against a pretty fierce B side attack from Astralis, who like to put a lot of pressure on B early. and then continue that pressure throughout the match.
On the other side of things, I guess from Envy's perspective, I'm keen to see what Kenny S can do with a map like Mirage. Lends itself to a handy play with that AWP, so I'm really keen to see how he gets going. And if he gets going, he can go God mode.
Yep.
He will go God mode, and if he's allowed to, then definitely will be a thorn in the side for Astralis. But apologies to those of you that saw the flying saucer.
Flying saucer?
There's a flying saucer on stream.
Oh.
It was there for quite some time. I don't know if you saw it.
No, did not see it. Sorry. I was halfway through a soliloquy.
Ah.
I was getting my message out to the people. I wasn't concentrating on what was on the screen.
Right. Either way, we're not that far away from going live. In fact, the teams are actually going to go into the pistol round right now. Astralis versus Envy here in the ESL Pro League. This is going to be a blockbuster clash, if I can get my words out. And I'm really keen.
That's how excited you are.
Oh, yeah. Stumbling over my words.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Astralis take on Team Envy, of course. Both of these rosters ridiculously well known to anyone who follows Counter-Strike. But for those of you who don't, Dupree, Device, Kirby, Carrigan, and Zipnix for Astralis, the team on Counter-Terrorist. And for the Envy guys, Devil, NBK, Happy, Kenny S, and Apex, who's been in fantastic form himself. This is going to be an A-hit here straight off the bat for Team Envious, and they'll open the account. No, they won't. Kirby and Device picking up the first couple of kills. Then Dupree goes largely unnoticed under the balcony there and almost doesn't connect, but he does do the job in the end. Kirby and the crew pick up the first round. Astralis looking strong in their opening round of their map pick.
Yeah, the waterfall was put to rest. They tried to get out of carpet there and tried to get up T-ramp, but Astralis, the crossfires were just way too strong in that instance. It helps when Kirby's hitting some shots. So you said he was the man to watch, and he's delivered so far in this matchup. And we see Envious buy into this round, so scouts and pistols across the board, and you can see Astralis are just backing off a little bit once they recognise that they do possess some pistols. That grenade is fantastic. It doesn't actually do a lot of damage, but NBK with the perfect reply. One bullet deagle, and now he's going to push onto this B-bomb. So he might actually catch out Device. He does, and he's opened things up here. You can see the CT rotation coming in.
Yeah, beautiful openers there from NBK. Zipnix completely overextending there, jumping way too many times. You can't give players like NBK that many looks at you, and now he will grab that UMP and just fire away there in the back of B's side. His teammates will be late to the party, but they'll come nonetheless. Kirby there finding a kill. That could be crucial. Now it's all on the members of Astralis, but Happy here. They have no idea. He's coming through and he should get the double. He does instant there. And that is absolute tears for Astralis as Envious completely wrecked them on their anti-eco, but it was about the deagle headshots from NBK. They're beautifully opening the round up.
Vintage NBK and vintage Happy on that lurk, so two apiece, and that's really helped Envious open things up in this round. So we will see them collecting all the weaponry that their opponents did at one point possess, and you can see Kirby needs to just try and save that FAMAS out, but he should be able to do so quite comfortably. 1-1, and Envious with the perfect reply.
Absolutely. Zipnix there, jumping at the end of B-holes, a very common place. You see that so much in Mirage, and you see it used to good effect, but after you've been spotted out there, he needs to only sort of jump half as often. NBK got about 3 or 4 good looks at him jumping up before he thought to himself, right, I think he's going to go again here, and then just sort of rip his face off as, goodness, Apex has just absolutely smashed Carrigan. What's really interesting about Envious, for those of you who watch them a lot, Apex actually takes the scout on these rounds as Dupree nails NBK with a deal. This is some sick fragging already, and this is the kind of action we were hoping for, Jim. But back to my point, the scout actually falls into the hands of Apex on these rounds, and Kenny S doesn't ever scout. It will always be Apex taking in the second round, and Kenny S will go for that AWP and use the SMGs to try and accrue some revenue. But as it stands now, he's gone back to that UMP, given the MAC-10 across the Devil. 4 versus 4 here, and the B-side hits coming in here. Zipnix will get one. He needs to get more, though. Can he get a second? He can't. But Kirby here is in a wonderful position with that FAMAS. He gets one, but he takes a lot of damage, and the trading is good here from Astralis. This is so back and forward, but eventually Devil's able to work his way around that pole. But look at this round now. Device, 1 versus 1. Devil trying to get through the window. That's a brilliant piece of positioning from Device, getting up on those racks to extend his angle. And he's completely booked Devil. What a piece of skill there from Device. Not just the aim and execution, but the reading of the game. They're just sublime.
I'm not too sure how Dupree didn't kill Devil there in that instance. He hit 2 shots close range and missed the rest. So unfortunately that brought that down to a 1 versus 1. It would have been a much cleaner round for Australis in that instance. But we will see them just both buy up respectively, whatever they can. Dupree with that P90, the Pro 90. Envious buying up what they can in this instance. Devil on that Tech 9, the rest with AKs. Very light utility across the board though.
Yeah, it's a crazy round of action here. Pistols going to Australis. Force buy going to Envious. The force buy back going to Australis. Now a force buy back the other way for Envious with these AKs. Limited utility now, but we're well and truly into the thick of things already in round 4. So much back and forth between these two teams. And Device there going to try and get some information in mid, but once again, Apex opening up the first kill of the round. Carrigan trading, but Kirby goes down to Devil. Now MPK opens up to Carrigan. This is a extremely back and forth round, and Device with that control across the map.
Wow, the patience to actually just not opt for the spray there, just going for the short burst with the Colt, paid dividends there, and actually swapping weaponry out there. Device, not on high HP, swap the rifle out to Zipnix now, who will be looking to clean up with that M4 A1. Devil and Happy now in this 2 versus 2.
I think Happy's going to find an angle here. No, it's Zipnix, the beneficiary of that M4 from Device, has paid dividends once again here for Zipnix, and the grenade from Device. So he'll pick up a triple.
He bowls him, he's gone.
He is out.
Taking middle stump.
Taking middle stump out of the ground. And look, for me, that was all about Device and his ability to not just pick up those kills, throw that M4 across to Zipnix. That M4 gets the 3rd kill under the name of Zipnix, and then Device with that grenade. Beautifully finished off by Australis. Envious, though, finally admitting defeat here, and they will go for an eco round, or just a few pistols there, but nothing serious, no investment in armor or grenade work there. Would love to see just one flash on somebody, the Anders flash. He was notorious for getting angry at teams for not buying that $200 item that could potentially win you a round, but Kirby does well with that AK straight up, removes the head of Apex early on, and that's a good start here for Australis.
And potentially well, I guess it could be termed a flash for cash. It could win you around. So, essentially, it's worth that investment. Obviously not possessing it here, but you can see Envious Kirby just flattened Apex at the top of mid. Now, Apex has actually been in a rich vein of form with his entry fragging lately. We saw him against G2. He was just ripping his fellow countrymen apart, as we do see Devil take a little bit of damage there through that wall, but not enough to take him and put him into the dirt, as we see now. Australis just slowly trying to get some info on mid, but MBK is on a tear with that Deagle. Happy also chimes in with his own. Kirby finds the reply, but now the pressure's on this A-bomb side as MBK, again, opening things up with that Deagle. Carrigan under pressure now with that AWP, gets one before he's able to fall back. And now it's back to a 2 versus 2, but Jesus, Devil just trying to fly through the air and catch Carrigan out with that AWP. They should be able now to cordon off Kenny S here. Kenny does have that rifle. The bomb has gone down, 2 versus 1.
Yeah, Kenny retreats back towards the T ramp to those Tetris boxes. He's in a decent position now, so not a lot of angles open to the CTs to take him down. Carrigan will try and continue his good work, come towards the CT spawn boxes and push in with that scope of his. He's picked up one and a Deagle frag already. And now Kenny S fires onto Carrigan, finds the kill he needed. He'll reposition himself into a much better angle here. Kenny S playing this very masterfully, and it was always going to be that way after the first kill. Kenny S really playing clutch, and he'll go for that AWP. He doesn't make it though, but what he does do is pick up the round for Envious, and because of the pressure, you see Australis now with the empty bank accounts. Yeah,
and they managed to get an AWP in Kenny's hands, so they've rejigged their inventory there. The double scout buyout coming from Australis, so they're really forcing into this, and some scouts, Deagles, UMP. It is essentially a Whitlam sampler of a buy. Everything
the game has to offer there under the $2,000 price tag range has been purchased by the Australis boys. 2 scouts, as you said, a UMP and a couple of pistols. They versus the might of 4 AKs and that sniper on Kenny S, which he is world-renowned for. So very difficult prospect coming up here for Australis, but they have shown already in this match, let alone their history, I should say. They are very capable of winning these rounds, and Dupree does just that, opens up onto Happy there, and Carrigan will get a lot of damage off onto Apex there with the hit of that scout. And as this round trickles on, Jim, this is looking more and more like Australis can get the upper hand here, and Device picks up NBK as well before Zipnix has traded out. Device gets a second, and now he has an AK. This is trouble time for the boys in NVS, and that's all she wrote. Device with the quad kill. What an absolute animal. And I don't think he saw the AWP there in the flames.
No, he knew it was there.
He ran straight. He knew it was there?
He knew it was there somewhere, but didn't get it.
Oh, I don't think, I think the smoke puff must have come in a weird direction, because he's just summoned it himself. Give me some 1Gs in the crowd.
We've memed that enough. But either way, through the fire and flames, he tried to get that AWP. The risk, tried to risk it for the biscuit, didn't pay off. But now we do see Envious on that pistol buy. Not surprising to see MBK with that Desert Eagle so far. He's been showing us why. He's made that weapon his own in recent times. So it definitely doesn't bode well for Australis if they're not careful here.
Yeah, I think just then Device might have gone beyond 1G. He melted down himself for about 70 HP instead of just 1, but that's okay. He won the round, so that's much more important. Device there picking up a quad and looking great in this one for Australis. Dupree, though, he's doing fantastic work at the A ramp too, letting nothing get past him there, and it will be Kenny S just with that P250 trying to do something, and he does find the head of Carrigan before Kirby tries to spot back towards the T ramp there after picking up the mid-con kill. He will continue to fire away, pick up his second, possibly his third here, as Kenny S will take on the challenge coming up the ramp, but Kirby there strafing across in front of his teammate. Nom nom nom, the eco kills go the way of Kirby, and Australis go 5-2 up. Rewind though, Jim, one round before that one. Because of the way the round ended, we kind of glossed over the MBK Deagles. They were insane.
They've been insane.
They've been insane, so he's on fire with that Deagle. Good to see.
It's a difficult prospect to navigate too when you are repeatedly copying 1Bs from a player with a Desert Eagle on rounds like that. So it's going to be frustrating, at least in part to Australis, despite them having that 5-2 round advantage. You can see Kenny S, though, is forced onto that Tech 9 at the moment. Device actually taking Apex down. So Apex, even though he's in good form, is falling early on in his rounds, and that's not going to help Envious at the moment. You can see they're splitting B through short. They've got connector control, and they've now made their way into this B bomb site. Zipnix is going to be called into action here, but it's actually Dupree that's working quite well. They're repelling them from this B bomb site. Now just Kenny S at the van by himself. You can see that Happy's making his way around towards the shop, but he's got no help from his teammate. That bomb has been taken down. Happy's made his way, or at least made his presence known. Gets taken down by Carrying with that AWP. They got into the bomb site, but the awkward hold from Australis actually worked out quite well.
Yeah, it did. I thought Zipnix was going to go down a lot earlier there, but he managed to stay alive for a very, very long time, and that facilitated the rotation from Australis. And once that went down, they were all Gucci at that B bomb site. NVS now back on those pistols. No armor once again, but don't have to remind everyone of the terrible time Zipnix has had at B so far, jumping up and down there and facing the NBK Deagle. But Carrigan now will scope towards the top of mid, spotting around, but he won't find any answers forthcoming.
This late mid control from Envious at the moment is being afforded to them by Australis. Australis are not really placing a premium on trying to contest mid as the counter-terrorist, but they're not really getting anywhere at the moment, Envious, because when they're running into the sites, the holds from Australis are just so solid that they're having a tough time really finding any success, even getting the bomb plant down. So Kenny S is able to find Kirby with that Deagle at the top of mid, but it's now down to a 2 versus 4 situation. Devil takes a little bit of damage through the B halls there, but T's are going to reunite and put pressure back on this B bomb site. That's where they're hedging their bets.
Yeah, they are, but it will be Device trying to spot the line out there, and he will do a lot of damage, but it won't be enough. Devil picks up the kill onto Device, but Zipnix will hold strong here, or should hold strong, rather, as he picks up the first with the bomb, and it's just left on Kenny S, but Zipnix finds those 2 easy frags. The angles, just too many to watch for Kenny S and his teammate there coming into B. Astralis starting to extend their lead now, 7-2, getting into a bit of a groove. And it is off the back of Kyobi and Device for the CTs. And I guess everyone contributing equally at the moment there for Envious. 5s across the board and 4 for Devil, but just the 1 kill in it. So good distribution of kills here for Envious, but they've all come on the eco rounds, haven't they, Jim? They haven't had a lot of penetration on their gun rounds.
No, they haven't been able to get into those bomb sites. They've got a lot of mid-territory, a lot of control there, but that's not really helping them too much because the sites are being held quite solidly here from Astralis. But you can see now, again, this is the first time you've really seen both teams trying to test mid here. Kyobe picks up MBK, and Device will actually be picking up Apex as well. So there is a late focus on mid comparatively from Astralis, and now you can see they're going to be forced to take that battle there. Devil actually running in by himself and dropping that bomb in the B halls. You can see Happy and Kenny S are absolutely nowhere near him at all, so I'm not too sure what his intentions were there. But you can see Astralis have made the adjustments, have actually rotated, because they know that bomb is down in the B halls. Yeah,
it was weird there from the Devil player there. He just sort of ran out of the smoke.
Inexplicably.
Yeah, he must have got a call from his teammate. That's what he wanted him to do, because I mean, Happy's still alive, so you assume he's got a call from Happy or Kenny S, try and push B with the bomb and get a sneaky plant. Maybe they've rotated off because he was on the backside of a smoke. He had no reason to push that. It was a minute left on the clock and he had 2 teammates. So you'd think that it was more of a, oh, okay, we'll try and make a play here to see if they've emptied the bomb site and gamble on it, rather than, just a specific run through the smoke and die with the bomb.
Yeah, well, I think the call came out that Astralis were actually contesting mid, and by that time, that actually rotated players back into the bomb respectively. But Kenny S is doing a fantastic job of actually saving this AWP. He's actually taken 2 with him so far, and he'll be looking for another one. At least make it somewhat expensive for Astralis. But you can see at the moment, neither of the Astralis players, all 3 of them, are not willing to overpeak here at the moment. So Kenny S will save that AWP, and it'll be up to Envious now how they choose to use it in this next round.
It's sort of just was a game of cat and mouse. So it's like, how much is Kenny's AWP worth? And it's like, is it worth 1 kill? Yes. Is it worth 2 kills? Yes. Is it worth a 3rd? No, it's not. We'll just save it now at this point. We're not going to empty out our bank accounts because they're trying to still really solidify theirs, as Kenny does pick up 2. And in previous rounds, they've been losing a lot of frags to those Deagles as well. So they haven't really been able to solidify that one. But Carrigan picks up Kenny S, and the AWP has fallen to Apex, which isn't a bad option, as he is their second, I guess, is their scout option on that rifle. So good news there for Envious, but the pick from Carrigan there was sublime.
It was, and that's really what's opened them up at the moment. So Kenny S going down. Apex, though, they're going to try and utilise this this mid boost if they can actually manage to get it out. But that AWP is posted up the mid connector. Happy gets taken down. Kyobe recognising the threat, as now Device is going to take his pick through window there. He's not going to overextend himself, though, without flashing first. And hasn't actually moved at all. Apex is trained on his position with that AWP. That grenade, unfortunately, doesn't hit the target. A bit of a custard arm there has cost Envious the chance to do some damage. But it's an awkward standoff in mid now.
Yeah, but Astralis really need to be careful here, because if they give away another kill, this can turn pretty hairy. And that is another kill there. Apex picks up a double. Device trying to escape the dangers of the window. Now, I think Astralis should still come away with this round, but because Debris has so much map position going on for them, and Zipnix is pretty content on that B site, shouldn't be too many problems for Astralis winning this round. However, they need to be careful they don't lose too many guns, as Carrigan spots out the mid-con player. And now he'll be aware of the threat, and hopefully they'll be able to hold on to this one for their sake. But yeah, it's been an expensive round already for them, and they need to make sure they keep going here.
Free with that push into T-Spawn has paid dividends. He's been able to completely flank both Apex and MBK, and there is no plan in that round. There is no silver lining at all for Envious at the moment. Their money bonus, though, because of the losses, has been accruing, and they are able to buy into this round. But again, Kenny S has actually opted to take that Tech 9, so unfortunately they haven't been able to give him the weaponry that he deserves.
No, not at the moment. He doesn't have that dope scope in hand. He really lacks that dank bank that he needs to buy it. So it will be Astralis taking a 9-2 lead and finally settling into some comfort zone Counter-Strike.
Just that default where they actually send members through the underpass to take late mid control there. So Devil is going to be boosting Apex to short to see if anyone's going to get too inquisitive there from Astralis, but this is where they're actually shoring up the bomb sites at the moment, clustered together. You can see 3 CTs and 2 CTs in the A and B bomb sites respectively, but the damage being done. Happy actually catches Dupree out completely. They had no eyes on Palace in that hole. Now it's back to a 4 versus 2. Envious with a lot of mid control here, but they are going to try and pressure this A bomb site.
They certainly will. Envious rolling in now, but it will be Zipnix holding that A side. He gets 1, he gets 2. That's brilliant work there from Zipnix. Can he get a third? No, he can't. But Device does chime in, so it's now Carrigan and Device versus NBK and Apex. The HP and utility advantage does go the way of the Astralis team. Now NBK trying to get that bomb down if he can. He will get the planet successfully. And now Apex picks up Carrigan. That's a massive frag. And it's all left on Device here.
2 versus 1 situation though. NBK needs to be careful that he doesn't overextend here. He actually goes down 15 HP, but with 15 HP, he is able to get the frag that he needs. So, Envious find themselves a little bit of success here, but you can see their money is in real danger of being reset if they don't follow that up with a round win. So, Astralis comfortable to buy into this round. They've got that AWP on Carrigan's shoulders, so they are going to still be a threat as we see Envious depart spawn.
Yes, but if Astralis don't manage to win this one fairly cleanly, they could be looking at a pretty ugly end to their half as well. We're 12 rounds in. This is the 13th, and both teams are completely out of money at this point. Whichever team loses this one will surely struggle to finish out the half the way that they would want. So there's a lot riding on this round, a very crucial round in this matchup. Kenny S and Carrigan both supporting those AWPs in play, while everyone else has a rifle. So both teams pretty much at full strength. A lot of utility on both sides still. That advantage does go to Envious, however, and they will have a much more fruitful finish to this round if they elect to, I guess, execute onto a bomb site. Still 2 smokes and a couple of Molotovs in play for them, while I guess it's a pretty similar prospect there for Astralis, but a little more Molotov heavy, no smokes available. So as we look to the 45-second mark, Jim, both teams still just trying to find that opening frag.
Yeah, he's taken down now unawares. He was changing his position, but you can see NBK's there to get the trade quite quickly, but they have lost their AWP for the round, so 4 rifles in play. 4 Envious is now back to a 4 versus 4. So you can see Envious now making their way into this A bomb site. Astralis have no choice but to give it to him. You can see that Carrigan has actually surrendered his position now on the site. He gets flashed out as well, so great teamwork there, allowing Apex to find the frag. They know that Dupree has a tendency to push the T-spawn, so they've actually thrown the Molotov there, aware of his position. They were once bitten, twice shy, and now the retake is coming in from Astralis.
Yeah, I don't think they'll know he's so close just yet, but the Molotov's extinguished for a few seconds, and Happy flanks the flanker. The flank becomes the flanked. Dupree goes down there, and Kirby and Zipnix are left to lick their wounds, and this is very, very dangerous here for Astralis. Now, Kirby needs to get away here. I thought he was going to go down for just a moment, as I think it was NBK screaming around the corner there at CT Spawn. Yes, it was. He'll pick up the AWP for his mate Kenny S. And, oh no, this is tragedy here for Astralis. Happy picks up Zipnix, and Kirby is left bleeding internally at that bench. So hopefully he doesn't get spammed out here. He's chosen to actually pick a line, which is awkward, but he gets the kill nonetheless. So good finish there for Kirby. But the money here for Astralis, no good.
Absolutely no good at all. The only good news is the fact that Kirby has just been able to save out that, that cult of his, but there's really nothing left in the tank. You can see Astralis will be ecoing this one out in an attempt to save money for that last round of the half.
Yeah, MBK there with the window smoke, and that will push a progression through the mid and B halls here for Envious. Nothing towards A, just the one player Happy on the lurk. But Apex there with a pop flash, and he's picked up Kirby. So that's a brilliant start there, a good individual piece of mechanics there for Apex.
Yeah, just that awareness too, that there was potential for that underpass to be pushed. So they just, dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's. So making sure that they're not going to be caught off guard. Kilo with that lone colt has been taken out of play early on here, and Envious are going to take control of mid connector and mid, as we do see Device actually take down Happy in that lurk position at the Palace, but they're spurred onto B here. Australis need to defend. It's only Zipnix here with that Pete 2000, and he goes down.
Yeah, what he would have done for the AK on Device at that point, but unfortunately, as when he doesn't have a Device, will look to save this one, I assume. Yeah, he's already going to corner himself up in T-spawn and just wait for some exit frags, I should think. While he, no doubt, contemplates life and the meaning of here, saving his weapon. What do you think Australis have to do to get themselves back into the match? Because Envious were behind, but now they'll win 5 here and almost have the... well, they will have the decisive advantage going into the final round as well. So they look to push on towards 6, and if you're Australis and you were up sort of 7-2 mark, you'd be disappointed with the way they closed out this one.
I definitely agree in that instance, but I mean, they do eventually take Device down, so there will be no saving of that AK for him at all, but I think Australis are definitely giving way too much territory away to Envy, particularly in that middle section of the map. Envious, they're throwing just a simple smoke, that window smoke there, and that, I mean, they're not too content on taking control of mid early on either, so it's usually through that underpass that they're actually exerting any sort of mid control, and it is fairly late in the round, so if Australis cotton onto that, and they are going aggressive in this round, they stood a better chance, but you can see Kirby there was largely unsupported from his team. Dupree takes down Happy on the ramp, but Kenny S finds a reply onto Device. Mid-connector control. Mid-control now, given back to Envy.
Yeah, Carrigan's going to do his best to fight for it, though, as he runs around the corner, gets the first one, and he'll bail away out of mid-con. So 3 versus 3, great job there from Carrigan. Sensing the danger and making a play there, and he's got a great read on this one too, because he's got that mid-kill and immediately gone back to reposition himself at A, but unfortunately for himself, he's going to find himself in a 3 versus 1 here, but very, very smartly, he's pushed into the A halls and taken down NBK and repositioned himself yet again, so the 3rd spot here for Carrigan is just a piece of brilliance here from the Australis player. He could end up with a quad kill here, very deservingly so. Carrigan, he's just eaten away at the Envious players, and now it's all left on Devil.
Such smart positional play from Carrigan, allowing him to get the frags, and again, he finishes out that round, picking up his 3rd, and fantastic work from him, allowing Australis to get themselves that 10-5 mark on their CT side. So the question is, have they done enough? Envious going to be capable on their CT side, and we know Australis are quite good at those set executes, so they're going to have to repel Envious. Envious are going to have to repel Australis once they act on those smokes.
Yeah, look, for me, I'll just, I guess, try and impart some knowledge if I can, and say that Carrigan there, that was one of the smartest rounds you will see from a professional player. Now, you can take it on its face value, it's just 4 rifle kills, he doesn't do anything particularly special, but if you're looking to learn the game and learn how to read the game and, I guess, develop your in-game awareness, that round from Carrigan really displayed what it means to have critical thinking at an elite level. He gets the mid kill with a pop flash that he throws for himself. He then immediately, without hesitation, runs back knowing that the switch from Envious is incoming and there's probably going to be a player lurking in A halls. He goes there, takes that battle, then repositions himself yet again in the bomb site, knowing that if there's a guy there, there's probably 2 guys at the A ramp.
Well, not only that too, the second position he took in the Palace was such a strong position to be in as well, because it really becomes quite awkward for Envious to try and take that side if they don't have any control over Palace. So he either had to take the fight there, and he did successfully, and you could see immediately the pressure was put back onto Envious, even though they had the man advantage.
Yeah, so if any aspiring CS players out there, if you want a free lesson on how to read the game, that example from Carrigan was sublime, but of course you can learn those similar lessons from almost every round of these professional players as they go about their business, but that was just a highlighted example now, and MBK is going to have to highlight his aim here as Device gets chopped down instantly, but will it be enough there for MBK? He goes down to Zipnix, and Australis run roughshot over this bomb site, but it's Happy and Kenny S here defending, and they've let Happy go on largely unnoticed. They still don't know where Happy is as he's fighting, and this is a complete shutdown here from Envious.
Wow. Happy in that just bait position at the chair, just waiting it out, and he'd convinced Australis that he didn't exist.
Yeah, he did. He went largely unnoticed. I don't know if he was crouching at the start, completely hiding. I'm pretty sure that he must have been, but yeah, he could have been hugging that left wall too. Either way, Australis will be disappointed they didn't clear that area because they had control, or rough control, of the bomb site, and then he popped his head up and took them all out. So Australis there go down in the pistol round.
Yeah, and that's an example of positive baiting too, because it actually helps them reach an outcome there, and obviously was communicated as well. So we will see now Envious just with some rifles and some SMGs across the board. Zipnix actually flattens MBK with that deagle, so dishing out some of his own medicine. And we will now see Happy under pressure here at the B bomb site. He will be able to take down Zipnix though, so it's now back to a 3 versus 3 situation as the Ts look to regroup. The CTs though have a big task ahead of them because there's only 3 of them and a lot of Mirage left to cover.
There is a lot of Mirage left to cover, and it looks as though Apex here is going to be the beneficiary of an aggressive push here. I don't know. Oh my goodness, Carrigan catches Apex out, but Apex responds almost immediately with that respawn kill, and Devil able to hit Device in the head there with that M4. So what was a very, very dangerous round there for Envious has turned into a pretty safe one now. They should be able to regain control of this one.
That we will see. And Kirby is just left alone. 30 seconds left. He's got the bomb. If he get the plant, it's going to be a positive outcome here for Australis. But looking at the positions that Envious have taken up, it's going to be difficult for him because he's only got 19 seconds left on the clock and doesn't really have any indication of where the CTs could be.
No, and I think if he manages to find one of these kills at A, he could just save the weapon, but as it stands, he might actually find Apex Devil here, and he does, but the plant will not be successful. Apex is too close there. Great kill there, though, from Kirby, and that means only 2 guns get saved for Envious, so whilst the round didn't go their way, good chunk of damage is done to the economy of Team Envious.
That's exactly right, and that will play out later on in the half as well. So we will see potentially that CT economy come across some hard times, some adversity, and we will just see some Glocks coming out from Australis. They're grouping up towards this A bomb site. You can see Zipnix has that smoke. He holds the key to the round. The objective here will be just to get that plant.
Yeah, only 1 smoke and a flash there on Zipnix. They'll just bide their time here. To be honest, I'd like to see them wait a little bit. I'd like to see them wait right to the end of the round and see them discuss what will happen on the next gun round. There's no real rush here. It's a 1 smoke, a couple of flashes against a full arsenal of rifles. So really, it's a low percentage round anyway. And they use this time to just wait around to see if they can flush any grenades. They don't. Apex there picking up 2. And it will just be a complete demolition job here for Envious. On to Australis. They pick up their 8th round. Good stuff. And now we move into the business end of things. It's round 19, ladies and gentlemen, between Envious and Australis here in the ESL Pro League. And it has been a spectacular show so far for both these teams, putting forward a great performance. Kenny S now with that sniper in hand, and he will go up against Carrigan, seemingly with the AWP duties away from Device.
And just some mid-control being exerted here by Australis. You can see that they put the pressure now on the mid-connector, and that has resulted. They're not really taking too much territory just yet, but the City have rotated accordingly, and they're actually going to double stack in this mid-connector, so it's going to come to a flashpoint just shortly as they do advance up middle, and now we do see the creep just making his way under the guise of those smokes, but they are soon fading, so Australis have taken a little bit of territory, but they are at risk of being crossfired here as now Envious reposition themselves.
Yeah, it's a very slow round from both teams. Hits the minute mark and only 6 damage dealt out across both teams, and that's on Device. So both of these teams just patiently waiting for one or the other to make a mistake. MBK gets a jump spot there, takes a little bit of damage, but doesn't land the shot himself. And by the looks of things, Australis still aren't sure of 100% where they're about to go. Finally, they make a decision. They're going to pin to the B side of things. NBK goes down to Zipnix, and what a turn of the tails that is from the first half. Pretty much are an exact replica, but look at Apex there. Gets a lot of damage to someone on Catwalk as well. Dupree gets a hit in the head, doesn't get finished off, but the spray there was ridiculous from Apex, and Kenny S will pick up Device in mid.
And it's just being cut to pieces here. Australis, their strategy has been pulled apart by Envious at the moment. There's still 14 seconds left, but that bomb has been taken down. Kenny S, what a round from him. Vintage stuff as he does take the last frag of the round, and we do see Envious just chipping away at that lead Australis have. Australis, again, the lack of bomb plants is really strangulating their economy. They are only able to buy pistols into this round as, again, the objective will be to get that plant. They haven't been able to achieve that just yet. Despite that mid-control, they really didn't act on those smokes. They didn't take enough territory there in the round, and they were forced to then take their time because the crossfires were being set up by Envious, and as you can see, they just struggled to deal with that.
Certainly have struggled to deal with that, but Happy has now got an AWP as well. 2 AWPs in play here for the Envious boys, and this is up against a eco round here for Australis. A couple of Deagles in play. Device has the armor as well, so he loves a Deagle headshot or 2 to come his team's way. But NBK here with a pretty good idea that Zipnix is lurking, and he'll go down straight away. NBK, I thought he got a second spray kill, but it was Kenny S on the other side of the map picking up Kirby. But Carrigan finds the single Deagle bullet headshot there onto Kenny S. And that'll open it up slightly, but Envious well in control of this one.
They're not looking too phased at all, and you can see they're just taking those individual battles with the rifles over their Pistolero friends on Australis, and they're just clearly outgunning their opposition at the moment. Bar that one frag on Kenny S, there hasn't been too much to write home about as Happy finishes the round there with that frag onto Carrigan. We do see the scores leveled up at 10 apiece, and now we will see a gun round coming out from Australis.
Yes, it's going to have to be pretty amazing from Australis here. Very little of what they've done have bothered Envious on this second half. Envious definitely looking the stronger of the two right now, and this is Australis' map choice. Of course, we move to Train next, where Envious have made their home ground known to their opponents. But right at this moment, we're locked at 10-10 on this game of Mirage, and neither team wants to give an inch here. We saw only 6 damage after 1 whole minute of action last time, but it'll be a bit quicker. I should think at this point it will be Apex trying to get through that smoke, but the spray connects there from Device and keeps his opposition member at bay. He'll throw a couple of flashes through there. I wonder if he'll extend through. He elects not to, and once again we are dialing down towards that minute mark, and there's the first kill. Kenny S onto Dupree, and that's a good start for Envious.
Fantastic stuff for Envious here, but you can see now Australis have repositioned themselves here. They're going to try and pincer this A bomb site with that late underpass lurk coming out from Kyobe, but it's now on the 3 members sitting on the T ramp and in Palace to make this work, as we see Devil just sitting under the shade. You can see though, Envious have made a pretty decent read of this. In fact, Kenny S is holding very defensive in the mid window, but there are 3 CTs just sitting on this A bomb site, and they're going to be called into action very soon. You can see the timer is counting down, 40 seconds left. And Australis need to make a move.
They certainly do. MBK has got a spot on those B halls, so they know the danger's not incoming there, and the rotation is on here. 30 seconds to go. Kenny S picks up the first, and we will join the action with his AWP on that ramp, and it will be Kirby picking up 1, picking up 2. Zipnix gets 1 as well, picks up a second. Now it's 1 versus 1, MBK versus Zipnix, but MBK is all over in here with the angle. Good engage and rotation there from MBK. Gets the last kill. And Australis get close, but no cigar there. And Envious hit the front.
That they do for the first time since the pistol round.
Yeah, first time they've been leading since round 1. So we are now in round 22, and things are a lot tighter now than they once were. Australis pushed out to that early CT lead, but the guys from Envious fought back really hard, and now they've taken the lead back on their CT side of things and looked good doing it. That last round was very, very close, but in the end, NBK finishing it off. Now for Australis, they might have to change up the tempo here, Jim. This slow style that they're always known for adopting, and it's not really hitting its mark against this Envious setup, particularly with the Kenny S AWP going off at the moment. They're finding it difficult, but then again, who doesn't?
Oh, it's no easy task. It's no enviable task either. and I certainly don't envy them. But now we do see this attempt on mid-control late coming out from Australis. They are going to use that underpass to effect, but you can see Happy's post up on short. He is a long way from support, though. Dupree actually catches him with his bounce down, and now they're going to put pressure on the A-bomb site through the middle connector. Now they're going to bust up the T-ramp. MBK is going to be late to the play. That Molotov is going to block his progression through the side, but he actually catches Dupree. So I'm not too sure what he was watching there. Luckily, Kirby is in good position to find that trade. It's back to a 3 versus 3. You can see, though, the bomb's made its way back towards that B-bomb site where Carrigan has got the information that he has cleared it. He has to take the cautious route, though. He has to go back through underpass. It was way too risky to go through short there. But Carrigan now back in T-spawn. Carrigan should be able to get Kenny S there. Apex gets taken down in T-spawn. It's now back to a 3 versus 1. Great read there from Australis. Great work from Carrigan getting the info. And that has effectively won them the round.
Absolutely stellar play there from Carrigan, as you said, pushing all the way through, backing himself in, and getting that B-bomb site for his team, let alone taking down Kenny S. Devils managed to escape with the magic stick. Kenny S's AWP, it's very aptly named, mind you, and he will try and save that one for his fellow countryman and teammate for the next round. Jim, that was a nice read from Carrigan, as you said. Is that what's going to get Australis back into the game, though? A series of individual reads mid-round, or do you think that they can properly execute on one of the bomb sites if they get the timing right?
Well, that's the question. We thought that Australis were going to come in with some more set, execute, heavy play. They actually haven't been doing that, to be fair. They've actually been opting for that late mid-control. And the smokes, it's not what I was expecting from Australis, to be fair. So I think maybe they're trying to try something different, throw a bit of a curveball for Envious, but it's not working. Envious are dealing with this quite well at the moment. So we will see them setting up again on this T-ramp, and that Molotov means they're not going to execute just yet, but the smokes are coming over. They're going to try and get the bomb plant here for 5 AKs coming into this A site.
Yeah, this is all or nothing here for Australis. They've pretty much sunk half their resources into this early hit, but I do like the hesitation here. I guess it's the double pump, you'd call it. The original hit not wielding any action. The
real risk with this is, though, if they don't fall for it, then they're going to be at risk of being just cordoned off, as we do see them now hitting this site. Zitnix opens up, though, so luckily he takes down Apex, and now it's all on Devil here at the flame box. He looks for one, finds him quickly, but he's expended a lot of bullets and is taken down by Device now. 3 versus 4 situation. They have overwhelmed the site. They are going to get the bomb plant here. Great work from Device again, finding another frag. He might actually tag MBK a little bit there through the smoke. Oh, sharp shot onto Happy. And now MBK, they know potentially where he could be, but they haven't got information. MBK is going to try and save that OBP, and he's got to make a hightail getaway.
Yeah, it turns out that Australis went back to what works for them the best. They went back to that set execute, and boy, was it a thing of beauty. The first one came in, and then the second phase, the second phase started with the string of Molotovs that was then followed up by more smokes and flashes, and it was just too much for the out of position Team Envious players who had sort of thought to themselves, no, this is a fake, and moved into disadvantageous positions, almost saving the AWP there, NBK. But right now, Australis looking strong. They've got a second wind in their T-half, and the last couple of rounds have been very, very clinical from them. Individual play from Carrigan, and backing it up with a lovely A-site execute. Now Envious forced back onto these Deagles. Very scary prospect here for Australis, but around that they would be heavily favoured in.
Yeah, taking that AWP out of MBK's hands last round. Effectively Kenny S's, I would imagine they would have given it to him as a preference, but you can see Envious in this pistol round have actually opted to try and take some form of mid-control early on, trying to send Devil up, but you can see that Australis recognise that. They recognise the threat. They're backed right off. They're just holding very defensively, awaiting any more CT aggression. And it's a smart play from Australis. We expect this passive play, this clinical approach to their anti-eco rounds. And Envious at the moment, they don't have a lot of utility to burn now, and they're just going to have to try and take these fights with the pistols.
They got to pick and choose which fights they take, though. So right now, it's a series of waiting games, small mini waiting games. Right now, Australis looking strong, Dupree moving towards the mid-con, but that's heavily stacked. So Devil working in here, but his teammate has gone unnoticed there by Dupree. Picks up one, but has no idea that there is a second mysterious counter-terrorist there by the name of Kenny S in the mid-connector.
Oh, Apex with that deagle onto Device, shattering him there and just putting him to bed, as we now see Envious actually with a slight man advantage. That was now eliminated as Kenny S goes down and making it awkward to get into this bomb site. Envious, they're not allowing Australis free passage just yet, but they're going to bust their way through. Brute forcing in. Zipnix picks up 2. It's just to do here for NBK. He's got a deagle. It's been his friend so far, but it's been put to bed there again, as we now see Australis push through. The money from Envious is going to allow them to buy into this round, but more importantly, Kenny S picking up that OBP. He's going to go the glass cannon.
Yeah, and it's crazy how Device does it, isn't it? He's on 23 kills and 9 assists, yet, you know, we haven't had that moment where we went, holy smokes, Device. Maybe the 1-4K in the first half that he managed to get in the short side of things. Was a, you know, wow moment for him, but everything else is just the grind. He's one of the most consistent players in the world, and there's a reason why. He's just never off. He's always accumulating, and he's doing a great job for Australis here on their T side, and he's going to be anchored up once again here, but Devil will get the better of him in this exchange, and Apex will then pick up a double. So brilliant start to the round here for Envious.
Dupree, though, is able to undo the hard work of Apex now, and you can see it's a 3 versus 3, make that a 3 versus 2. Happy picks up Carrigan, just getting a little bit too adventurous on the catwalk. Yeah, as now it's all to do for Dupree. 1 versus 3 situation, 2 AWPs to contend with, and makes his way up that T-ramp. And they know exactly where he is. It's going to be difficult for him from here on out, but he's going to try and go for it. Try and do some damage to the CT economy. Not able to do so. Happy takes him down, and we will see Envious now back to 12 rounds. Australis, of course, on 13.
Yeah, it's a long way back here for Envious, but I think they believe they can do it here. 2 AWPs in play, Kenny S and NVK for Envious on those scopes. Apex with that P90. He just did a terrific job last round of shutting down that A attack. His play in exchange with Devil there was sublime. And we will see Australis now with a patchwork buy of sorts. Device on that Tech 9, 3 AKs in play. Mysterious to me how Device hasn't ended up with an AK, but you know, we lament this fact so much when we watch these games.
Yeah, exactly right, but you can see that they're very light on this buy, and this is really their last real roll of the dice before having to give up some superior weaponry to their opposition. Australis, as we now see them take control of mid. This is a little bit better because the smokes are up and they've actually got territory control here. Apex, though, is pushed onto Device and only taken a Tech 9 out of his hands, but more importantly, he's cleared out of an important area of the map. So he has information as to where Australis are likely to be headed, and more importantly, he's eliminated a potential threat onto this A bomb site. So you can see Australis heading towards this B bomb site. That bomb has made its way through the B halls there. They've got a man inserted in the vent room, but it's all on Happy here, and he's got, luckily, NBK in support.
Yeah, Happy there, just around at the van. Kirby and Zignix open up here for Australis, so this is good news for them. 3 versus 3 now. Apex, Kenny S and Devil versus Zipnix, Carrigan and Kirby. Kirby will find the angle onto Apex there at short, and Kenny S will try and get that scope moving into the bomb site. Devil going at that side of the map with him. That's a lovely kill from Devil. He's moving his way into the bomb site now, very aggressively, followed in tow by Kenny S with that scope. Lovely teamwork here from NVS as they try and eliminate all the different possibilities, but Zipnix will get a lot of damage onto Devil, take him down, and Kenny S will very wisely try and escape there, but Carrigan shuts him down. So beautiful post-plan positioning there from Australis, regardless of the teamwork and entry power of Envious. It was enough to dislodge the positions they held.
And heartbreak here for Envious as they have been reset with their economy on the CT side in a crucial stage of the match. They're only going to go into this round with a Mag 7 and some upgraded pistols, so it's going to be a very hard task for them against the rifles of Australis. Carrigan again donning that AWP. He took it out of Kenny S's hands, so the magic is now with him, and we will see Australis. A very, very slow approach to the round. Very cautious of some aggression coming out from the CTs, knowing in fact that they will not have some superior weaponry, expecting them to try and make some plays.
Yeah, and they've full forced into this one, have Envious, so they've decided that perhaps to half buys with pistols and a kit and a few flashes was worth more than one famous buy with just maybe a simple smoke and a flash, because that's what they would have ended up with. So 2 bites at the cherry here for Envious, but neither of them will be particularly intimidating for Astralis. This is theirs to lose now. They've done all the hard work. It's now just about closing it out and cashing in on that position they've put themselves in.
Precisely as we do. You see that grenade from MBK smashes Carrigan, and you can see they've actually backed off completely from the B hall. So they've tried to sell a bit of a fake here towards the A bomb site, but Envious haven't really moved too much at all. Devil, I'm sure, is feeding them information as to what is going on. He would have heard absolutely no footsteps at all on the T-ramp, but now, late play, Astralis heading back towards A.
Envious there with Apex picking up that Deagle headshot onto Zipnik. So this is all coming crumbling down here at the moment for Astralis, and they're trapped on this A with 14 seconds to go. What has happened? They've waited way too long and capitulated.
That is a gross miscommunication there from Astralis, and they've effectively surrendered weaponry here to Envious, and now they've given back another round, given Envious some hope, and given them some weaponry, and they've been handed a lifeline here, and I'm not surprised to see a tactical pause come out.
Well, they're going to have to sort this one out, aren't they? I think this is this could be from the Envious side of things as well. Most likely from Astralis as they talk over what went on in that round. But to be honest, this could be Envious saying, hey, look, guys, we need to try and work out a strategy here and work out what money we think the enemy has, because we're back in this. Envious had basically said to themselves, we're taking the 2 20% rounds over the 1 40% round, and they cashed in on the 20. So now the power is almost in Envious's court, because they've got the full buy here. They've got the 3 AKs and the M4 with that shotgun and MBK. It is now almost Team Envious's to lose. The only thing standing in their way is an AWP on Carrigan and an AK on Device.
And we'll see how that actually holds up for them, because it's a difficult prospect now for Astralis. They're trying to redistribute their funds. You can see Dupree there has been bled of money. So is Zipnix. Kierbe has got a little bit of cash, but it's not much better than the rest of the team. And you can see that Carrigan and Device, despite saving some weaponry there, they're not really in a position where they can actually drop their teammates anything at all. So I think there's a real question over what they're able to do in this round, how they're going to approach it, how they're going to use the, how Carrigan's going to use his pawns on the board, if you were going to compare it to chess. So it's a tough situation for Astralis to be in. This is their map pick. This is, what we tipped them to take. So Envious stand on the brink of actually really breaking Astralis here.
If Astralis can get away with winning this map, it's a really interesting point in the next map train. Because I think that Astralis, if they were able to get over this little hump that they're facing against Envious here, they'll actually go really confidently into train, because they've won their map pick. They've got up, they've done what they've come to do, and they play train with no pressure. All of a sudden, if Envious steal that map pick away from Astralis, then they go into train with all the confidence in the world. And Astralis thinking to themselves, we really need to win this.
I mean, look, Astralis are no slouches on train.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion.
They're very strong on train.
It's not a foregone conclusion that they're going to take that map, but I mean, they're definitely taking it to Astralis here on their map pick in this ESL Pro League. So we will see a slow approach from Astralis out. They're not really too keen on taking territory. They don't have the utility to. If you look across the board, they actually have no flashes or smokes whatsoever.
No, they don't, and this is going to have to be a very, very dry pick into a bomb site here for Astralis. There's really nothing else to say. It's going to be Carrigan and Device doing it for them, but Dupree, Kierbe, and Zipnik's not even investing in armor. Sorry, Kierbe has the armor, and Device goes down with that rifle, so that's not a good start here for Astralis at all.
Well, not only that, too, is picking unsupported. So if they're going to value the rifles, then surely they're going to have someone there as an insurance policy, at least to try and pick it up. As you now see, I believe it's Zipnik's trying to make his way to collect that rifle on the T-ramp, so at least giving them a hope. He does actually pick that up, and they're going to try and position themselves to pincer this A bomb site. They're going to come through connector here. A lot of pressure being placed on Kenny S, and I'm not too sure whether or not he's going to be able to make that. The burst from Dupree actually reaps rewards. Kenny S finds one, but it's now back to a 3 versus 4 situation. And this is an awkward position because they've got to wait, Australis. They've got to wait for that bomb to get in position on the T-ramp. So, Envious just laying in wait.
They're laying in wait, but this is a crucial kill. Zipnix gets it onto Apex, and this could be the beginning of something special here for Australis. 3 versus 3 now. Happy, NBK, and Devil firing away, getting their rifles to put in some work, and that's beautiful stuff there from Happy. The kill onto Dupree, and then the slow tap onto Zipnix, who was planting the bombs. So Envious now in the box seat for this one, 14-14.
Such a risky plant as well. They had no cover from short. Happy there was happy to oblige with the frags. He only had to patiently tap on the head of the bomb planter afterwards. And I mean, I'm not too sure what Australis were doing in that instance, because surely you could have found a better plant than that given the open position.
I don't think that they knew Happy was there, and the guy who was planting for the guy in con. So they were planting for that guy to clutch, but then because Happy killed the guy he was planting for, it all unraveled.
It's still such an open plant to take in that situation.
It's a huge risk, yeah. That guy from con can clutch from a number of different positions. He could have planted on the left-hand side of the side quite easily. You're spot on there, but so the risk was taken and obliged by Envious. The AWP in play, Kenny S now, and really Australis are fighting a very, very difficult uphill battle now. Full arsenal here for the Envious guys. 5 kits, smokes, flashes, Molotovs, nades, rifles, you name it, they've got it. And Australis need to take it away from them.
And they are going to try and execute on this B bomb site. You can see that Molotov, though, has just stopped them in their tracks, and they're actually going to pull the pin on that. They're going to go back through the underpass here towards mid as Carrigan gets taken down by MBK. You can see those Zipnix leads the charge in, though he's not going to run through the fire just yet. That Molotov is perfect in stopping this A pressure being applied, and Devil finds one. Kenny S finds another. Kirby finds the trade finally, but Happy now lurking through the short. He does find another frag onto Kirby. All to do for Dupree, though, and a crucial round here, as they will surrender match point if he doesn't do anything, unfortunately. There's not a lot he can do from that situation, and Envious take match point. More importantly, too, though, they force Australis into a low money situation. Pistols are going to be the best scenario here, and they've got no choice but to buy.
Yeah, Australis there falling at the final hurdle. They couldn't get over the line, and it was that they had them, and all of a sudden they lost them because that eco round that Australis sat and waited for way too long, trapped themselves at A ramp, and that's really going to cost them into turn that round upside down, and Australis would love that one back. However, now they're stuck with a very, very difficult prospect now. 5 pistols with armor, smokes in the works, but it will be Apex picking up 1, picking up 2. The spray transfer's good. He's going to go ham here. No, he doesn't get any more, but the damage has been done. Envious look as though they're going to come through with this one here and win out against Australis on their map pick. It is a 3 versus 1. It's all on Zipnix. The one redeeming factor is he does have the bomb, and B is empty, so he is on the rotate, ready to go, and he is flogging it down the right-hand side of the map there. You can see on the minimap he is checking every corner, but he's not slowing down for anything. And finally he makes his way into B, and we'll actually get a plant down here, but it won't be very good at all. It'll be in vain. Happy makes it all the way around. GG to Envious. Australis there going down 16-14 on their own map pick after leading 14-12. They want that back, Australis, but Envious, fantastic job of staying calm and collected under pressure, executing with those limited resources and picking up the W.
Unfortunately, it was a bridge too far for Australis there in the end. Some crucial mistakes being made, and Envious actually taking Australis' map pick away from them. So that is an interesting prospect, given that we are now going to be going into Envious' map pick. So that is going to be trained, and I'm really interested to see how that actually bodes, because we've seen Envious willingly pick this map time and time again. It's actually a well-known fact that Australis are no slouches on train. They quite willingly will play the map if need be, and it's going to be another very, very closely contested clash.
Should be. But right now we will go to a break and come back very, very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, with map 2, it will be train between Australis and Envious.
your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
So I will be right here if you need me to stay.
I know you see it, don't try to beat it. I want to brush it off, but it continues until I kiss you. So let's just take it off. We've waited all night, spoken to sunlight. Can you please take my hand? It's bittersweet when you know it must end. Just tell me where I stand. You know I like you, I'll give it to you. Will you just say it's on? Why did you come here if you don't want to? The feeling's just so strong. Just give me one look to give me some hope. I wish I wasn't wrong. Could we just stay here and let the time pass? I'll write it in a song. I want to. I got you, you got me up above. We could be, take my love. We could ride in the summer, end of the night. Play for two, that's all we need. All I want is for free. Take my love. We could ride in the summer, end of the night. Just tell me that you got me. Let it be the one that I need. Take my love, we could ride heat in the summer, end of the night. Play for two, that's all we need. All I want is for free. Take my love, and we go ride in the summer, end of the night. Just tell me what you do when I fight fair, baby. If you got a soul, won't you let me know if I'm right there, baby. If you got a soul, even you should know when I fight fair, baby. If you got a soul, won't you let me know if I'm right there, baby. If you got a soul, even you should know when I fight fair, baby. If you got a soul, won't you let me know if I'm right there, baby. If you got a soul, even you should know when I fight fair, baby. If you got a soul, won't you let me know if I'm right there, baby. If you got a soul, even you should know when I fight fair. Just tell me that you got me, and all the things we wasted to see how we would play in time. And every time we waited, we never knew what we would find. Too much running around you. All I wanted to do was get next to you, get next to you. You're all that I need, you're all that I need.
taking steps in front of me, and I keep trailing miles behind. Too much running around you. All I wanted to do was get next to you. Get next to you. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. We're here with Team Envious up against Australis. This is the second map. It's Envious's map pick on train, and it was a closely fought affair, closely contested affair in the first map on Mirage, which was Australis's pick. Envious upsetting them there, 16-14, and it was a great showing from Envious actually in the late rounds there. It really wasn't too convincing from Australis's perspective on their T side. They really lacked it. They're now going into their own map pick, Pete. They're going to be a little bit down on confidence, having lost that first map. How do you predict this one going?
I like Envious here. I thought this series would go 1-1. I wasn't sure which way the maps would go, but after seeing the CT side for Envious on Mirage, it really changed the way I thought Train would go. Envious going to start on the CT side. They look very comfortable. Kenny S is firing. All the bits and pieces are working the way they should for Envious. And I thought Australis were about to get out of jail in that match. It was 14-12, and Envious were on two sort of like half-wise, just pistols. They win it, they grab all the guns, it unravels for Australis, so now moving into map 2, I think Envious will have what it takes to win their pick.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that really lend themselves to force buying, aren't they, Envious? And they do make it work from time to time, and that frustrates their opposition, and it's exactly what happened to Australis in that instance there, and I think Australis really suffered as a result. You could see that they really didn't get into any sort of set rhythm. Train's a bit of a different beast, though, and I think it lends itself to that set execute style that Australis lend themselves to. Envious, though, from what we've seen from them, it's very much team-based play. They're not really relying on any set smokes or flashes, but it's worked for them. So we will be going live into the pistol round.
Yep.
And let's just see how this one pans out, Pete.
Let's do this thing. Australis versus Team Envious here, map 2 in the ESL Pro League. Zipnix, Carrigan, Device, Kirby, and Dupree make up the Australis roster, while Envious, the Frenchman, Kenny S, NBK, Happy, Apex, and Devil. It is Envious's map pick. They will start on the terrorist side of things. Dupree getting into that small ladder room early to try and get some information. Bullets will fly there, and the glass will be broken. Not sure for which windows just yet. Australis won't know. Envious will smoke the outside bomb site, but rest assured this is all an elaborate ruse, and the pressure's going to come towards the inside bomb site.
It's a fantastic smoke, though. It actually goes and sits on the hump on low ramp, but now we will see this inside bomb site defense just overpower Envious. They didn't really get too far, did they? Happy now. He was watching the rear guard, but unfortunately now has to go 1-on-4. He does find the first, takes down Dupree, takes only a little bit of damage as well in doing so, so it's just now rests on his shoulders. They know exactly where he is, and Kirby is just actually biding his time on that high ramp. They're going to try and make Happy come to them, though. They've got the bomb down. They've got no reason to peek at him individually. So smart play here from Australis. I wouldn't expect them to drop it from here.
No, it'll be a miraculous rabbit out of the hat move from Happy here, but that USP on the pistol round, all he needs is a few swift headshots and it could go his way, but Zipnix there powers him down. Happy goes down. Australis take the pistol round, and they'll quickly buy up on this CT side. Already one rifle in play, a couple of SMGs. Now, Jim, the first 5 or 6 rounds of Mirage were crazy. It was Australis winning the pistol, Envious winning the eco, then Australis winning their eco back, and then Envious winning that eco back, and before the money cracked itself. So hopefully, a smoother start here for Australis, but nothing's ever guaranteed.
It was like a Rocky Balboa fight, wasn't it? It was just a slugfest, and they were trading blows left, right, and center. I don't expect this to be any different. You can see Envious had bought into this with the Tech 9s. And there's an Eagles that MBK was just going ham with on Mirage in those earlier rounds. He does find another frag onto Device, so the trades are coming out. It is now down to a 4 versus 4. The CT side has been thinned slightly, but you can see now the T side are making their rotation, making their adjustment here, and they're going to try and regroup and overwhelm together. And that's where they stand a better chance. An angry mob of terrorists is a far more daunting prospect as we now see them try and put pressure on this outside bomb site.
Yeah, Carrigan lies in wait here at Vines. Dupree will open up the angle and pick up a double, so that should pretty much quell the round here for Astralis as Zipnix jumps up on that bomb train, tries to get the grenade to go. I think that will hit the mark. It does. Apex goes down, and that's a good round there for Astralis. They pick up the 2 M4s that they dropped, so nothing lost there for Astralis. They go up 2-0. Jim, good start for them. They needed this sort of start, and they'll be confident going into the 3rd round, especially since Envious is still on this eco.
They should be confident anyway. They've retained 2 SMGs there with Device and Dupree actually taking the chance to try and farm some more money for their CT side, and you can see the advanced position of Dupree. Only gets 1 before he's taken down, and now they're going to try and concentrate their efforts here on the outside bomb site. Device whatnot are just farming the frags left, right, and center, and they didn't really get too far. They just ran straight into that meat grinder that was the outside bomb site. Rifles just showing to be far too strong.
Yeah, that was let's get this over with and get stuck into this gun round. Enough of the waiting around, says Envious. They basically just punched their ticket in. P250s, no resources of any kind there in the previous round, but now they have the fruits of their labour. Kenny S on that AWP, 4 AKs in tow. Everyone has head armour. A smoke grenade and a flash grenade, so they're well prepared, but straight away Carrigan and Device going for this double AWP setup as well. So that'll be interesting to see how that unfolds throughout. Only 3 kits though. Carrigan and Device obviously not using those with the AWPs, but Device wins the AWP battle against Kenny S, who jumps up on the bin, trying to get that early pick.
Normally you will see some sort of double peak there, some sort of insurance policy. I mean, even Na'Vi with Guardian in their midst actually do something like that. Kenny S, though, was, I guess, hung out to dry a little bit. He wasn't given that same sort of insurance policy, the double pick, but that results in him going down. The double AWP setup is so far so good for Astralis, but Envious at the moment. They still got a lot of time to work with. We haven't seen them, as I said, use any set executes per se, but using their teamwork, using their timing to collapse on this outside bomb site is what they're going to rely on here. That smoke is going to signify their intent to try and advance their position up at Vines, and they're going to try and utilise both NBK and Happy coming out of T-Connector and Short Ladder, respectively.
Yeah, the CT is so entrenched, though, in this outside bomb side. Zipnix there, solo, holding the low ramp there. He's got a teammate at high ramp, but the 3 remaining counter-terrorists are going to sit on that bomb train and just lie in wait. The flashes eventually come out here. 20 seconds to go, so Envious need to get a wriggle on here, or they will be left wanting. 16 seconds to go, and they've still got such a distance to travel and get that bomb down. 10 seconds, and this is looking grim right now for Envious, and it will be the kill from Apex, and then Happy. This is a brilliant piece of late-round execution here from Envious as they get the bomb down in the nick of time and are able to cover all the entry angles there for Astralis, and we're ball down to a 3 versus 3.
That's right. Devil actually picks up the frag onto Zipnix, so the numbers are being thinned. It's only the two AWPs left remaining, and I think right now they're just considering trying to save those. It's a hefty investment. It's also a hefty loss too if they do go down, so really going to try and place a premium on their own lives here. You can see that it's actually Devil that's in pursuit. He does catch out Carrigan, so that money has been eliminated from the bank. Thankfully, Device is able to save himself here, but no one from Envious is close enough to pursue. They will save that AWP. And great round. That late execution coming out from Envious has proven to be effective, and they made the trades work in their favour. So Envious do wrestle themselves around away from Astralis, but Astralis, no surprise, they're buying into this round. Dupree, Mag 7.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that though, Astralis. They had them hook, line, and sinker. It was a 4 versus 3, and then a 3 versus 5. And then all of a sudden, Envious had run roughshod over that bomb site. Not sure how Astralis didn't manage to pick up any of those kills, but nevertheless, brilliant stuff there from Envious, really showing why they're a world-class outfit right now. Kenny S with that sniper in hand. He's pretty comfortable when that's the case. Nothing of the like on the other side. Device does have the sniper as well, but nothing of the likes of the resources for the CTs.
No real surprise to see Dupree playing in a very aggressive position. He's only got that mag 7 and it's best dealing damage at close quarters, so playing up in that SL. He doesn't really have the support of his teammates though, so it's a tough prospect for him if they do decide to try and overwhelm him in that SL. But you can see they've placed a premium on the B halls, the brown halls, and there's only Zipniks holding on that inside bomb site.
Yeah, it should be an actual inside hit coming here pretty soon, or are they going to go back down the ladder? Only time will tell. It looks as though they're sort of regrouping towards the small ladder side of things.
And this is where it could get hairy for Dupree. You can see he's sort of half in, half out the door, just awaiting that pop flash. He does get caught by it, so he knows something's up. There's 37 seconds remaining in the round, and we do see Dupree potentially getting a frag. He does take down Apex, looking for that second frag there. Will he be traded? He actually gets Kenny S as well. So this is fantastic for him. Obviously, the money bonus is aside of some great shooting is now. It's all on Devil and Happy. Happy gets taken down at Vines there, so that lurk has been eliminated. And now Devil is trying to fight his way out the T connector. He's faced with Zipniks and Device, and time is running out. He will enter into a spray there. As now, unfortunately, they are far better dancers than him, and that round will go the way of Astralis.
Certainly will. Lovely round there for Astralis. It was about the lack of punch there through the middle of the round for Envious. They got in good positions and then just couldn't make it work. I really thought they were going to favour that inside bomb site, but then they ran down the small ladder into the waiting arms of Dupree with that shotgun, and after that it was going to be a pretty grim affair. And it turned out to be so as they went down in that round, and now they trail 4-1 in this game. The lone rifleman, Happy, will bring that AK-4 with the head armor as well, but Kirby won't stand to wait too long as he takes down NBK. Will be a spray from Carrigan, picking up one, but gets traded out by Kenny S. Decent start here for the terrorists as Devil picks up that Deagle headshot, or just Deagle frag, mind you, onto Kirby. Thought it was a headshot because it was a one bullet, but was just Kenny S here fighting against Zipniks, and look at this here from Kenny S. Now he's got an AWP. I thought he was going to go for that there, but it appears not.
It's now on Dupree's shoulders. He does take down one, felling the bomb, and he knows where Kenny S is, but Kenny's still got that rifle in hand. Going to be a smoke separating there, but Dupree just catching his shoulder before he stepped. Pick up that headshot onto Kenny S. They won't recover the AWP though, so it has been an expensive round for Astralis. And Envious, not going to have the money to buy into that round either, despite going on, well, what some would deem as a half buy, but I'm not really too sure it was necessary there. They have a tendency to force into rounds that they don't need to, but look, either way, Kenny S is the only one with any real bank.
Yeah, it's a bit weird for me, this buy here from Envious. No armor at all, and also spending a lot of money on those Deagles where they could be saving that for more resource later. Whilst it may not matter the very next gun round, the one after that, all these little purchases add up over the course of the game, and you might end up just being shortchanged 2 rounds out of the 15, but that's enough at this level, as we saw last match, where it went right down to the wire.
Yeah, the margins are so slim, and, you know, a small economic mistake, such as the one we spoke of in terms of buying pistols when necessarily you don't need to, can cost you, as we do see Devil's feet get shot up, and will unfortunately take a lot of damage there as now Carrigan steps on Vines with Kirby. They do find the frags, and Kirby, quite a sharp frag there onto Devil. Now just left with Happy. Carrigan finishes him off, and a nice clean round there for Astralis.
Yeah, lovely stuff there. Pretty default from Astralis. Nothing to get really excited over, to be honest. They just held default spots and made the shots. That was pretty much it. That was the story of the round. Envious, though, right now buying into this 8th round, and they need to get their T-side firing on not all cylinders, but at least some cylinders. All the members quiet as a church here, and their T-side of their map choice, which a little bit surprising given that the way that they played last map on the map choice of Astralis. However, Astralis now playing very well, and if things had have gone differently in the latter stages of the last map, we could be talking about Astralis in a dominant 2-0. But as it stands, Envy has fought back really hard in that first map, and now Astralis are doing the same to them here.
Envious just relying on the team play as opposed to those set smoke strategies that some teams do come out with on train. But you can see they're all grouped up here in the brown holes. We're going to try and take some territory here. There is going to be at least one smoke coming in from Apex, so that one is going to go down in between the trains, and that's going to try and get them entry onto this bomb site. But you can see Zipnix is the only one tasked with holding the inside bomb site. He will be joined by Device very, very shortly. So Envious setting themselves up here, ready to go.
Absolutely. It's going to be an inside bomb site hit here, and Device is trying to swindle on the back of that low ramp train. He will find one straight away. Nice frag there from Device, but he's got so much more work to do for his team as Zipnix has been taken down almost instantly. Device gets taken down. Kenny S, lovely repick there. Kirby able to do a lot of damage there onto Devil. Now he will fight at that low ramp position. Dupree goes down, as does Kirby. And now Carrigan's left in a 2 versus 1, but Kenny S has that scope fixed on the target, and it will be a difficult prospect here for Carrigan. It's not unfathomable, but it is very unlikely. Kenny S, once he's got you in his scope, you're not long for this world. And Astralis lose that one, but still remain up 6-2 with a chance here to fight back.
Kenny S, the Grim Reaper, when he has that AWP in his hands, and when your time is up, your time is up. And Team Envious find themselves with their second round of the half. Kenny S again with that magic stick in his hands. Device being tasked with going up against him there with that AWP, that fast smoke outside. Not being acted on too much by Envious at the moment. They're going to try and send themselves back through the white halls there. Perhaps put some pressure on the SL late in the round, but Device now forced to fall back. He's the only one holding this inside bomb site.
Yeah, he's falling back quite a large distance, and it's a shame because this hit from Envious is coming into the inside bomb site. MBK opens up with a lovely shot onto Dupree. He's gone a little bit quiet here, Dupree, and he needs to continue to play well if Astralis are going to try and close out this half. MBK gets very aggressive. He's going to get one. Can he get a second? No. Device there trading very, very rapidly in order to stop that exchange from getting worse for his team. Now it's on Happy and Devil, 2 versus 3. Carrigan, Device, Kirby working their way into the inside bomb site here. Carrigan taps the bomb, moves towards the low to try and flush out someone, anyone. He does find one onto Devil. Now it's just about Device hitting the orb shot to save the defuse, and it does come in. So beautiful stuff there from the Astralis teammates. Lovely retake, and Astralis pick up their 7th under heavy duress.
A grenade doing a lot of damage there to Carrigan. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. He didn't go down, and a lot of faith being placed in his teammate there by Carrigan in order to hit that shot while he stuck the defuse. So Envious now getting themselves reset. They did get that bomb plant, so they do have a little bit of money into the round. They're going to be buying up on those Desert Eagles that we've seen them use time and time again here. And some grenades just crushing NBK in the early exchanges. So he's had his wings clipped somewhat as Apex takes down Dupree. Swift 1B headshot, and geez, it's become a familiar sight, hasn't it? Those Envious Deagles are really reaping some rewards.
They're potent. Those Deagles are potent, and every time we seem to switch to the camera, Auto Director seems to just find the right kill. It's amazing how that works. But the Deagles have been on point here for Envy. It's not just for one player either. It's been NBK one round, Devil the next, Kenny X the next. So, and of course Happy, legendary with the Deagle, and once again he's just firing away and gets 2 of these players from Astralis so low. They need to be very careful here. They cannot afford to lose another gun, and luckily Carrigan able to take down Happy. But once again you see the sort of round Astralis can have from time to time, just falling to pieces at the end there and almost giving up way more than they needed to there.
Every time I see Happy with a Desert Eagle, I have my heart in my mouth because I know that there's just that potential for something huge to unfold. And that was very nearly the case there, but unfortunately fell short. 99 points of damage being done to Device, but no conversion. And now we see Astralis just really starting to break away with that 8-2 lead here. Now Envious on that That buy round, you can see though they're light, a little bit on utility. They've only got a couple of smokes across the board, everyone really. But Devil has been tasked with the drawing that short straw, that Tech Knight. The rest of them are going to try and put some concentration towards the Vines area here. You can see they're set up, ready to go. They're going to try and maybe send Devil in to try and do some damage and then trade out from there. But at the moment, they're really just waiting out any sort of CT aggression. Australis quite passive in their setup.
They certainly are. This is exactly what I thought would win them the previous round for Australis. I just cast my mind back to a few rounds ago where Envious executed over the outside bomb site with a man deficit and still managed to get up there, and Happy will spot one out, but he won't be able to finish off Kirby, who goes right down to 11 points of health, so he survives with his heart in his mouth, and that's a triple from Dupree. 6 spray down there, and the entry fragger for Australis there, opening it up and letting his M4 do the work for him. Great effort there, controlling the recall and picking up the triple. Now that's a very valuable round because it'll force Envy back onto these pistols, which they seem to have been on just about forever.
I haven't seen a lineup like that since the iPhone 6 launch. Tough crowd.
I'm not going to give you that. It's been a long morning, but I'm not going to give you that. You're better than that. You can do more. Australis here, 9-2, and the onus on them right now. They've got a couple of Deagles once again, which is no surprise at all, but there hasn't been any real pressure here put on. It's just Zipnix and Device there firing away at a couple of terrorists, and they're just trying to bait out resources at this point, waste a bit of time, waste a bit of money, and eventually this round will go the way of Australis. In fact, the last 2 members of the terrorist team are about to go down. We see Kirby Dupree picking up the last 3. Australis looking strong here on the Envious map pick, and they're up 10-2.
Their job is being made so much easier by the fact that Envious just keep forcing into these rounds with Desert Eagles. They could simply be giving themselves more gun rounds if they just exhibited a little bit of control on a couple of these rounds. And, well, you know, ultimately it's costing them less bites of the cherry, isn't it?
It is. It is. Those Deagles, though they won them so many rounds on Mirage, so it's so difficult to tell them to stop doing it when so often those exact pistols are their source of much joy for them and much success. It is very, very difficult to tell them to stop, but NBK, don't tell them to stop that. Device gets chopped down where he stands, and that's a great peek there from Kirby. He should be able to find a kill there, but he hasn't heard Apex get close, and that's a lovely bit of teamwork there from Envious, just baiting out the kill onto Kirby, and they'll take a one-man advantage into this outside bomb site hit. However, Dupree has managed to get himself into the drop room, and I'm not sure that anyone from Envious knows he's there.
But Happy is doing what he does best and has lurked all the way through to CT spawn. He's going to make his way up the CT ramp there and now towards the outside site. But this is a powerful position now that Dupree has actually got himself into, because he can really do some damage here if this SL goes unchecked. Despite the best work of Happy, he does take down Kenny S. That bomb has been taken down. Happy's in a good position. Trades out with Dupree, and now Apex spurred into action. They need to collect that bomb first, though. 30 seconds remaining. Carrigan just left to contend with, and he's going to rotate his way through the SL here. So there is a real chance that they could run into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, the smoke there coming out just in time for Carrigan. He's sitting in it, though. Will MBK know? He fires a couple of bullets, but he hasn't been hit just yet to death, but Carrigan does take a bit of damage through the front of the smoke. He will try and get the flash through and realizes he can't get the job done as he slides away up the ladder. He'll live to fight another day. Carrigan there on 42 points of health. Australis 10-2, about to become 10-3, as Carrigan has absolutely no interest in this one. Great round from Envious, but there was the opportunity there for Australis to pinch it away until right at the very end. Yeah,
Dupree doing a great job there in ESL, taking down the bomb. But look, I thought Happy could have done a lot more with that position. Obviously, he didn't know the whereabouts of the CT, so there was a real chance there that Envious could have won that round with perhaps less loss on their perspective. They will regain the AWP at least, so MVK will take that into the next round. They will presumably give it back to Kenny S, but Envious now find themselves an important third round, so they're going to need to start to build from here, though. Australis, their money situation is good enough for them to buy into the round quite comfortably. But it is Device again, picking up the AWP instead of Carrigan.
Yeah, if the NVS guys get to 10-5, this will be a great score for them. I think that they feel confident with 5. They could shut down the CT side of things, particularly with Kenny on their side, as well as a bunch of those other sharp players like Apex that love to control the outside bomb site. But Kenny's going to be the main driving force behind this one, and they'd love to get 5 on the board for him to try and defend. But right now, Australia's playing their A game, bringing their A game, and are well ahead on the scoreboard. It is 10-5, as 10-3 rather. I wasn't saying the time, I was saying the score. 10-3. Zipnik's now nading through. That's a lovely grenade. It's almost like a heat seeker through that window, and it's collected its target to perfection. Great grenade there, and as we hit the minute mark, all 10 players left alive and kicking. And it's just a matter of where NVS is going to take this bomb, but I know that they're notoriously slow, but even by their standards, this is amazingly slow work from them.
And now you can see Australia's just using their utility to try and slow things up even further, so delaying any executes that are going to come out potentially. The Molotovs go down on a high ramp there. NVS is going to flash himself into the SL, and they're going to try and put pressure on this outside bomb site. Devil is the one solo lurking Vines here. Device has that AWP, spots out Apex, takes him down. Kenny S though finds a reply. Carrigan has found Devil at Vines, so that threat has been eliminated for now. They need to get onto this bomb site, find the frags. NBK does his best to try and make things happen, as now it's a 2 versus 3 situation. AWP still in play. 3 versus 1. Kenny S finds a reply quite quickly. 2 versus 1 now. 15 seconds to play with. He needs to find the frags because the plant is probably not going to come, but that headshot, close to it, gets the win as Dupree takes down Kenny S. Not a lot of time to work with. Had to make the frags. And as good a player as he is, unfortunately, it just wasn't going to happen for him.
No, it wasn't. Australis, they're doing a great job of holding on right to the very end. Device staying alive, and he's only died 6 times. So that's a great stat category for him, as you know, being the primary AWPer there. Only dying 6 times means that AWP's in a play a lot of the time, and he's doing a great job. But he's going to be faced with a pretty difficult task here, as all the members of NVS are making their way towards the inside, apart from Happy, and they're going to continue to push to the brown halls. But a series of AWP shots and grenades will slow the progress of the terrorists. They're being forced back away from inside and into the waiting arms of Device as Devil tries to get away as well. So 3 members left for NVS in this first half, and it doesn't look like they're going to get much done. 12-3 Australis, and surely this is enough.
That was a very, very tough half for NVS, and look, from what we saw from them yesterday, they really didn't have a lot of set strategy on this map, and they relied a lot on their teamwork, and their teamwork simply wasn't allowed to happen. Australis' use of utility really slowed their progression onto the bomb sites, and that's what they relied on yesterday, particularly against G2, was the fact that their teamwork was quite on point, and pincering those bomb sites with such teamwork, it didn't happen. Australis weren't so forgiving in their CT holds.
No, they weren't, and it's all about Device. And if he's up and he's running, then it makes it so difficult for the other team to actually decide where he is, because as an opposing player, you don't want to go to where he is AWPing. So it's a gamble of, you know, will he be inside, will he be outside? And the longer that you stay alive as an AWPer and as, you know, just Device in general, the more choices that the other team's going to have to make, and the more time they're going to chew up making it. And the number of times there we saw NVS just running out of time to operate. Even when Kenny S got in a couple of favourable positions, the clock was already at a point where they had to make a move and they couldn't afford to wait any longer.
Yeah, they were just chewing up the time so well, weren't they, Australis? And you could see even then at the 40-second mark, the 50-second mark, they were using their utility to just slow things down even further. So the fact that NVS were taking so long was then being further exploited by Australis with that use of Molotovs and smokes to just slow up and choke up those choke points.
Yeah, for me, NVS here obviously need the pistol. If Australis get the pistol, it's going to be a long way back here for NVS, and it certainly still is. Don't get me wrong, 12-3 is a very long way back, but it is doable if you get that pistol. Becomes 12-6, you get the first gun round, becomes 12-8, all of a sudden you're in the mix, you're getting more confident, the scores become tight, and then it sort of changes. But for the moment, Australis are going to be well out in front, and they're going to try and win this pistol and close Envious out. Because what you don't want to do is make simple mistakes early on in your half as Australis and allow Envious back into the game. That's certainly not what you want to do.
Yeah, at this stage for them, it's all about those little victories, those little milestones, getting the next round and just navigating their way through. But of course, they've got to get themselves through the pistol round first, and I believe they're actually going to be live into that one in just a moment, guys. So we will be back with the second half here of Envious versus Australis. This was Envious's map pick. They've got to make it work for themselves here on the CT side. It is the slightly advantageous side, but you can see they had a rough half on their T side to begin proceedings against Australis, and now they've got a chance to make amends.
They certainly do, but amends is a long way away. As I said, Dupree and co going to push this one towards Vines. They're going very, very quickly, actually. Aragon spotting one out early, and they have given away their position, but they don't care. NBK is going to come around the corner. He needs to find one. He's firing away rapidly. Apex does get one, but the frag will go the way of Zipnix eventually, and the CTs need to be careful here. They can't overextend and get picked off. That's exactly what Apex does, as well as Happy. And now Devil plays a huge role in this one as he circles his opponents with that kit out, as does Kenny S. Kenny S fires away, but he's in danger here of being taken out. No, he flicks to his right and gets that one to go. Kenny S onto Zipnix, and now it's 2 versus 1, but Kenny S has the bomb.
Oh, the headshots from Kenny S are sublime, as now his survivability is being tested. 1 versus 1 here with Device. They know roughly where each other are, but you can see Kenny S is just changing his position, making it difficult now. Device has to come and find him, and they've spotted each other out. But Device should be able to collect this bomb. But I think at the moment he's just interested in taking that aim duel with Kenny S. Both the star players for their teams respectively with that AWP are going to have to make their pistols work. But Kenny S completely changing his position now. Will that catch Device off guard?
Device there faking out the plant. I don't think it has caught him off guard, but he's not aware at all. Kenny S has walked into mid-con. This could be a huge play from Kenny. He fires away, but he doesn't get the kill. That's crucial from Kenny S. He had the jump on Device, and you need to make that count as Device wheels or his way around the back of the train. Kenny S will get on the bomb, but it'll all be up to Device here. Kenny on such low health, and that will be Device finishing it off. So Kenny, so unlucky there. He did all the hard work getting back to mid-con. Then at the end of the day, the aim fell short, which it doesn't usually roll off the tongue very well when it comes to Kenny S.
And almost instantaneously, Apex has brought that scout out. So Envious have shown their hand. They're going to buy into this round with some pistols across the board as well to support that. And it's a viable strategy on train. It's a big risk to take, though, given that they are down by so much. Sometimes teams would play it a little bit safer than that, but you can see Australis sending numbers towards the Vines here at the moment. That's exactly where Kenny S with that Desert Eagle. He's doing a lot of damage there, takes down one, but Kirby finds the trade into Apex. The crossfire is dismantled, and now we see them burst onto this outside bomb site. The pressure is coming out from Australis, and the crossfires are being slowly pulled apart. As you can see, though, the pistols are doing a lot of damage here. The investment has been worth it so far for Envious, and now 2 versus 3.
Yeah, but I actually like that round for Australis because it means that they've just basically gone out as a team and fought as a team. And this might not end up working out for them, but I much prefer that to waiting around for days for players just to get Deagle headshots on you. So that was a great team fight by Australis. They all came out together, forced those Deagles to run out of ammo, use those rifles to their advantage, and eventually outmaneuver their opponents. But yeah, I much prefer that style of eco round for Australis than the one where they sit back and just allow themselves to be mercilessly picked off by those insane Envious Deagles.
You know, I must admit I do agree with that one. It's basically better for them to group up and attack the bomb site as an angry mob per se, and if they're going to encounter the pistol, it's a great chance of them just trading out as necessary. And Australis, 14-3, this is becoming a bit of a blowout here for Envious as they've opted to buy into this one again. So Kenny S is the only one with a real rifle, but no utility to support that at all. Apex picking up that scout and some 5.7s and P250s across the board. So this is a massive gamble from Envious. This is one that if they do lose, they're going to surrender match point and again be on a similar buy.
Yep, it was the same buy that won them the game on train. my apologies, on Mirage. In that when it was 14-12, they had the same option available to them, and this came through for them. So while sometimes it looks ugly and it doesn't work out, other times it certainly does. So it's going to have to here for Envious because they're up against it right now. 14-3. They're getting whitewashed on their map pick. And Astralis here. It's their game to lose, but I did say that last time.
And they're exploding out into this bomb site here. You can see Astralis are making it work, but Kenny S with that rifle, he's the only one with the superior weaponry, but that is a one tap there from Device. He's been silenced, and that rings out across the bomb train. As now you see Zipnix also find Apex as well. It's a 2 versus 3 situation. Dupree is quite low. Zipnix also quite low as well. And you can see Happy, he does take the bomb planner down, but it's now down to a 2 versus 1 situation. MBK makes his way out the CT connector there. He's going to find out Device. They're going to do the dance around the bomb train. The question is who can do the best Michael Flatley impression as they do wind their way around. Unfortunately, MBK goes down there. Match point to Astralis. 15-3 the score. And you can see again, their hand has been forced envious. They're going to have to buy into this one with pistols once more.
Yeah, that was almost deja vu for Device there at the back of the bomb train, getting that plant down and then juking around and making sure that he ends up with the round win. That's the perfect game plan for Astralis, though. I guess their end game, if you will, is to eventually trade out long enough so that Device ends up in an infinite number of 1v1s.
This amount of force buying, though, I mean, I've only ever seen it from a team like Mortal Kombat before. The old E-Frag lineup.
Yeah, they were very heavy on their buys, but I think this is out of need here for Envious. They just looked at their money and thought to themselves, well, we're so far down the rabbit hole, we need to keep putting pressure on so they don't get their economy so fired up. But now it's 4 versus 2. Kyobi's in a great spot here, though, to make a play. As he continues to maneuver around that smoke. He gets 1. Will he get 2? He does. This is all Kyobi here for Astralis. He gets 3 and 4. No, those last 2 belong to Kerrigan. And that will be the map to Astralis. They split them 1-1. I guess we were right in the original picks when we said that they would split them. I didn't know which way they would go. Beautiful first map by Envious to bring that back. But, I mean, Astralis could have easily won that 2-0-2. They were in position in map 1 to finish them off. They couldn't quite do it. And then they came out with reckless abandon on train and just gave Envious the business.
They did. It was an absolute slobber knocking there on the second map. Envious, the holes in their train defense have been quite glaring. Well, Astralis were well able to find those, and so they split the points there. And we will see them take a map apiece. But that concludes the European division for today, match day 7 in the ESL Pro League. We are going to be bringing you some of the North American League action, though. So if you are keen for more CSGO action, we will have it here on the ESL Pro League B stream. We'll, of course, be bringing you that North American division action. We'll have NRG up against Immortals. And the second match of the day there will actually be the new Winterfox lineup.
All Aussie roster. So the second team from Australia, apart from the Renegades, to make their way across the world to play in North America and represent the green and gold, as well as the new organisation Winterfox. But it should be an absolute pleasure bringing you those North American games this afternoon.
And their opponents for that match will actually be the American Sweethearts, Liquid. So it's going to be an absolute blockbuster of a matchup. We're keen to see how that new Winterfox lineup performs. It's been a while since we've actually seen them in action, and being fellow Aussies ourselves, we've got a slight bias for them, but we're not going to admit that, are we, Pete?
Me? Bias? Never. Stop it.
Either way, it's going to be fantastic action, guys. That one is due to kick off in roughly about an hour and a half or so, guys. So stick around. We'll be back with more of that action later on. It's been fantastic bringing you the European action so far. I've been Jim Nesso, joining this PDG. We've been produced by Still Barlin. He's still manning that desk like a machine. And guys, it's been fun. You enjoy your evening.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League Season 4. This is the North American Division. We're joining you a little bit late here in the Immortals versus NRG match. This was NRG's pick on Overpass here. And so far, Immortals have taken the first 2 rounds on their T side. I'm Jim and Esso. Joining me has been PDG. Pete, we're in for some hot NA action here. And it started off with an absolute bang for Immortals so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, just some GoTV issues preventing us from joining this one right from the word go, but rest assured we're here for the rest of the way. Immortals already up 2-0 upon entering NRG's pick. Of course, it's Overpass. On the NRG side of things, Tabson, Fugly, Peter, Gobby, and Leisure versus Lucas, Henny, this Fel, Zeus, and Bolts. So that is a good start here for the Immortals guys who would be favoured rolling into this series. I think, Jim, I think it's very agreeable that they're going to be the favourites here. They're definitely the mini SK, mini Brazil, up on display.
That they are. I think a few people are going to be triggered by the flags that are actually on display. NRG displaying the British flag and Immortals displaying an NA flag. So I think they're being just inadvertently claimed by North America there, whereas NRG have just been shipped to the UK. So, look, either way, Immortals off to a good start. They've navigated themselves through the anti-ecos quite well. It was Tabson had actually managed to save an AK out, so he's helped bolster the CT economy, albeit only a little bit, but nonetheless a gun round coming out for both these teams here. You can see Immortals actually taking control of short early on, and that's a key contest area for most of the teams that do quite well on Overpass. You can see they placed a premium on taking it. NRG, on the other hand, have been quite content to actually give control of this area to them.
Absolutely, there's got to be some give and take in a map like Overpass as Tabson just nails Fell through the wall there. The Immortals player goes down. Crazy spam there early on from Tabson, who has been up and down, but can very much affect the outcome of the game as Bolts grabs that return frag, and he'll go down as one of more of the NRG players pushes short and makes their presence felt. Now Henny there with the rope-a-dope walking scope, walking up short there and just scoping out and having a look at what's in the A-bomb slide. But you can see the NRG player there pushing all the way through B, and they're going to have a pretty good idea of where the action's going to come in here. But at the moment, Immortals just content with sitting around and waiting for NRG to give them another pick.
Yeah, he's got a lot of information with that push as well, so they're quite set up here, NRG, but they've actually made that call to go back towards the B bomb side. I do believe it's actually Legier that's heard someone move through that area. Peter is actually able to pick up that frag onto Lucas as they get in there, and now it's just all to do for Zeus. Coach, turned player, and we do see him make his way into short. He is crossfired, and Fugly eventually getting that frag, so NRG get their first round on the board.
Yeah, it was a fortuitous start to that round, wasn't it? As Tabson picks up that kill through the wall.
Yeah,
to get the ball rolling for NRG. But it will be the Immortals here rebuying into this one. Lucas just grabbing that Tech 9. Henny with that AWP in hand. And he will continue to try and work his way around the map with that scope. And it will be the double AWP setup on Peter and Tabson. And it will be Peter opening up the account. But Zeus has pushed through the smoke here to try and get the counter. But Peter's aware of the danger. Picks up the second kill. And a great start to the round for NRG.
That is a huge opening there for NRG. Peter doing some work with that AWP. He's been a little bit inconsistent with it at times, but just showing his potential there in the early exchanges of that round. And now it's left Immortals with a 2-man deficit to overcome, and you can see that they're just trying to wait out, see any CT aggression coming out, but at the moment, NRG have that man advantage. There's no need for them to push anywhere at all. In fact, they can just consolidate the bomb sites and try and hold as they are. But Bolts trying to make something happen for his team there. He does take down Legier in that B bomb site and will quickly fall away.
Yeah, they're going to have to play more off Bolts if he can continue to just pick out that monster tunnel. He's did it last round to no avail, and once again, he's trying to help his team fight from behind in this one to bring them back from the brink. He'll throw a volley of bullets through that timber fence and try and get some damage off. But the NRG guys, as you said, really not that keen on pushing out and trying to get picks here. They're just biding their time. Peter with that flashbang is going to pick towards long. No, he hasn't done that one just yet. He's still desperately trying to find kill. The flash comes over and they're going to be alerted to the danger. It will be Peter, but he misses that one. Could be crucial, it is. But it's just the one kill there for Henny that's going to be the outcome. No, wait, that's two. Godby comes in late here. The bomb will go down. Bolts actually picking up the kill with 5 seconds to go. The bomb goes down. Tabson now 2 versus 1. Henny picks up the 3rd kill on his way into the bomb site, and Immortals would look like a desperate situation there. 5 versus 3. Make it work in that A bomb site.
That's some fantastic work in the late round from Henny there with that AWP, just to be able to put that round beyond doubt. Immortals taking that one in the end after losing 2 players early on. Peter will surely be frustrated with his team as scratching his head how they actually lost that, having a 2-man advantage early on, and Bolts just ripping the head off Legier there at the monster tunnel, and a monster headshot to complement that as well. In the meantime, though, the rest of Immortals are actually really passive in the way that they're playing. So you can see they're very much turtled up near the playground. On the other hand, NRG themselves really spread across the maps. The only real cluster of CTs are actually in that B bomb site. You can see that Tabson and Peter are actually playing very separated. Yeah, this is a bit of a confusing setup here for NRG, because I just don't see how this setup will possibly win you a round. Everyone's so isolated. There's no way that Immortals are going to lose gun battles to 2 pistols. They had to sort of gamble on one site and, I guess, risk that the round wasn't going to go their way, stacking A or B. Having 2, P250s at each site really isn't going to be the best prospect for them. No, it wasn't going to bode too well for him. Tabson actually catches out Phelps in middle there, and will take his head off with that Desert Eagle. But in the meantime, the rest of Immortals have actually taken control of this B bomb site. Fugly does go down. Luke is very advanced in his position. We'll take him, and we'll also take Godby as well. So it's only Tabson now. He has that AK to try and save, and he's going to try to distance himself as far away as possible, holding in the bathroom. So we will see Zeus, coach turned player, going on the hunt. Yeah, all of Immortals will evacuate now. Great start for them. 4-1 will become 5-1 in just a moment as this bomb ticks down. But Tabson here saving that okay for greener pastures next round, but he can't do it. Zeus able to connect there with a few bullets down the range. 5-1, and right now NRG need to try and amp this one up on their map pick. And you can see just how much that would have bolstered the NRG economy if they would have managed to save that AK. It's actually Legier that has the short straw. He has to use that UMP. We know it's actually quite a viable weapon against armor, particularly used if in that close quarters area, but unfortunately may have preferred an AK. Yeah, Peter there taking advantage of a long spawn. He'll get a lot of information here with that scope up, continuously pushing through this area, trying to find a kill, but he won't because all of the players are at B. And now this is going to trigger a B push. No, it in fact will not. It'll just be Immortals guys slowing it down and finding pick after pick. Fells getting that one there to go for his team. Now Immortals will reset, regroup, and make sure that bomb goes down to B in a timely manner. There it goes. They will go up 6-1 here, and it's a worrying display. I don't rate that gamble at all, to be honest. That seemingly unnecessary as Godby and Legier pushed through that smoke. I think they were trying to catch out Immortals as they set themselves up for a B execute, but in the end it really didn't help them at all. Peter goes down, loses an AWP. Fugly now is contending with Phelps here. He does actually take him down in the end, and unfortunately will not be able, at the moment anyway, to save that AWP out because Bolts is right on his tail. He does take him as well, so he's doing a good job, and he will actually secure the AWP as well, but Zeus is underneath that ladder. Yeah, great stuff there from Immortals. Almost going down, he does. Zeus finds Fugly, goes halfway up the ladder, and then drops down. Kills him with the spam. Nice stuff there, Immortals. Keep this one rolling on, Jim. 6-1. It's now starting to become a little bit worrying. And that right there is a commentator curse in full effect. Absolutely. We love to curse. Off camera.
Off camera, of course.
Family show.
Well, at least not on this particular stream.
There's only so much you can bottle up Australians.
Well, that's right, isn't it? We're a rowdy bunch, but we can concentrate on the task in hand when required. And that's exactly what NRG are going to have to do here, Jim, because they've been put very much behind the 8 ball here in the first 7 rounds. Now, going into round 8, they're going to have to eco here. And this looks like a tactical pause for NRG, which is odd because they're going to go into an eco. So usually you can take attack pause just before a gun round, you know, get that strategy fresh in your team's mind and then just go for it. But here they're taking the time to discuss. So I'll leave that one though in the capable hands of God B, someone far more qualified than I to decide when his team requires a tactical pause.
Definitely. No, I think sometimes in these sort of situations it's smart to use it on the CT side, simply because on that T side, if you do need to use the tactical pause, you can use it on an eco round, old school style. Sit around and spawn because the T side generally will dictate the pace of play on a map like Overpass. So I think if they do need one later in the match, it's probably best that they use it in that sort of style. So yeah, it's 6-1 down on the favoured side. I'm not too sure. I think that gamble on the round where Legier actually had to buy in with that UMP, that double push through the monster tunnel, has really come back to bite them there. It was probably an unnecessary gamble. But I mean, hindsight is 20/20. It's easy for us to sit back and pick apart that decision. But yeah, I'm just not too sure what the overall intent was.
Yes, difficult to understand, especially at the point at which they did it in the round 2. It was very, very early on. It wasn't as if they were waiting and then needed to regain map control after losing an early pick. There was no real structure behind why they did it. It was, as you said, very impromptu and random, but that will be Legier going down to Lucas, rolling in there. Taps it, will pick up one, that's nice. Shooting with the P250. A couple more required before this really becomes problematic for Immortals, and it in fact is not going to be problematic. It's going to be Peter fighting from the pit. And that will be Henny grabbing the Glock kill, 7-1. And now the gun round from NRG comes in. The AWP straight onto Peter. He's been great with that so far. One round in particular, he was very aggressive and got the job done, but they ended up losing the round anyway. So interesting there for Peter. He needs to switch that one around and make sure that he's available in the last 30 seconds to make those kills.
Yeah, I'm keen to see it in his hands once again. So, I mean, he's been prolific with it, obviously, early on, and he'll be keen to make another impact here. But the change of pace coming out from Immortals, they're going to push him right back into that bomb site with the fast take, the smoke, the Molotov, pushing him right back out of position. And you can see that territory play from Immortals has paid dividends. They've been forced to play back into the bomb site. Only Tabson outstretched there at long in the park, but at least he's got Peter with that AWP to cover him. But Legier gets completely blindsided there from Zeus as they take short fast. And now they're going to force their way onto this B bomb site. Fugly finds a reply. Peter actually gets another frag as well, and it's all coming to a flashpoint here in the bomb site.
Yeah, surprised Peter didn't go for the boost there over the top of the little grey wall. Now a series of Molotov and smoke from Henny will block the progress. CT's back towards the bomb site. The bomb hasn't been planted yet though, so still plenty of time here for NRG to regroup, but that will be Bolts getting yet another headshot moving into the B site. He's on point with his entry fragging. Lucas there, spamming away. He will get one and make that 2. Beautiful control there from Lucas. Suppressive fire, keeping the CTs in a very narrow corridor. And once again, NRG, their economy's on the fritz.
Yeah, it's a bitter pill for them to swallow as well because they did take that tactical timeout. And they didn't really come up with anything too different in that round. I mean, Peter tried to get aggressive again, tried to emulate what worked for him in those first exchanges with that AWP, but he was pushed right out of position. And great recognition there from Immortals to realise that something like that was going to probably happen again, and they really just pushed him out of the area as Phelps now cleans up. Fugly and Peter, they go down. Bolt's holding strong here, and will actually pick up Tabson as well. Looks for the second frag, gets Legier as well, and now got B. The in-game leader for NRG is the last one left, and Immortals haven't actually made any moves towards the bomb site just yet.
Not just yet, and I mean, the round's not over, but God B here faces an unenviable task of trying to go 5 versus 1 against Immortals right here. I think the primary objective for him now will be to get a gun and get away with it. So he'll just try and weasel his way around the map and find a little opening there for a frag or two. But forget that. Fells has just come up from behind and give him the old shankaroo.
You had to add a roo in there to make it really Australian, didn't you?
You call that a knife? This is a knife.
It's not a knife. It's actually, there's an O in there.
Knife.
Knife.
Yeah. So you've played knifey spoony before then.
Either way, he reaps the reward, and that, of course, is financial there, and a little bit of yoke on Gobby's face, but they are putting pressure here on Peter. He's going to be swarmed, but misses that no-scope opportunity, tries to disappear into the smoke. He will actually find a frag onto Zeus, so he's somehow emulated the BGs and stayed alive in that instance, but now you can see there is a lot of broken play across the map, but Tabson's actually been caught out of position. He's been taken down by Lucas there, and now it's back to a 3 versus 3 situation.
Yeah, all squared off here. If you look at the radar up the top, there's almost a mirror image of what's going on between the two teams right now. They're just basically shadowing each other around the map, jostling for position, and just waiting to regroup before eventually they'll go back towards what looks to be the B bomb site, given where the bomb is right now, but that can change in the blink of an eye. Bolts has also had a tendency to want to go towards B as well. He's had a series of great headshots through that monster tunnel, so he's going to be on fire towards that part of the map. He's got his angles worked out, and he's just waiting for the word from Lucas and Henny.
Interesting that Bolts is separated from the pack, though, so it could not, work out for them the way that they planned, but you can see now with Fugly going down, the rotation is actually going to come off that B bomb site, so this will play into the hands of Immortals as Henny and both Lucas make their way onto the A bomb site. Great work from there, picking up Gobby, and now they're just going to continue to try and push through. Leisure gets the frag, but it is of little consequence at all, as the Immortals are just heaping on the pain here, and NRG are struggling to find the answers.
Yeah, that was a complete meltdown from NRG. They got the first couple of picks and then just systematically got taken out one by one across the map, isolated and eliminated there from Immortals. So, yeah, it's not a great look for them, as they're now starting to just bleed rounds that they definitely should be winning. It's just not a matter of Immortals sort of winning these clutches. They're being thoroughly outplayed right now. NRG, Immortals look to be on a whole another level, at least on Overpass, and they're getting the job done right now.
And the pistols come out from NRG, backed up a little bit by some armor as well. But Leishy's playing a very dangerous game. He's actually been caught out a few times already by Bolts, and he's willing to run that gauntlet again. So you can see Peter steps out of the bathroom there. That flash is perfect. He actually capitalizes, grabs Zeus's gun as well. Or actually not able to just yet, but he grabs his life. So it's a successful round already there with Peter taking down one. But you can see now they're very much consolidated behind that smoky mid. That smoke will fade in just a moment, as we do see Fugly using that one way at the chair to try and get himself a frag. Not able to. Does get away, takes a lot of damage for it, but that grenade takes him down to 1 HP.
Yeah, very close call there for Fugly. He'll go down, I'm sure, in a very short time, but the danger for Immortals here is pretty great as they're walking into a bit of a stack. That's a nice shot there by Fells as he works his way into the bomb site. He spots a second. Can he get it? No. That's a nice shot there by Tabson. So now 3 versus 4, but these rounds have all gone the way of Immortals so far, and it looks as though the trend will continue as the two terrorists trade in towards the B bomb site. But this is going to be a short push here from the counter terrorists. That's an excellent counter flash there from Bolts, and the plant will go down. The teamwork just reigning supreme there as Peter tried to push in and get the job done, but it will be Tabson and Peter just getting outworked there by the Brazilians. Immortals go up 11-1, and this is a dominant display as NRG. They're reeling backwards, but at least they're going to have a gun round here.
Yeah, one bite of the cherry left, I guess, is probably the best way to put it. They've just been absolutely blown out of the water. Peter, again, with that AWP, if you're looking to make something happen, I don't know whether he's going to go as aggressive as he has in previous rounds. Looking at the radar, he actually has gone all the way down the middle connector as well, so he's going to look to try and catch someone off guard, but you can see that Immortals really haven't committed the numbers there. In fact, they've committed the numbers to the toilet. So Peter's actually able to find the frag there. Tabs and Fugly finding one as well. And Immortals have actually lost numbers early on in the picture here. So this change of pace, this aggression from NRG actually has worked out. It was met with aggression from Immortals as well. So the trades just happened to work out in the favour of NRG and got the bomb down. Henny has been smashed down to 11 HP. And he's a long way from the action at the moment. He actually is able to catch out Fugly. But there's a lot of work to do in this instance. If you can do some damage though and pick up another 2 frags, then that's really where it's going to put NRG's economy on the rocks.
Lots of good work there done by the NRG lads. That's a lot better. They had no hesitation there in the start of the round. They pushed out together as a team. They were able to pick up the kills. Peter in particular has done a great job picking up that first kill of a lot of rounds. They haven't been able to convert just yet, NRG, which they were able to do that round. But, you know, you can see there, he's on 11 kills, and a lot of those are just, you know, 1 kill and then die, or 2 kills, then die. So he's doing a great job right now for his team of getting those kills, but he needs some help.
He does need some help indeed, and you can see now Immortals taking control of that connector, and they are met by Fugly. Picking up the double, he's traded out though. Zeus is able to capture him and take him out swiftly, but the damage has been done, and they have a man advantage at the moment.
They do, but that hasn't meant much in previous rounds. Countless 3 versus 4s and 3 versus 5s won by Immortals already in this engagement. 11-2 is the score, 2 rounds remaining before the end of the half, and it will be now Zeus and Henny at 2 versus 4. And they're going to pick up a free kill there as Leisure just walks into that monster tunnel, and this is going to be dangerous here if this doesn't get done by Tabson. It does though, but once again you can see the financial damage that they have already done here.
Just going for a leisurely stroll, and he gets caught out doing so, but now it's Henny 2 versus 1 situation, and they know where he is. They know he's in that B bomb site, and surely that information now has been relayed as that bomb is faked out, but no one is making a move here at the moment from NRG. Gobby and Peter, surely this one will be very tough for Henny to make, particularly once he commits to that bomb plant. Now with Peter changing his position as well, this is where Henny should be going looking for that frag, trying to make it easier on himself. And he is going to push. Misses the shot though. Gobby getting the frag, and you can see NRG actually able to bring 2 AWPs into this next round, and this is the last round of the half.
Certainly is NRG with signs of life, but is it too little too late? I fear the worst for them here as they're just finally starting to get their act together on their CT side. 2 ops in play now, and a complete barrage of grenades there on every single player. Smokes, Molotovs, flashes, the works, and a complete arsenal of weaponry too. So NRG looking in good shape now in this last round of the half, but they very, very much need to win it as Peter puts pressure on the party and short toilet area. But he's going to be isolated with that Molotov and find it very difficult to assist his team. Fugly does get one, but he's been tagged down pretty low. Peter, great pressure here. I don't know why they're not aware of that presence, because he did fire his orb a couple of times from that staircase.
Well, if they choose to ignore him, maybe he'll go away, but the pressure's come in from Immortals. They've made this work in their favour. They've now taken 2 lives away at that A bomb site. You can see the CT rotation is right on that doorstep. So 3 versus 3 situation. Still a lot of work to be done in this round from Immortals. They will get that bomb down though.
Yeah, and Fells continues to do that work required, and now he's got the crosshair on Fugly. Bolt picks up the last, and Immortals will go 12-3 in the half. A absolute stomping there from Immortals. It's a shame that NRG didn't get their CT side going a little bit sooner. They had no problems getting picks. They had no problems isolating the opponents in the first 30 to 45 seconds of the round. They had mass problems shutting down map control and territory in the last sort of 30 to 40 seconds. They lost too many there, and they'll be disappointed with how they weren't given the start to each round.
Yeah, they were just simply losing the battles early on, and unfortunately, they just didn't bode too well for them. I mean, Peter, try as he might, was making things happen for NRG, and he was probably the one positive that they could take out of that half. But I mean, it's a rough drop. This was their map pick after all, so they're being given a masterclass in Overpass by Immortals at the moment. So NRG need to make this work on their T side. You would expect them to have something quite rigid, quite structured. That's definitely a telling sign of a God B team. It's just how rigidly structured they will be. And I'm keen to see what the German, or should I say Turkish mastermind can come up with.
Yeah, originating from his country of origin, I should say, is Turkey. He spent the vast majority of his illustrious career playing in Germany with Mouse Sports and earning a lot of accolades there before now coming back to CSGO with NRG and making the switch to North America.
Exactly right. We followed these guys from their formation actually throughout the Canopit League, so I'm really keen to see how they've actually developed. I haven't been able to catch a lot of them recently, but I mean, since adding Tabson, I felt as though God B's felt a little bit more at home. Obviously, the results haven't followed as they've wanted, but the ESL Pro League is a fantastic chance for them to really develop themselves as a side, and I'm interested to see how they're going to integrate Fugly into this roster.
Yeah, it's a work in progress, and the funny thing about CS is that sometimes it doesn't work, and all of a sudden it starts clicking, and everything falls into place.
Oh dear, custard arm.
That isn't going to fall into place there for NRG. Is the grenade is quite short. It will be Tabson opening up the account onto Lucas, so that's a good start here. They're going to have to capitalise that Zeus and Henny combine there for one of the kills, and then it's just a complete demolition. 13-3 is the score, and NRG barely getting out of spawn before they were completely crushed.
Maybe Gobby spent a little bit too much time in North America.
His pleasant stay is over. It is now. He did go there to enjoy himself. Now it's a work. Now it's a working holiday. All of a sudden. It is hard work though when you're behind like this and you're the in-game leader trying to motivate the troops and trying to figure out a fix to maybe an unfixable problem of talent. I'm sure God B recognises the two rosters and what they should be capable of, given that he's played at the highest possible level of the game. He'll understand what he's up against here, and whilst he'll be disappointed with a lot of the rounds, he can see the full picture.
I think that grenade is pretty much telling of NRG's escapade so far on Overpass. It really hasn't come off for them. It's been difficult. Immortals are just beating them in every aspect of the match so far. I mean, tactically, in terms of aim on aim as well, it's not working out for them. And when it's come down to those rounds, where it's the 2 versus 2s, the 3 versus 3s, Immortals are just simply playing them out of the map here. But God B is able to find Phelps and take him down, gaining that UMP. But you can see now Henny in a position here to do a lot of damage as they encroach on this A bomb site.
Yeah, but there's a good chance that NRG might steal this one away. A couple of headshots here for God B and Co, and they could be in with a shot. Henny picks up one. God B trades nicely, and now this is all going to be on the two players in the CT bomb site. Immortals trying to defend. It will be Bolts picking up one. He needs to do more. Can he get another one? He doesn't. God B picks up one, and then Bolts goes down. Lucas now 1 versus 1 here with Fugly. The Molotov will go onto the bomb. That's a lot of damage being sustained there by Fugly. He will get the plant. He's on 9 HP, and he's completely trapped, so this should go the way of Lucas. There's just no escape for Fugly. And while the NRG guys put in a fantastic showing on that eco, well, that Force pistol, I guess that's the story of the game for them. Close but no cigar on so many rounds. The score blew out, but a lot of those rounds were very, very close.
They have been close, but as I said, I think it's just the fact that Immortals on those 2 versus 2s have just been far superior.
Yep, Immortals continuing on their winning ways in the game, picking up the 14th round. They've managed to win 3-4 NRG. And I guess it's been a closer game than the score, but overall Immortals have just been vastly superior in those 3v3 situations or 3vx situations. The teamwork is just fantastic for Immortals. NRG not so much, and they'll have to try and tune that up going into the next game, because this one isn't long for this world. 3 AKs and 2 pistols now on the side of NRG, and they've really got to grind out something dirty here.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for them, but that is a good start. Peter picking up Phelps, and now you can see they're starting to take some territory here, NRG. They've pushed Immortals out of mid, and they've had to reconsolidate. You can see that they've had a heavy concentration towards the B bomb site, and now it's a foot race to A.
Yeah, there's a CT presence here shown, but it's always behind the actual bomb site itself here. Bolts will try and make his way around into the bomb site. Gobby's got him out. Nice shot there from the in-game leader, and now Peter moves up and around that van, gets the spot out, and will pick up a rifle, but it won't mean much there. Henny trades into that frag there with Fells. Gobby gets his second for the round. This is important for him to get going. Maybe just a little leisure, picks up one, and now Gobby will pick up a third. Sweet round there from the in-game leader from NRG, and maybe that's the spark that they needed to get going, but still such a long way to go for them, as Immortals seems to be trapped here on Eco.
Yeah, the hard reset there for Immortals as a result too, and they're actually going to buy into this round by the looks of things. So this is a dangerous round that NRG actually have to overcome, because they have that scout in play. They've got Mag 7 there on Zeus, and they've got pistols there to just potentially drag down those players that are tagged by the scout. So they've taken that scout towards long. Henny playing solo there, but the rest of the Immortals side are just pairing up.
Yeah, there's definitely safety in numbers when it comes to being behind in the arms race here in CSGO, as Peter's been tagged there with that scout. So early damage there for Henny as he gets his first bullet to hit. I'm sure we'll see more from him as the round unfolds. Bolts with that P250 just holding the close angle at long, while his teammate tries to scout out the staircase underneath. Leisure with a nice shot there onto Zeus. He was in and out of that staircase. NRG trying desperately to find something. It's just a spark here to get themselves back in the game, and it will be Fells picking up NRG Peter after the scout damage was put out at long, and that's Tapson getting one, and Godby following through as well. So finally some momentum here for NRG, and they're going to move towards that A bomb site, but they're stalling right now. They're just waiting to group up and decide together, but it looks like A.
Yeah, smart move there to just group up and take the bomb site as a whole. There are only 2 counter-terrorists remaining, so even if they trade out evenly, they've got themselves a round win, and they're very cautious given the HP of both Leisure and Godby. Also Tabson too, so it's a round that's sitting in the balance if they don't check this corner.
Yeah, this is really awkward for Bolts. That's Leisure coming through there and pre-aiming that spot. Great use of the crosshair placement. No chance there for the CT player to even get a bullet off. Immortals being pushed a little bit here right now. NRG on their own map pick, starting to find some form. They're going to drag themselves up to 14-5. And unless Immortals can start making some adjustments here, I mean, they've lost pistol and a couple of the ecos, so they'll get weapons soon enough, and we'll see what they're really made of on their CT side. But it's not over yet. NRG, if they can manage to get a bit of a roll on here, Jim, CT side can be difficult to control that money.
Speaking of rolls, we'll see Godby roll Lucas there in the playground. And I'm sure that may have been scenes from a few people's childhoods.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, Immortals will choose probably an eco here. And maybe even a double if they force into that round, because they've got so many rounds to play with here and they only need 2. So safety here being taken by Immortals. They will eco once again. I don't think NRG will necessarily know that this will be an eco. They might have an inkling, but they don't necessarily suspect that Immortals will go full eco here.
I suspect they know that Peter has got that. He's got that UMP in his hands, and he'll be looking to try and farm some more money, because it's likely that they're going to use him with that AWP. So they're going to try and get him as the entry into a few of these sites, I suspect, just to try and farm some of that cash, that money bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, NRG should know that Immortals are eco, but because Immortals are so far ahead, they might just be buying into everything here and pushing this one. So they do have a tendency to do so and buy up and be aggressive, as we saw last round. NRG taking no chances here. Fugly mulling that one out and just playing the waiting game. Will spot someone out in the B-bomb site, but looks as though the attack's going to come towards A. That's a good thing, especially for NRG, because the majority of the forces for the Immortals is at the B-bomb site.
And Peter is the man on the mission. He's the one that's been tasked with investigating this A bomb site, and as inquisitive as he is, he's just looking for these frags now, and he nearly walks in the crosshair of Henny. Gets that frag though, so he does get the money bonus associated with that, and now you can see that Immortals, they recognise this, and they're not too keen on pushing just yet. They're not keen on feeding that SMG, that money bonus, because they want to try and starve their opposition. They're playing the long game here, and Fugly does take down Zeus. A very deep lying lurk there from Fugly. It was a risk of being isolated, but there was no heavy rotation, luckily for him, through the spawn. So we will now see the 3 remaining Immortals just holding off on that B-bomb site.
Certainly will. 3 of them just not, as you said, giving away those kills. It's just a matter of starving the opposition of some resource. There's financial resources. And now, finally, the Immortals team will buy into this round. But no ult for Henny. That's interesting there. He's probably going to get aggressive. They love to do that when he's not AWPing. So we'll see what unfolds here for Immortals as they try and close this one out against NRG. But NRG finding a bit of form in their T side here on their map choice. Remember, we are doing 2 separate best of ones. It is going to be this map first, and then I believe we'll move to Train. Is the second map here? Cache. Sorry. It will be Cache is the second map here.
Or Cache if you're unfamiliar in Australian.
No, it's definitely Cache.
It is definitely Cache.
It's definitely Cache. Not cash. Cash is what you pay with groceries. Cache is the map.
Either way, there is a burning ring of fire in mid.
Well, that's Johnny Cash. That's completely different itself. But Immortals here will regroup on that A-bomb site. Fells getting nice and close to Tabson on the other side of this smoke. And common spot here, so Fells needs to be careful that he doesn't leave himself exposed so far away from home.
It's going to be rough too, because he has no support at the moment from his teammates, and he's so close. If that smoke fades on him, he could be in a bit of trouble. But
even
luckily,
if he tries to run away here, though.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, luckily he's actually really disciplined. Does have another smoke up his sleeve, so he's going to delay that take even further. But there's 34 seconds remaining in the round, and you can see NRG are grouping up for a hit.
Yeah, they should have known, though. And he finally gets exposed there. Something must have peeked through or got through the little gap in the smoke on the left, and that's going to cost him. He was out of position for some time, but the read's going to come in here for the CTs, that this is going to be a hit. The problem is, Fugly's there waiting for the damage to come, and Bolt comes in late with the flank from Lucas. Lovely teamwork there from Immortals. And although it was Fells in mid, he didn't get the kill, but he delayed them for so long, and that allowed his teammates to eliminate the other possibilities, make the rotation, and Immortals pick up their 15th.
Yeah, I think it may have even appeared on someone's radar there through the smoke. There was enough of them around.
Yep.
But either way, you're right. He did enough to delay them in every aspect there, and it was the handiwork of Bolts in the sights that actually took down the bomb whilst it was trying to enter. So that round just went pear-shaped for NRG, and unfortunately, they find themselves here conceding match point.
Yeah, Immortals on a roll. Zeus continuing on to Leisure there with a shotgun kill, and he'll grab that AK straight away. So one step closer towards their goal here, Immortals, of closing this one out. Fells picks up Tabson. This could spell the last round of the game for NRG on their map pick. Henny there with the scope, moving towards the party. It's Fugly coming through. He might get one, but he'll get traded out straight away there, Fells. In great position. The 2 players there from Immortals above and below. And now it's all left up to Peter, but I believe this one is all over. Bar the shouting, he's going to have to do something beyond miraculous here. Peter picks up the first onto Fells. And the urgency has gone up here from Immortals. They start to zone in on his location. You can see all the blue dots there circling, making sure that he doesn't have a good look. But he's actually picked up the second kill here, Peter. And with the bomb in hand, I don't think he knows the danger that awaits him in that staircase. He'll go down. It will be game point to Immortals. They've done a great job battling against the odds there against NRG on their map choice. So, fantastic performance, and they'll take a lot of confidence into their map pick on Cache.
But it was a dominant performance from start to finish there, and NRG, they weren't really given any wiggle room at all, and when they were given that hard reset, so their economy never got going. Despite Peter's best efforts with that AWP to really open things up, you could see that the team play from Immortals was what really won them those rounds, and it unfortunately blows out for NRG on that first map, but they still have the second map to redeem themselves, so hopefully doing a little bit better on Cache.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Very, very difficult for them to come back from this. So we should expect that the Immortals guys will head onto their map choice and give them the business once again. There was a clear difference in skill for me in regards to the preparation in the teams and the chemistry. Not necessarily the individual shooting ability of each player, but certainly from a team perspective, they seem to have the number of NRG there, especially in those 3v6 situations. But Jim, before we go into Cache, we might just take a very, very short break, and we'll be back with map 2 of the series in just a moment.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League Match Day 7. We're here in the North American division, and we're onto the second map between Immortals up against NRG. Pete, it was a blowout in the first map. Overpass went largely the way of Immortals.
Yep.
And here we are on Cache.
Cache indeed. Cache indeed. As
Make that Cache money.
Make that Cache money, yeah. So, look, it's going to be a difficult prospect here for NRG. Anyone with 2 brain cells will be able to figure out that they're going to have a tough time on this map. If they couldn't win their own map pick and they got blown out on that one, it's going to be a very, very difficult prospect for NRG. They simply got outclassed on that map in terms of teamwork, in terms of preparation, in terms of overall strategy. The shooting was also in the favour of Immortals, and when all those things are going against you, not just one or the other, you know, you're not outwitting them, but then losing the gun battles, or vice versa. When it's everything like that, it's difficult to see how NRG are going to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, head to head, it seemed as though Immortals were just overall better counter-shoot players. That's the real difference.
Counter-shoot.
Counter-shoot players, yes.
Interesting.
They were better at countering than with the shoots. But all jokes aside, Immortals, far more polished, far better as a unit, working in their pairs. And, I mean, when you've got players at your disposal, like Henny, who's hitting some shots, I mean, it's going to be difficult. But here's the thing with the Immortals' performance. None of them clearly stood out amongst the rest. They were all pitching in.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't really remember one particular round. Henny had a couple of good rounds, as you said, but for me, it was just Bolts. Was the only one sticking out in my mind because he kept getting those B frags on the T side from Monster. He continuously was just able to peek onto the number of NRG players and just continuously come up trumps. So he's the only one that stood out for me. But in terms of number of frags, he didn't stand out particularly at all. He was just getting the job done in a really good way for them.
Yeah, he really was the nuts and bolts of the team in terms of just going about his business. So it's Cache now. It's a map that we've seen NRG actually do quite well on before.
Yep.
But this is Immortals' pick. So, I mean, I'm expecting the traffic largely to be dictated by Immortals. And it'll be dependent on which side they actually take here. I think they're lining up in the pistol now.
Certainly
They're
are.
going into this pistol as CTs. So Immortals will just have that slight advantage with the map Cache.
Yeah, as if they needed another one, but they will get the CT side of things. And I do fear for NRG, but hopefully they can pull this one out of the bag. We did see a similar situation this morning in the Euro games, where one of the teams got blown out and then came back in the second map to be competitive. Not to say that they won the second map, but they were competitive. And really, we saw it yesterday with the Cloud9 match as well.
Yeah, it's one of those instances too where you really need to distance yourself mentally. And as you said in yesterday's conversation about it, it's easier to distance yourself from a massive blowout first up.
It is. It's much harder to get a 16-14 loss off your mind that could have come down to one round or another, but when you get blown out like they did, it's easy to say, look, we didn't play well. Let's get our game on here as Immortals take control of that A main area, and they've actually got a lot of information here, have Immortals, and they're going to rotate towards that B area. Or they think that they will pretty shortly. Yeah, there's a couple of players moving. Lucas here will throw a nice looking flash and fire down upon the squadron of terrorists in front of him, but he'll get isolated here, and Lucas goes down, and Tabson takes down Zeus through the smoke. 6 shot there, and just like that, NRG look like they're in position to win this one, but the first kill goes the way of Bolts on the retake. Laser gets a good looking shot there onto Fels. And Watts by the shouting here. Peter doing the damage. Bolts, Henny go down, and NRG start with a bright spark, and they get the job done on the piss around.
Tabson, no worries through that smoke, but you could see that they actually tried to running boost that at Tabson over the pick line, so that was, it didn't actually work out, but I must admit I do like the willingness to do something a little bit different from NRG.
Oh, that grenade's going to hit Henny just above the head and do a big chunk of damage, 55 in 1, and that's going to force him away from that white box at mid. Zeus just peeking around the corner there with his teammate, wondering if the attack will come to be, but it looks as though NRG are pretty content on this mid control, and they're going to fight their way into A after they do so.
You can tell they're just being very, very slow and methodical after taking a lot of territory. Mid is the key on this map, particularly if the CTs are quite content to give it to them. Obviously, Immortals don't have the utility or the weaponry to contest it, but that is going to help. Phelps picking up Peter there in A main, but now it's action time here at B.
Yeah, and that's a good smoke there. What a shot from Lucas, but the smoke from Zeus will just prevent the terrorists from getting in there straight away. Zeus takes down the second player there, and he'll spray through the smoke with an AK, doing a lot of damage, and this is just capitulation in its highest order for NRG. Not sure exactly what on earth they were trying to do there, other than obviously take the B side, but just lackluster performance.
Lucas, what a beast. He's just ripped the head clean off with that Desert Eagle, and that set things up for the round. That smoke made it really difficult. I'm not too sure why they opted to push through the smoke into the bomb site, but that didn't bode well. They surrendered that AK straight away, and that round just went pear-shaped for energy so quickly. Isn't funny, but now you can see that it's NRG that are forced to buy the pistols here, and they've already lost Leisure, so the man advantage is with Immortals, and they are contesting. In mid, Henny is just not backing down until now. He has that AK and he's determined to try and get a frag before he's forced to fall.
Yeah, and the confusing part about last round for me is NRG just didn't use flashes to get into the bomb site. They were pretty content with just trying to run in there through the smoke and get it done, but Henny there fighting well, getting a couple before he goes down that bolt. We'll finish up the cleanup crew. 2-1 in the way of Immortals here, and they'll continue on their merry way through this one and force NRG onto another eco gym. I thought they were going to buy for just a second with some pistols and armor, but they've elected just a couple of P250s.
Yeah, gotta be a team that's far more disciplined than that, but you can see now he's got something in mind. He's got a smoke, and Peter's got that flash, so I mean they've got at least something planned there. It's heading towards this A main zone, but Phelps is going to push through that smoke, and he's going to do some damage with an SMG. He gets two, but he's taken down. You can see now that NRG have just been rattled a little bit, and they're not really going to have too much luck getting into this A bomb site at all. Bolts is standing at the gates, and he's denying them entry.
Yeah, great stuff there from NRG and from Immortals. Getting aggressive there, Phelps with the flash push, and he picks up a couple. Unlucky not to get more there, as he lost control of his recall just a little bit, but he timed that one to perfection. Peter now picking up the AWP for his team. He's been great on that so far, but he needs to do a lot of heavy lifting here, obviously, because Henny also has that AWP in hand. Lucas sticking with the SMG. Save a bit of money. Immortals will be very confident after not only the last map, but the way they've started this one. Flash isn't going to fool Peter this time, and Fells goes down. Good start here for NRG.
Yeah, but they've inserted bolts into A main, so Tabson actually takes him out completely, pushing that door. Window of opportunity has been seized, and now A is under a lot of pressure. You can see Henny is caught out in the open. NRG are making this work for themselves as they do make their way onto this A bomb site. And Zeus is the only one there providing resistance as Lucas goes down trying to rotate out of B. Fugly making a menace of himself, and now it's just Zeus in a fight for his life.
Yeah, great read there, though, from the terrorists circling him, so he won't be able to get away. Lovely shooting there from NRG as they make their way into the A bomb site. Immortals went for an aggressive pick there early on A main, don't mind that, but after that, the first pick didn't go their way. They didn't fall back into the site, they continuously fought in that A main area, and it cost them in the end, as Henny was caught with his pants down in that AWP forklift, and then the round just went the way of NRG. So there will be another buy here from Immortals after winning an eco round. Another AWP onto Henny, which may not be expected actually from the terrorists. This could prove to be an X factor here for Henny, because I know that they'll think he can afford to.
This double door push coming out from Immortals. It catches Tabson out, and they've actually got Zeus up in the vent in mid, so any late mid control coming out from NRG is going to be hampered by his presence, as we now see NRG look to boost. I do believe it's Peter up on that AWP boost, and he goes down, so Immortals are just picking apart NRG. They have no map control whatsoever in this round, and they have just been punished for that lack of presence, as now we do see Gobby and Fugly do get to hedge their bets towards that B bomb side. It is going to be a 2-on-2, and that's where they stand their best chance.
Certainly do, but I don't like their chances here at all. So Lucas will get the first, and that will become almost impossible here for Fugly. In fact, it does. And it will go 4-2 the way of Immortals. Just great picks there from the Orpa Henny, as well as the door push. Last round was A main, this round was door. The importance for Immortals there is they're going as a team regardless. When they're pushing, it's together, and they'll win or lose the round based on what happens.
Well, not only that too, and they're really unsettling, NRG. They can't find any rhythm at all, because this unpredictable aggression from Immortals is really causing them just to force and hold back. You can see they're setting up over towards this A bomb site here for an execute. Those smokes will go down, and this is almost telegraphing a hit for Immortals, and they're going to be expecting something once they see these smokes go down.
Yeah, Fels, you're in a really interesting position. If that smoke fails now, he's in a world of pain, but he's backing that it doesn't. The pop flash comes out, and he's now going to take control of this round pretty easily. He gets one, he gets two, he sprays down. Can he get the third? He does, and he probably gets the fourth as well.
Wow.
So, little goblin spot there against the left-hand door, serving him well. And Immortals pick up their 5th round.
He was just too fast there on the trigger, and they really didn't have time to turn around and trade him at all. And you can see now there is a pause coming out. I'm curious to see actually whether or not this is a tactical pause.
I think it is. I think it is a NRG tactical pause, because this is the same sort of situation. Gobby took one in last time, and it was exactly on an eco as well. So tendencies all the same. It was roughly the same point in the match with roughly the same value of equipment.
The difference is, though, I guess on the T side, you don't have the pressure that the CTs do, because the T side can dictate the pace. So if there's a tactical timeout on the T side in the early stages here, it's usually done by delaying your exit from spawn, not generally using your match pause available to you. So that lends me to believe that it may actually be a technical. We haven't received word either way, whether this is a tactical or a technical pause. But if it is tactical, I'm curious to see the reason for it, because it could have simply been a tactical pause used by just delaying your exit from spawn as Ts and just talking out your issue.
Yeah, I agree. So it'll be interesting once we find out what the issue is.
But I'm curious to get your opinion on this, Pete. NRG, they're not really having too much success at all. What do they need to change here? Or are they even capable of changing something at this point? Are Immortals just far too clinical?
I think it's probably the latter, but as if I was to put myself in the shoes of NRG, I obviously wouldn't think that. So from our position here, it certainly looks that way. But if I was on the NRG squad, I'd be saying to myself, look, let's just see if we can work out how to get a kill and then work our way backwards from there. So what the common, I guess, tendencies of Immortals have been so far is A, pressure. So they've got either 2 pushing A main or 2 pushing door, or the aggressive B push. So I'd probably set up for one of those and try and capitalize on the 2-man push. See if I can shut that down with a 3-man stack. Probably towards door. And then if it didn't work out late in the round, move back towards the middle. So for NRG, the secret of Cache always lies in the mid control, and you have to get it at some point as terrorists. If you get it at the start, that's great. You can flash over, boost, push up, and Molotov the CTs away. But at the end of the day, if you have to do it late, you still can. You can Molotov out that vent. You can pop flash over mid. You can smoke mid-con later on in the round to regain that mid control if you've lost it, or if you just want to avoid taking it early. Either way, it looks as though the NRG guys are going to wait for that Molotov to expire before they boost up. But the player under the boost there, Fell's going to hear all about this and prepare himself for at least. Oh, no, it's a counter boost here, and this is going to be pretty dirty. And Fells gets one, but immediately taken down. Does a lot of damage to Fugly, though. And now Bolts is sitting in that smoke in A. Will do a lot of damage as well. He gets another one, flicks around. He should be able to take care of business there on Fugly. He does, and then swings around for the third kill potentially as well. Great round there by Bolts, but Jim, I guess the question that you asked before about what I would do, pretty much get in the grills of Immortals and play their own game. Because right now, Immortals are dictating all the pace, even a CT.
They are. And that was a cheeky 4-kill by the forklift. But, yeah, they are. They're dictating the entire pace, and that was a technical pause. I was going to say, it baffled me as to why that would have been a tactical, but, yeah, it was a technical pause. So, look, either way, now Peter taking control of mid here. This is what we wanted to see from NRG. A little bit more of a focus on that middle there, and Peter is stepping up for them, already taking down the first two. But we've seen them lose it from here. So, look, it doesn't secure them victory just yet. There's a lot more work to be done for NRG if they're going to convert these early frags into another round win. Zeus there already whittling away that man advantage down to a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, so many times on Overpass we saw NRG go up at 1, even 2 entry kills, and then slowly but surely whittle those frags down. And Zeus is on the prowl here. He might pick up a second one. So once again, the same sort of thing is unfolding here. 5 versus 3 becomes 3 versus 3. And really, both of those players just wandered out with no real direction.
And the coach getting it done.
Great stuff there from Zeus. And now we concentrate more towards the A bomb site here for Immortals. Tabson going out mid here, but this will be a B pincer. Should be a B pincer here for the terrorist, and it will be all on the shoulders of Zeus. He's already got 2 kills. He needs a couple more here, and he realizes the jig isn't going to be A right now as the smoke goes underneath him. All on Zeus here.
He's going to let them into the bomb site, not contesting just yet, but he has the information. He'll be able to take down Gobby. No, he's not able to get that frag, so that could be very, very costly for them here. It's now down to a 2 versus 3. That bomb has gone down. Pressure here on Bolts and Lucas as they try and make this work for themselves. The pop flash is going to come in, and they're going to be sprung into action as we do see Gobby flatten Bolts there at heaven. And now all to do for Lucas, 3 versus 1. He's just looking to see whether or not anyone gets too adventurous. Peeking out there, taking an individual aim fight. And now he does go down to Tabson. So, well worked from NRG there in the 3 versus 3. Great work, though, from Zeus to bring it back down to a 3 versus 3. He wasn't able to do the D there in the end. And, unfortunately, surrendered himself. And NRG get themselves a 3rd round. So, Immortals, this is an interesting round panning out here because it's going to put them in a tough position if they do lose it. They're going to have enough money to potentially buy, but it's going to be a shabby one if they do choose to.
Yeah, rough round there for Zeus. He did such good work and then ultimately let himself down there. Missing the easiest shot of the round that he had. Had that frag gone his way, completely different round unfolds because Godby ends up getting an extra kill there. So really interesting stuff from Zeus, but he's not able to make it work. At the end of the day, though, Immortals are still 6-3 up and on the bye round, and they're going to patiently wait now. And they've actually stopped they've stopped the aggression here, which is good. NRG have put enough pressure now back onto Immortals to get a bit of respect back from their counterparts. And Immortals settling into a pretty default CT side here. 2 players on A in the form of Fells and Bolts, trying to patrol the area, but the terrorists really not forthcoming at A just yet, or anywhere for that matter. Now they'll start to finally get themselves into gear and work out where they want to go. It should be an A execution here, but no, they've decided to switch tack, go towards that vent. It will be a B hit.
Not a lot Lucas could do from that position there. He is rained on as the T's just pour into this B bomb site. Zeus goes down, and they have control here. Pushing through, though, Tabson. He's so keen for frags. He does pick up Henny, and Bolts and Phelps are going to have to try and combine here to at least silence Tabson, as he does do a lot of damage there to Bolts, but he does eventually get bowled out. Middle stump, and they're going to try and save their weaponry and flee this bomb site. You can see, though, NRG are positioned well to get the frags as Bolts goes down, And now it's going to be tough for Phelps to save this Colt. And as I say that, he is taken out as well. So great work from NRG in that instance. They're able to just crush the economy somewhat. As I said, if they did lose that round, it was going to put them in a tough position because they had power to buy. They had money, but it's going to be a shabby one at best. And you can see that they're now forced to just upgrade their pistols.
Yeah, great round from Immortals. Absolutely smashing there. Right up until they let it slip away. So, Immortals there, able to really string a few rounds together recently, but they had such a strong showing on Overpass. I think we all expected a little bit more of a one-way affair here on Cache, but NRG have really come to play, which is a great sign for them. They're fighting hard, and we expect nothing less from a God B-led side. Leisure there, picking up another kill on Henny. Lucas trading, though. So 3 versus 3, and this was all the way of Immortals on the first map. This is time to see if they can win any of those 3 versus 3. The answer is no. Immortals there, putting the squeeze on and winning that round in easy fashion. And it was an eco round with no armor. So yeah, Immortals putting NRG on notice.
That was strange because you could see the B main push coming out, and that put Fugly under a lot of pressure, and he just opted to try and pick there. He didn't need to fight. He had the information, and as they rushed that A bomb site, Bolts was able to just shoot them all in the back. So yeah, interesting, and they were picked apart because they didn't use any of the utility they had NRG. So they'll be disappointed with the way that they actually conceded that round. But Legia picks up Henny through the smoke, so a decent start here for NRG.
I don't know exactly what he was shooting at there, but he's hit the target nonetheless, and Henny goes down. Big cog in the wheel there for Immortals, goes down early in the round, so that may benefit NRG. Their in-game leader goes to the wayside. God B will get boosted up here and try and pick out mid himself to see exactly what is going on. He'll drop down as well, so probably another one of these B pincers coming in here from NRG.
That was interesting for me because Henny, look how far forward he was. He had an AWP in his hands. I'm not too sure what his overall intent was because unless he was planning on using it as a shotgun, I don't see why. But you can see Phelps, though, got himself into the A-main position here. Will be traded out, though. So he gets one, but unfortunately it's not going to be good enough now as we see Lucas rotating out that site. Fugly tries to catch him, but he's just sitting in that bomb site. Now the information's come back through, and you can see that that rotation has come from the CTs. They're going to hit this B bomb site.
Yeah, it's all going to be on Lucas, but he's on 19 HP, and 2 of his teammates are very, very far away. But he has let them know he's under pressure now. Lucas here will have to step wide around, and he's luckily made it to that left box, and that flash will ring true. Great pop flash there from Lucas, and he'll pick up a double for his trouble. Lovely play from the solo B player there.
Yeah, that was looking like a really hairy situation for him there. That Molotov forced him out of position. Unfortunately, NRG didn't actually catch him transitioning out of there, and that pop flash was perfectly timed, and it allowed Zeus to actually support him quite well. So the rotation, the cavalry arrived in time, and they do rescue that round for Immortals. And NRG are back on those pistols. You can see their economy just has been rattled a little bit, and they're just spreading out across the map in this default position here. You can see Leisure just trying to get out. He does get out through that smoke, catches Zeus unawares, and we'll be able to claim that gun as well.
Certainly will. Bells will push into A-main. That's over-aggression at its finest there. Bolts will wheel backwards to try and get to his car position to fight, but Henny is already on the flank, picking up a double and moving Immortals along to 9. So there was some early pressure here from NRG. They did come out firing, getting those early rounds, but ever since that point, it's been one-way traffic here for Immortals.
And Henny didn't let go of the W key. He was just keen on getting those frags over and done with in that A main, and yeah, they were just picked apart, NRG. And now they're back on those AKs. They're back on the rifles, but no AWP in Peter's hands, so he'll need to make it work with that rifle of his. You can see Zeus here could gain himself a collateral frag if they step at the wrong moment, but he's just changed his angle, and this is not boding well for NRG as they make their way through. They need to isolate Zeus here in the checker room. The Molotovs are going to do a good job of cutting him off from the rotation. He does burn alive, and now we see God B taken down by Phelps on that flank. And this is an awkward position for NRG to be in now. Flash, they're just being shot to pieces. And now it's back to a 2 versus 2. So the trades are good from both teams' perspectives, given the situation they're in. But Tabson does take down Lucas, and now it's back to a 2 versus 1. That bomb was already hightailed it all the way back towards the A bomb site. So great play coming from NRG. But Tabson on 9 HP could be caught out here.
Yeah, Bolt's lovely read on Tabson here. Wins that duel. And now faces Peter in a 1 versus 1. Bomb will go down, and he will get spotted out. Lovely shot there from Bolts onto Peter. Gave him no option at all. Weird line by Peter, though. You'd think after knowing he was going, like his teammate went down in mid there, he had a good read, and he stepped to the left of those crates. So he did take his life into his own hands and paid the price, but a lovely shot by Bolts.
Did Peter just close the door on himself, though?
No, he didn't even get to the door.
He went through A via the door, didn't he?
He might have. I'm not sure. We had the action on Bolts during the time he was coming through. I'm not sure whether he went through the door or whether he came straight through A main.
Yeah, I think he went through the door and he may have actually closed it on himself. So unfortunately, that might not have worked out for him. But nonetheless, we will see the Dak come out, the elephant gun, and that is for me just a sign of confidence from Henny.
Absolutely is. He's got that auto sniper, and it's actually a sign to me that he hasn't been that strong with the AWP either. Usually AWPers that haven't... he gets a shot through the wall there onto Leisure. Usually AWPers that haven't been hitting shots will go to that Dak late on in games to see if they can resurrect their scoped aim.
And that is the technical Australian term for that weapon as well, the Dak, if anyone's wondering.
Well, it's pretty obvious why.
Yeah.
It goes Dak.
We like to call things by their sounds.
Sounds of then in Australia. But look, NRG, if they pick up the last round, all hope is not lost. It's just that right now, looking increasingly unlikely, but Fell's unable to get that one to go. Bolts will be trapped in A here. Good Molotov. He'll force someone out of the door there, and he'll need a second frag here, Will Bolts, in order to hold on to this one. But his teammates have just melted the opposition, and Immortals go up 11-4 in this matchup. Danger time here for NRG.
It is danger time because there is a massive premium again placed on that pistol round. You can see the scoreline could very well get out of hand here, particularly if Immortals get off to a strong start. We've seen them very well prepared on their T side. Their team play has been a keynote of their performance, and I think that's going to continue onto their T side. So, look, NRG need to get themselves off to a good start, claw away at that deficit, and look, Gobby is a great in-game leader, but even he struggled against that Immortal side, and they struggled to get themselves entries into the site, particularly late in the round too. I think that's where Immortals team play really came into effect. You could see just the delay tactics once players were isolated in that site. For me, the A bomb site holds there were on point from an Immortals perspective, and even late round there, those B delay tactics with the flashes, the use of utility was enough to allow the rotation to come through from an Immortals perspective. So they've done a great job. Now they just need to round it out with the solid pistol and complete the battering of NRG.
Yeah, they're in a great position to do so. They're moving on to the T-side pistol, which I'm sure they have something pretty well organised in store for NRG. But at the same time, NRG do have those CT side USPs, which can be very, very deadly. Lots of close angles on cache where you can really get the shots off before your opponent really has a chance to fire back with that Glock. Yeah,
you can really silence your opposition with that weaponry. And I know we've touched on it briefly, but you're a fan of the new sounds.
I am. I'm a big fan of the new sounds. They've been optimized, I think, for TV, which I went through yesterday a little bit on the stream. But I just believe that the pistols, they sound a bit better, but more importantly, if you're watching it on a big stage environment or at home on a TV, projector, something of that nature, the new pistol sounds are optimized for that viewing experience. So whilst it's not maybe the best for some purists, I don't really think it makes that much difference. The sounds are different. They're not better or worse necessarily for some of them. But yeah, it's just a situation there where slowly but surely, the big commercialization of the game, There are some good things that come of it. Most good things come of it. And there are some small changes that we have to incorporate along the way. And I think that's just one of them. But yeah, I don't think it's really affected the players too much compared to, let's say, the recall changes that they made in roughly the same time frame.
Yeah, look, I think that's a really glowing change that they did actually make. But yeah, I agree. If anything, though, it makes the games in some aspects sound more like a home renovation than anything else, particularly if you're sitting at home watching a Counter-Strike match on your massive sound system. So your neighbours will basically just feel as though you are watching one of those home improvement shows.
The only one I'm not a fan of is the P90. I don't think that sounds good.
You're a fan of that sound?
I love that sound. As someone gets tased. I'm not a fan of the P90. It doesn't sound meaty enough for me. It's the only one. All those other SMGs, I'm fine with the clackety-clack for the rest of those SMGs. The P90 was always like, you know, bit of suppressive fire, bit of hardcore, foot to your jaw action, very fast-paced.
To be fair, though, it actually sounds like it does in the SG-1 series, the Stargate SG-1. So I think they've tried to emulate that and bring that into Counter-Strike.
It sounds like they've tried to emulate a sewing machine.
Did you know me?
To be honest. Yeah. At least for that. I'm not sure what the delay is here, ladies and gentlemen, getting this one to go live into the second half. Just must be waiting for the players for some particular reason.
But for those, I guess for those people that are unaware, there's a reason why we call this cache. We're Australian. We're from Australia, and we're privileged to be bringing you guys the ESL Pro League matches for the North American season. So yeah, it's great to be bringing you these matches live from our humble little studio here in Brisbane, Australia.
Absolutely, and the next matchup we have in store is a fantastic one. It's Liquid versus Winterfox. Winterfox, a new signing here from Australia. So we've got plenty of experience in at least one half of that game, and the other half has been filled in by the recent major. So we have a very, very exciting match coming up, but for the meantime, it will be Immortals trying to finish this one off. Bolt's very, very quietly, mind you. He's on 21 kills for 5 deaths. So he's had an absolute cracker of a first half for Immortals, and he looks to continue that form into the second half, I'm sure. NRG on the CT side, of course, being represented by Peter, Leisure, Fugly, Godby, and Tapson. On the Immortal side, Zeus, Fells, Bolts, Henny, and Lucas. And that's a straight Molotov. That looks like definitely looks like a counter-strategy style Molotov there into the short box. But it will be collapsing onto this A-bomb site, but that's gone both ways. 2 kills apiece, but now it will be a 2 versus 1 here for Fells to try and win this one for his team.
And the smoke goes up in the bomb site. It's going to allow him to at least use it for cover. He hasn't changed his position at all, so he's going to get up, or at least trying to outsmart his opponents. He was just content to actually sit in the smoke, so it is eventually hide-and-go-seek champion Godby. It does find him there, so the pistol round does go the way of NRG, but look, that was an interesting one. Things just exploded on that A-bomb site. That Molotov pushed the CT player back from highway away back towards the A-bomb site. They had a little bit of trouble getting out that door, Immortals, and it really was, to me, a miscommunication, funnily enough, because there was no one around to try and stop them getting out the doors from the CT side. They pressed the use button multiple times, and they actually closed it on themselves twice.
Yeah, it was a bit awkward getting out of the door, but I wasn't a fan at all of that clutch position there from Fells. He had the A main plant down, and he chose to swindle close in a smoke. A very, very silly decision there. He was never really going to have a shot at winning that because the 2 CTs rolling on opposite sides of the smoke were always going to get the information. As soon as he got one, he was going to be exposed with no cover. So whilst he survived for a little bit, it didn't serve him well. He was better off going to A main and looking to fight another day. And Phil picks up a gun here as M4A1S, and he's also on quite a substantial amount of health. So this one not going well for NRG at the start, nor has any of their anti-ecos really.
No, they've just been battered completely on these sort of anti-ecos, and this is where, look, you're going to struggle to win games if you can't...
Lucas there, transferring that aim, and this is a meltdown once again from NRG. They haven't even managed to kill. Not sure what's going on here. Leisure will chime in with one, but that'll be all they get. That was horrible from NRG.
And I'll finish my point. You are going to struggle to win games if you can't manage those anti-eco rounds, and that's exactly what NRG have had trouble doing. So, look, I know you're familiar with that same scenario, Pete, but look, it's a rough ride here for NRG.
It certainly is. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing on their anti-ecos either. They're certainly not grouped up. And they're certainly not sitting back. They're a weird mix of solo pushing and holding just generic spots. The M4A1 playing in mid, very easily retrievable. You know, all those little things that you have to think about when you're defending against those high-powered pistols in CS:GO. But they're not taken by NRG, and now Lucas will rip the head off Tabson and move Immortals closer to their 13th round.
It is a 5 versus 4 situation though, so they're making their way slowly. You can see they're just working things out here in mid, and they're grouping up, getting themselves ready for any potential trades that need to be made. You can see Phelps takes down Leisure with a swift spray, and now we do see them make their way and try and pincer this A-bomb site. It is indeed Phelps that is making his way up the highway there, so he's going to come into contact, potentially, with Fugly in the bomb site. It is Lucas that picks up the rotation. Fugly does a good job, holding strong here, gets the second frag as well. Looking at that third, he's able to find it, so great individual effort from him, but it's a 2 versus 1. They've got to go back and collect that bomb first, though, Immortals, before anywhere, and they're going to hit that B-bomb site, so they're going to play it safe here.
Yeah, they will get towards B, and Bolt's in a fantastic position, already having got into tree at CT spawn. I do not think that Fugly will have any idea that he's there, but he may just elect to go for a save here, and no, it looks as though he's committed. No, he's decided he's taken one look at that run towards B and tapped out.
Yeah, look, he's already made away with the bounty. He's gotten 3 frags. He's got an AK. More importantly, he's got an AK, and he's going to be saving it with armor as well. So there is a real incentive for him to try and hold on to this. Once that bomb went down, I think that sealed the deal. His decision had been made. He had to effectively ace to win them that round, and you can see now Immortals may just be trying to chase him. They're not really too committed to it, though, as you can see. It's only Bolts that is in pursuit, but even then, he hasn't really overextended himself past that truck. So NRG are surrendering rounds here, and 13-5 the score. Immortals just looking very, very comfortable.
Yeah, and the NRG money here is absolutely cooked. 1.9 on Godby and Tabson, so they're going to eco this one heavily. No armor purchased, only the remaining gun of Fugly with that armor as well in play for NRG. It's going to be very difficult for them to open this one up with a positive move, because they've got those pistols, and Immortals are in red hot form right now. Fugly's moved over to the B-bomb site though, Jim, with that gun. So they're trying to funnel, well, they should be trying to funnel the players from Immortals back towards B, but that's easier said than done. Of course, as Zeus opens that door and begins to engage his enemies there at A. He spots one out, but it's more about Bolts and Fells there, picking up one apiece and putting the pressure on Fugly to save his life.
He's going to overwhelm this A-bomb site. Not a lot Gobby could have done there. He was out of position, and Phelps takes him down. You can see now the CTs are split between the two sides. From Leisure's perspective, he's just doing damage here with that Desert Eagle. Look for another frag. He does get it there on Henny. So it is now back on him as he does make that 3rd frag for the round with the Desert Eagle. But you can see the distance that Lucas had in terms of superiority of weaponry. And he made it work. So Leisure does pick up a triple frag effort with that Deagle, but it's not enough to win the round, and NRG find themselves 14-5 down. But they have a gun round here. They have that AWP in Peter's hands, and they have a real chance of clawing it back if they can first secure this round.
Most certainly, and it's going to have to be a lot of heavy lifting by Peter here as the boost comes away from NRG.
And they boosted over that smoke too, so that's how they actually managed to get the frag, or the tag, should I say, onto to Henny. So he goes down to 17, but the they do surrender mid-control.
They do, and this will serve Immortals nicely as they warm to the task of getting their last 2 rounds and putting this one into the books. Just a slow split pick here from Immortals, nothing too fancy just yet. Waiting to group up before they make any serious moves. Leisure, after that AWP boost in mid, has been left there like a relic, just holding that one statically, as Peter has rotated with that AWP towards the B side of things, actually. Fugly here about to battle Zeus, and he gets a lot of damage off, but Fugly comes away with that one, so great start for NRG.
And they are going to make their way slowly towards this B-bomb site. You can see that the numbers are amassing outside the choke points there, so the bomb is slowly going to make its way across. You now see the CT rotation is no longer focused towards that A-bomb site. They are slowly inching their way towards the B-bomb site, and this is where it's coming to a flashpoint here. Peter hits that shot, hits the second shot onto Phelps through the wall, and now God B is just tasked with holding things, but he's done enough to repel, and Peter finishes what he started with that frag onto Henny. He did take him down earlier in the round and does get the second shot onto him. NRG holding strong, so there is life in them just yet, and more importantly, they have surviving members into the round, so they are able to cover their loss of a single entity in that round with that economy. Immortals, on the other hand, they're actually going to buy into this and force 2 of their members onto Tech 9, so they recognize there is a chance that they can actually try and break the economy somewhat and force NRG onto some very suboptimal weaponry if they do win this round, and give themselves a real go at taking this one quite clean.
Well, they've proven time and time and again they can make it work with just pistols. So we shouldn't doubt them with those 3 AKs and pistols in hand as Fells picks up Fugly and actually puts a lot of pressure on the second player, Tabson, as well. He's copped a headshot and will burn down in the Molotov. So 2 kills within the space of a few seconds there for the players on the terror side at the moment. Immortals, now Leisure, Godby, and Peter are pretty much retaking to save this match for their team. Lucas up against that fence, will spot out above the smoke, trying to find a kill, trying desperately to shut NRG out of this retake. It will be Leisure though, picking up Lucas. That's a great shot. He was on 100 HP. Kenny is in the side. He's low. That's another great shot from Leisure, and it'll be a now 2 versus 1 after Bolts picks up the first kill, and he will spray down. Doesn't get it to go, but does enough to get the counterpart off the bomb. And Bolts will easily claim this one now, and it's a round for the ages for Immortals. Bolts just doing some insane work there late in the round. He's actually 27, 4, and 7 for the match, so great stats from him coming out. And he's doing his job to a T, and have left NRG on a pretty ugly force buy here to save the match once again.
And he just disappeared into that smoke without a trace. Very, very Houdini-esque, and he was able to get them off the bomb in that instance, and he did a great deal of heavy lifting for his team so far in the first match, and he's continued that into the second match here, and now we see Phelps open things up into the round, and this doesn't bode well for NRG. They surrendered mid-control, but now Leisure appears through the smoke himself and does take the frag there. You can see now, though, NRG are a little bit separated here. They need to group up, much like Immortals are in mid, and now Immortals are just looking to see whether or not anyone from NRG overextends themselves over peaks and gives them another frag.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem likely here. Immortals just playing this clock down, trying to isolate the shotguns and SMGs here. It will be Fugly fighting the good fight in just a moment, but Godby is going huge, but Zoo's able to reply onto Godby. Fugly there with the flank, gets a double, and now Henny is in a 2 versus 1. This has swung the way of NRG, and that Molotov there goes a long way to shutting Henny off the bomb. 40 seconds remaining, and he's going to have to pull the rabbit out of the hat here is Henny in order to win this one. He's already aggressively gone down towards the middle connector to try and flank one of these CTs and force the other one into a gun battle, but right now, Henny is just picking around. He's going to have to speed up eventually, Jim. Just 15 seconds remain.
And he might be aware that Fugly is in that vent. He did hear that breaking. Fugly takes him out anyway. There wasn't a lot of time that Henny had to work with He was not sure where the CTs were, and NRG just clawing onto this one. You can see though they've actually hard reset Immortals, and not surprising to see Immortals actually buying into this. They're going to try and end this here and now. Their money was hard reset, so it's a viable option.
It certainly is, and we shouldn't count them out. As I said, they made it work for them last round, and once again, they're going to move towards that B bomb site as a pack, as a unit. They're going to see what the B defense of NRG has in store for them. It is a boost into the vent, and there's only a Galil on Peter, which does concern me slightly. That's not going to work out for him. The recall not doing its job, and already Immortals have the first 2 kills of the round, and the Galil goes on to Bolt. Zoo's already in CT spawn. Henny picks up a kill. It's only a matter of time here, but Tabson able to trade onto Zoo's. So 2 versus 3 here. Henny, Lucas, and Bolt versus Fugly and Tabson. As the 2 CTs make their way in, but that's the shot from Lucas. It'll be all on Fugly, and he's trapped on the mid side of the vent. That is all that this game will have in store for us, ladies and gentlemen. It will not be a situation Fugly will be able to get himself out of right here unless the impossible happens, but oh my goodness, he's picked up to it, he's got the kid, he's racing towards the bomb, he's flicked around, he doesn't see Lucas. Lucas takes him down. That is the match. Immortals come away 2-0 victors in this series between themselves and NRG. Jim, heavy favoured side, did what they had to do, and that one doesn't require too much breaking down. I think everyone watching understood there was a gap, at least, for the moment, between NRG and Immortals, and Immortals did a great job just executing on the day and making sure of it.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, got to be teams are normally known for their rigid structure, their team play, and I guess Immortals have perfected that and really given them a lesson in all of those things. So NRG obviously really struggled against this Immortals lineup. They were outgunned, they were out-strategized, and basically you saw the result. It was 2 very, very difficult maps from an NRG perspective, and look, it's been tough for them. But that being said, though, Immortals take maximum points out of this encounter, and they will continue their season quite well.
Yeah, and coming up next, we have a cracking piece of action. We've got Liquid versus the new Winterfox roster. This is their first competitive match as the new team.
They played yesterday, actually.
I played yesterday. Well, the first competition, I should say, not the first match. First competition as a North American franchise, which is very, very exciting for us here in Australia, having 2 international teams now coming from just our small community down here in Australia. But guys, we'll go to a very, very quick break, and we'll be back with the Winterfox Liquid series in just a moment.
We'll be back with the Winter Wombats.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb coming onto the zone. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this overstill. Oh, I love that.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the ESL Pro League North American match day number 7. I'm joined now by Sean Carlson, who will take us through the next game between Liquid and Winterfox. Sean, how are you today?
I'm great, Petey. Super excited to be here on the desk and bringing some high-quality CS to all the viewers out there. And in particular, I mean, it's worth pointing out the Winterfox lineup as well. Super excited to be casting some fellow Australians as they try and exert their dominance over the rest of the world in Counter-Strike Go. So I'm curious to see how that will play out.
Yeah, the key word there is try, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
They're coming up against a perennial powerhouse team in Liquid, who, I guess, in the aftermath of Simple leaving the team and joining the roster on Na'Vi, have a pretty big void to be filled. However, matches like this get them every step closer towards being the team that they once were with Simple. These matches are critical to them, but on the flip side of things, as you mentioned, the Aussie team now signed to Winterfox. They're going to really have to prove themselves along the way, just like the Renegades boys did.
Look, absolutely. And I mean, we've all seen the story of the Renegades boys. It hasn't been the easiest path to find that success, and some would still say they're still sort of trying to find that that right sort of mix, I guess, to gain success in international CS. And I think the Winterfox boys are going to have to forge their own as well, and hopefully they can really bring it together in as we get further into ESL Pro League and their other sort of international competitive matches.
Yeah, we do want to see them do well, obviously, being from our home country as well, but they're facing some very difficult opposition today. It's a trial by fire, so to speak.
Absolutely.
And they're going to come up against it here. I don't favour them in this matchup, but we will see what they have in store. I know they've been practicing a lot. However, with the recent formation of the Winterfox roster that they have now and the travel time overseas, they've had little opportunity to play competitively together and also to practice. So these matches are very much an opening look inside to what this team might look like in a few months, but right now they're pretty raw. Absolutely.
Look, it's a trial by fire, I think, as you pointed out, and coming up against the powerhouse of Liquid as well is going to be incredibly difficult for Winterfox. But I mean, it's going to be a really good gauge for them to see how they do match up against the top NA teams. Liquid, on the other hand, they're in really strong form. I mean, yes, you brought up the Liquid with Simple, which we all know was a powerhouse team in their performances at majors. But this lineup as well, particularly for North American CS as well, still powerhouse team, and I expect to see them come away with a reasonably comfortable win here against Winterfox. But I do want to see the Aussies do well, of course.
Absolutely. So the fans at home watching this matchup might have a pretty good idea of who the Liquid roster is. In terms of the Winterfox roster, we have Apoc, Zuzi, Dexter, Emag, and Ofnu. Now, in terms of the origins of this team, Zuzi and Emag have come straight from the Immunity team. Ofnu and Apoc have come from a legacy roster here in Australia, and Dexter coming from the Chiefs. Now, all of these players have international experience, but not together.
Yeah.
So, you know, who's your player to watch? Who's your Aussie to watch?
Look, I'm going to go with the young gun of Zuzi. I think if he can step up, you know, some of the stuff we've seen from him domestically here in Australia is he's definitely a rising talent, and I'd really like to see him step up in this game today and in the future games for Winterfox. But it's going to be difficult for the boys. They haven't had much experience playing together, like you pointed out. But yeah, as we I think we're actually going to get into pistol here, Pete, as we cross to the game.
Yeah, so taking you guys through this game will be Sean, Carlson, and Jimenezzo. Take it away.
Absolutely, and as we kick things off in pistol here, we are going to see a little bit of utility come out on the Winterfox boys as they do make their way slowly towards the middle part of the map on Dust 2 here and perhaps trying to make their way up short. But the CTs, however, seem to be all over this as we do have two of the Team Liquid boys pushing up short here. Elise will catch Apoc, but Dexter with a great double kill there to open up this short choke point through to the A bomb site here. And the rotation, though, is coming through really quick behind him as Pimp will get one headshot there onto Ofnu. Zusi will get the trade back onto Pimp, but Nitro finishes Zusi off there. And the boys from Winterfox will find themselves in a 2v1 situation post-plant, as I am now joined by Jim. Hello, Jim.
The angry mob of T's taking their way up short, and it's got them to bomb plant so far. So we do see Winterfox now defending this 2 versus 1, but they're going to peek out together here. And hopefully they don't get too isolated as Hiko, the clutch master, has to go 2-on-1 against the Aussies and not able to do so. Dexter taking him down. Great round from Dexter, actually picking up the triple frag.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, good start for Dexter, and it's what Winterfox are going to need in this map, you know, securing that T-pistol, and, I mean, any rounds they're going to be able to secure against Liquid at the moment is going to help with their confidence, which is they're going to have to get sky high to go to toe-to-toe with these boys. But interestingly, though, Liquid looked like they knew what was coming there and seemed to be prepared for that short push. It was just that, Nitro gets a great shot there on the Dexter. It's just that Winterfox were able to get the frags when it mattered and found their way onto the A site. As we will see another scout tag coming out there onto Offnu, and the force buy of the scouts and Swag 7 coming out here from Team Liquid is looking to be effective early, Jim, as the Terrorists are trying to make their way up short again.
This is a dangerous buy, actually, from Liquid, because Winterfox, they walked into it. I mean, Dexter felt the wrath early on, that scout headshot just ripping him to pieces. And now they're going to make their way out mid to B here, and that jumping scout from Nitro once again taking down. But Zusi finds a reply to JDM, pushing through that smoke there. Hiko, he finds a reply, but Nitro is just having a field day here, picking up the quad. And what a fantastic round from him to secure Liquid's first round.
I feel like that was Nitro's way of saying, hello, boys, welcome to America, because that is an absolute stomping there coming out from that scout. And, I mean, yeah, I think that's a taste of what Winterfox should expect for the rest of this series.
Yeah, just a taste of Nitro.
Just a taste, a little sip.
Just the sip.
As we do see the Terrorists group up here towards long. They have force-bought into this round with some upgraded pistols and a little bit of utility spread across the boys there, and they're looking to exploit short again, and we're lucky enough to see that there is no CTs defending it up close, opting for that long range, which is going to be, it's obviously smart against an eco here, but they're about to walk into that scout of JDM, and he's been supported there by Pimp, I believe it is, on towards that long side. As EMAG does throw out the smokes, the utility will start to flood on the A site now, and with that we should see the rotate as that molly is going to do a little bit of damage there. Dexter is caught out at long by Elige, but EMAG does get a deagle kill onto JDM, and Offnu chimes in with a pistol headshot of his own onto Pimp. So with that, they are going to get the plant here, and APOC has managed to secure a scout as well. So not a bad start to this eco round for the Aussies.
And now they need to defend the plant against Nitro. He takes, well, it's actually Hiko that chimes in for that frag to help him out through short. This is where the retake's coming from. It is from short, it is from long. They are being pressed here in the site. There's not a lot they can do. Post-plant positions weren't too strong. They didn't have a lot of territory outside of the bomb site, and Liquid were able to just put the acid onto Winterfox there, and under pressure, they do melt. So, Team Liquid there, finding their second round. And despite the best efforts of Winterfox, it was an expensive round, actually, for Liquid, but not able to close it out there.
Yeah, not able to close it out, and we saw that was quite an efficient retake coming out from the CTs, and quite brutal. They didn't mess about. They you know, once they got into position, straight onto the site, took care of business and secured their anti-eco round. And the Terrorists now will be forced onto, I guess I would call it a full eco. EMAG does have a deagle and body armor. I'm not sure if that was a misbuy. But nonetheless, they are looking for that mid-control again. And look, it's deja vu, Jim. They're going to mosey their way up short and see if they can have another crack at this A-bomb site.
Yeah, JDM laying weight, though. He's got that rifle this time, and he's closely supported here by Pimp. So already going to test this. The new recruits to Liquid here, as we do see JDM take that first frag quite sharply too, might I add. And he is going to put Zusi to bed as well. Picks up the third on Offnu, but not able to find another frag after that. JDM and Elige, or should I say Elige and Pimp, pick up the remaining frags, but strong site defense already. They did get the plant though, Winterfox, so the economy is going to flow for them. And we will see now Liquid run to that 3-1 lead.
Yep, and crucially though, Winterfox will come out with the AK buy this round. So we've got full utility across the board, 5 AKs across the board as well, and we've also got I was going to say, JDM's kept the UMP, but no, he swapped out for an AWP there, so this will be the first gun round coming into this match, and I mean, Winterfox really going to need to show what they're made of here, and they've decided to have a look at what's happening towards B early, trying to take control of Upper Dark, opting for a bit of a split across the map here, so potentially trying to feel out what kind of buy they're going to be up against and where they could potentially exploit.
That's right. So Can be flashed out middle there. It's actually JDM that misses his shot, so they're going to now try and hit this B bomb site through middle. The mid to B split is coming through, and they're going to try and get through that window there. Great frag from Zusi, opening things up. The young one to watch from this Winterfox side. And the trades are good. Hiko, though, leaves a parting gift and burns Emag as Elige comes through the mid double doors. And it's a 2 versus 3 situation here, Bowl. And it's a tough one here for Winterfox to defend.
Yep, it is. It's going to be difficult, especially with Ofnu going down like that. So APOC finds himself in a 1v3 post-plan situation. The boys from Liquid, though, are starting to throw the utility over top. Couple of flashes. Alicia's pushed in through that window. APOC does spot him towards the balcony. Does get that frag, though, and Pimpia's going to make a peek. And what are Liquid doing? They're peeking him one at a time, and you can't do that to APOC. He will punish you for playing sloppy CS like that. JDM does go for the fake defuse, trying to draw out the peak. It's not going to happen, and APOC has just secured the 1v3 gem.
We have a saying here in Australia, at least we did when he played here, you can't stop the POC. So you can't stop the POC, and in that particular situation, that 3 versus 1, well played from him. Also knew that it wasn't likely that JDM was going to stick. That's a very ballsy move, and it paid dividends there as now Winterfox secure their second round.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of a little lack of respect there coming out from that 3v1 situation. No one was really set up to trade each other as they peeked into dark, and you know they really did throw that round away, the Liquid boys. But nonetheless, Winterfox will secure the first gun round, and we are going to see a double AWP setup come out on Team Liquid here. So JDM and Nitro are going to pull out the big sticks early, and let's see what they can do. As there's actually an early presence as well from the Team Liquid boys towards that B bomb site.
And just taking a lot of map territory here, Winterfox, as they do get themselves flashed into mid. You can see a mass grouping of them here, the angry mob of terrorists making their way up the catwalk, taking control of short. And that's a key area. It's a key staging area for me on this map. So it's good to see Winterfox also recognizing that as well. It does hold the key to not only mid control, but also that A bomb site as well, and locking those CTs in there. If you can force a rotation through, it's going to be fantastic. As you can see, APOC getting himself out mid, but he has been spotted here. Now the B bomb site is going to be called into question as they try and pincer.
Yeah, the pincers on here, and they start to execute onto the B bomb site. Zusi will open things up on the Nitro, and Dexter will find the frag onto Hiko. So a great little split to be there coming out through mid. I do like that that mid smoke they throw from short as well. I think that's a nice little touch. And they've managed to secure this round as the remaining counter-terrorists are going to opt to save.
Yeah, smart call there from Liquid, and it was made quite early in the picture too. They are grouped up well, and you can see that it's only really APOC that is sent in pursuit at the moment. He's covered a lot of the map, so that is going to be communicated out to his teammates there. Winterfox are keen to try and take these guns out of the hand of Liquid, but they're not really pressing for the issue. It would be great for them, but you can see they're more concerned with just shoring up their own economy there. It's only just starting to build, and they don't really need to lose any of their weaponry.
Yeah, absolutely not. And Winterfox will get their third round on the board there. And, I mean, Jim, am I correct in saying that you once coached a team with Zusi in it?
I did, actually. I did coach the former Chiefs lineup that he was in, the one that actually played at the Crown tournament here in Australia, in Melbourne. And, look, very young, promising player. Also hails from New Zealand too, so he's actually not an Australian player, if you were going to be confused. So very proud New Zealander, but yeah, a lot of talent in that player. Obviously then going on to play for Team Immunity after that, and obviously sticking now with this group of players that he's found comfortable to play with. And JDM actually picks him up with that first frag of the round, so as I speak of him, he's been silenced.
Yeah, he was looking to get that lurk on towards lower tunnel here as his teammates group up towards long, but JDM with that aggressive push up short and that AWP is going to put an end to that, and JDM will catch Dexter there towards the power pole, and that's two great opening frags for JDM here, and Winterfox find themselves on the back foot early here as they're going to try execute up long, but they're going to run into 4 counter-terrorists here, ready and raring to go, with the 5th flanking them from long as Elige will chime in with the frag there onto Ofnu. APOC and Emag are in dire straits now as APOC will try to peek out here and make his way towards the side. It's not going to happen. JDM will chime in with his 3rd frag for the round. Pimp will clean up Emag, and a flawless gun round coming out from Team Liquid.
It's just that stream of flashes from Team Liquid towards long that just stopped Winterfox from getting anywhere at all. You could see they were just blind for most of the time. They never really progressed from there. And it was great work from, I do believe it was Nitro, just holding at those long boxes to call for those flashes and then step after the 3rd and final. And He didn't quite clean up, but he was enough of a distraction as they found it difficult to get that cross. And you can see now another gun round coming out for Winterfox. Dexter actually picking up that AWP. I do believe he's actually taken on the in-game leadership role with this team as well. So he was an in-game leader for his former team Chiefs, and only new to the role, has proven himself to be quite handy with it, but still, I dare say, a lot of learning to be done.
As the Winterfox boys are looking to make their way up short, and they've run into that AWP of JDM once again, as he will take out APOC, and he's actually single-handedly halted this push up short. The Terrorists now taking their time in their approach and slowing things right up. CTs, however, holding strong in their defense, not opting to rotate too aggressively yet, as Pimp's going to pop out and catch. Oh, I thought he was going to catch a second one there, Flash, but he will get traded out by EMAG, and the mid to B players on here as the 3 Terrorists try to make their way up. A great molly coming out to prevent anyone coming through the doors. Zusi tried to run through it, wasn't to be. Nitro gets 2, Hiko with the last, and Liquid starting to look like the Liquid we'd expected to see in this match.
Yeah, look, funnily enough, Liquid using Flame to their advantage there. They hold up the doors with the Molotov, and essentially they all had to funnel through the window after that, and it was just like shooting fish in a barrel. There wasn't a lot Winterfox could do. They had to try and brute force their way in, and they were just cleaned up in the act of trying to get into the B bomb site. You can see that's exactly where they're headed right now, and it's going to be difficult for them because you can see that they're both playing in the bomb site at the moment, both Hiko and Nitro. As I say that though, Nitro actually relinquishes his position in the B bomb site, but with that smoke, they've actually managed to rotate 3 there. So if Winterfox go there, they're surely walking into the meat grinder.
Absolutely, and I fear for Winterfox, that's what they were planning to do. Hiko will pick up Dexter through the smoke there with the old chance spray, and he's about to go absolutely huge. He's going to get an eco cleanup, or Offnu's going to put an end to that, but Nitro quickly trades back onto Offnu. Almost a flawless round coming out from Liquid there on the anti-eco gym, and we are going to see another gun round come out here from the Winterfox boys. But I mean, what do you think they're looking to? What do you think they're looking to get out of this half? You know, what's par for Winterfox against Liquid on T-side Dust 2?
10.
Yeah,
10. And they've already fallen short. So look, to be honest, a successful T-side on Dust 2 is still slightly holding that T bias. So for me, these guys are going to win the matches on their T side. The CT side probably not as cohesive as it could be just yet. We haven't seen a lot from these guys, to be fair, so it is tough for them. I mean, they are holding the core of that old Immunity lineup with, the Immunity lineup that played at the IWCA qualifiers there in China, but they really haven't had too many competitive showings since then. So Nitro and Hiko combining to find frags there. 4 versus 3 situation. They have control of short Winterfox, but they really don't act on it too quickly. As you see, EMAG, he's been flanked completely by Liege. The information, the pushes from Liquid are just so strong at the moment. They are just struggling to gain their feet. APOC though, 3 versus 1.
Yeah, really tough situation for the POC here, but he did it earlier. The 1 versus 3. We'll see if the boys from Liquid give him a little bit more respect now, and Elige is going to get caught with his pants down there towards long. APOC will make a nice shot onto him there and does get the bomb down. He's going to be moved out of cover from that molly, and Nitro with the AWP will take APOC out of the equation. Hiko there is going to wait for that molly, and Liquid are going to move to 7th region.
Great patience there from Nitro as well. I mean, the one-man apocalypse, unfortunately, wasn't able to clutch that one out in the 3 versus 1, so he, I dare say, would have been disappointed with that. He probably felt that was a winnable round once he actually secured that plant.
I guess you could say they can stop the POC. I mean, it's possible. I guess you can't stop the POC was a domestic thing.
It must have been domestic.
Yeah, it must have been a domestic thing.
Yeah, look, they're doing quite well at the moment, Team Liquid, and this was their map pick, so I guess it is to be expected a little bit. You can see Elige, though, is going to be under duress here, as luckily that flash is timed perfectly. It gets him out of jail. Whilst it blinds him, it also blinds the 4 terrorists that were breathing down his throat, and now we see the push into Upper Dark coming out from Liquid. They have a lot of info now. They know exactly where to defend, and JDM missing that shot means he is going to fall into CT spawn. But the push in Upper Dark means that they are just going to be just round up in this A bomb site.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to get strangled here as we do see Nitro once again is going to catch Emag in mid. That's the second round in a row Emag's died like that. So that's going to be frustrating as JDM and Pimp get a couple of frags each of their own, and APOC will trade back onto Pimp. And the bomb is going to go down towards A here, but the CTs are set up and ready for what's going to be quite a savage retake as two players are set up towards short. Well, two players in CT, I apologize. One in short and one in long. So once this retake does come in, it's going to be savage as JDM does catch Zusi towards the car there. And APOC, will he be stopped again? And I think he will as he's trying to find a frag. It's not going to happen. Nitro will take him out with a really crisp shot there. And Team Liquid really starting to run away with things here, Jim.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit hard to manage for Winterfox at the moment. They did get the plant, so the positive is their loser bonus is accruing, and they do have that money in the bank. They're going to need to do more with those rifles, though, and you can see they're having trouble dismantling the crossfires that Liquid are sitting up in place. You can see, though, once they're putting pressure on one area of the map, they're committing a lot of numbers towards that particular portion. It's leaving holes in the defense. Liquid are capitalizing on this. You saw the push into upper dark just before, and it's leaving them holed up, and they're not left with a lot of options once they've decided where to put pressure on them. Liquid are just basically rounding them up, getting the information that they need, and from there they're able to just determine where they're going.
And we are going to see a bit of a split coming out from the Winterfox boys now. They've slowed things up and opting for a 2-2-1 with two players towards mid, two in dark, and one chilling towards that long part as JDM, once again, wreaking havoc on the short push, will find two, and he's actually going to hold his ground here, so he's feeling confident. As I say that, though, he's going to fall back towards A. Crucially, though, there is a push coming out from Elish here, and Ofnu has caught that out, so a trade back for the Winterfox boys as they are still extremely spread out, though, Jim, so no real opportunity there to capitalize on that pick.
And JDM is going to pick up his third for the round as well, using that smoke to full advantage. Lucy going down, and you can see the two terrorists, Imagine and Ofnu, are going to group up here, at least reunite together in mid, and they are up against 4 counter-terrorists of Liquid, and Liquid are quite comfortable in this round. You can see that they've got most areas of the map managed, and they're going to try and brute force their way out mid, but this is certainly a death trap here.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. They've split up the CTs. They'll have a 2-on-2 either way they go, but Hiko and Pimp are just going to mow them down. They barely even get a time to react as they come around that corner, and Team Liquid are going to move to 9, plays 3 for Winterfox as they go into this 13th round, and it's really starting to get out of hand here for Winterfox. Hopefully they can get another gun round. You know, I'm looking, if they can get 5, maybe they can bring it back CT. I know you mentioned that 10 would be par for their T side. That's obviously not going to happen. But Liquid looking very strong at the moment.
Right now, they'd be happy with 6 rounds. They'd be happy to take the rest, but obviously they've got to make these pistols work for themselves there, as I do believe it's Dexter that gets himself out mid. They do get that frag onto Nitro, though. APOC picking up that frag with the P250, and now we do see Elige throw the smoke behind him, making him think that Long was clear, but Emag does get taken down regardless, falling for the trap slightly. Did actually catch him out, but Elige is able to capitalize there. APOC getting another frag, and they are going to get themselves towards this B-bomb, so they're going to try and pincer Hiko here, and Hiko does get one before he is taken down. It's now a 2 versus 2 situation, but Ofnu smartly grabbing himself a rifle before getting that plant, so both terrorists are armed and dangerous.
And ready to go here as the bomb will go down. It is a 2v2 post-plant situation for the terrorist here as Pimp does find himself into upper dark and is trying to make his way into sight now. He's perhaps going to wait for Elige to try and make a play here. Actually scratch that. Pimp will find the headshot onto Ofnu and the kill onto Dexter as well. So unfortunate for Winterfox there, unable to really hold that post plant, and Team Liquid will move further ahead.
They are just flowing quite well, Team Liquid here at the moment. Winterfox, on the other hand, have just gone back into their burrows, and unfortunately they're not really getting a lot of chances. And Dexter will pick up that AWP, so I'm keen to see what he has in mind with this round, but he's going to post himself up in mid here. APOC going for that fast long control, and they're going to try and take on the might of Elige.
Yep, just floating along here, Team Liquid. All downstream from this point as APOC actually will find the first frag onto Elige and almost gets that second one onto JDM, puts him on 15 HP, tries to get that grenade to finish the job, unable to happen, so Winterfox here are in a pretty strong position with that opening frag. Taking their time though, not prepared to do anything too quickly, really trying to clear out these choke points. The CTs, however, have rotated on that frag and find themselves congregated towards CT in that mid area. But the Terrorists now starting to make their play onto the A site, and EMAG has a real opportunity here to go big, catching these rotators through mid. He will split out the first one. Great trigger discipline there. Catches Hiko. Pimp is going to come back, but Pimp does get the frag onto EMAG there, turning it back into a 3 versus 4. JDM, though, patiently waiting for a Terrorist to perhaps cross back into side or out of sight, but I'm not sure if Team Liquid are going to go for this. They should. They've got plenty of money. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah, they're just waiting to see whether or not anyone makes a mistake on Winterfox's behalf. They have done so in the past, so it's not surprising to see them here, but they are going to late execute on this site. Great cleanup there from Winterfox. They get themselves another round, and hopefully with that comes a little bit of confidence to be taking those duels. They know that they can match it with them aim on aim. At the moment, it's just falling apart because Winterfox aren't dismantling the crossfires that Liquid have got. In fact, the best success they've actually got is putting pressure early on mid and splitting that B bomb site. That's exactly what they need to be doing here in this round, as Dexter just tags up Nitro through the door.
Yep, does get a tag there on a Nitro. Nitro will find himself on 20 HP, and the Terrorists now are going to look to try and convert that into a round win and hopefully secure the last round of this half, as they are opting to go for a split again across the map and really try to feel out the information. They, Liquid earlier in this half got away with a lot of pushing on whether it was into upper dark or whether it was a long push. So I believe Winterfox are just trying to counter that now by spreading out and try to capture the aggression from Liquid. But smart play coming out from Liquid. They're not falling for any of that, and they're going to wait for Winterfox to show their hand before they get too aggressive, Jim.
Yeah, and this is a very patient round from both teams here. You can see that Winterfox are taking territory here in short, and JDM is actually posted up in Goose there, watching to short to make sure that no one steps before the smokes or flashes go down. Often you see that is a mistake. Sometimes you can't time it always perfectly, but here we go. Winterfox executing onto the A-bomb site. JDM posts up. He actually does leg Imagine as they drop into CD spawn there. The smoke execute comes up. They are going to try and split this site through the CT ramp as well. JDM has to post up here. EMAG is waiting for that rotation. He does catch Hiko out as well. Offnu sharply onto Pimp there, and now they have control of the site. They had to defend post-plant. Liquid will go for this. Nitro picking up Imagine there. It's back down to a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, 2 versus 3 here. The boys from Winterfox now do know where Nitro is with that AWP. However, Elige has found himself outside of long now and will start to make his push up onto the site. Apoc, though, with that drop into CT, will take out the AWP of Nitro. Elige will capture Obfnu there on site, but he's now got himself in a 1v2. It's not to be, as Apoc will take care of him there, and Liquid will win the half 10-5. Winterfox, though, I mean, it could have been worse. It definitely could have been worse for Winterfox. They will get 5 rounds on their T side. I don't think it's enough, Jim, as you pointed out, but look, not a bad showing from the Aussies there.
It could have been better, though.
Look, could have been, yeah.
I think you're being overly kind to them, to be fair.
Somebody has to be.
It's not me. Point in case, though, is the fact that they had a lot of trouble taking apart Liquid's defense. Liquid were just very, very solidified. I know that's, well, a paradox, really, but either way, Winterfox are going to be tasked with getting the pistol here. If they do manage to do the unthinkable and secure that pistol round, they'd struggle to in their opening exchanges, funnily enough. Their pistol rounds were identified as their weakness. They've self-confessed that they've been struggling to win pistol rounds in their first ESL Pro matches. So hopefully they can buck that trend here and get themselves a CT pistol round, because this is certainly one that they need.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they want to try to bring this back this half, it's going to be incredibly difficult. They have to start with a pistol. So it seems rather obvious, but when you're up against a team like Liquid as well, it's a lot about momentum with these boys, and we've pointed out the fact that they haven't spent much time together, playing together. They're all extremely experienced players. This is Winterfox, of course, from the Australian region, all with overseas experience together, but not together, overseas experience individually. But as far as playing together, I don't even think they competed together domestically.
They haven't competed together. That's true, actually. The core of the team played in the qualifiers, for the IWCA as the immunity banner, but the only reason I say core is because they had Ofnu as the third player. He was actually a substitute for that immunity lineup, so technically it was only Zeusy and Imagine that played together. So unfortunately for them, they don't have a lot of competition experience. They have a lot of practice experience. They have actually been together as a lineup for quite a long time. It's just really tough to gauge their level at the moment because they haven't shown their hand. So maybe they have something in store here for their ESL Pro League match against Team Liquid. Liquid, obviously, one of the better teams in the North American scene, and so it's a very good gauge for them to see where they're at and where they stand and what they need to work on.
Liquid here, looking to group up towards Upper Dark early. They do have a little bit of utility on JDM and Elige, and JDM will throw his, I think it was a decoy or a flash out early, and they're actually going to split here with a couple of players from the Team Liquid boys making some noise towards short, perhaps trying to draw out the rotation. But I think we are going to see a mid-to-B pincer coming out here, Jim.
Yeah, this is pretty well telegraphed looking at the overlay. So basically, we will see Ofnu under pressure here at the back of the platform. He gets spinked early on. Apop finds another frag. So the hold is strong for now, but they're about to be overrun here in the bomb site. Elige finding that frag. Pimp also finding another one here. They do secure the bomb site. You can see the CTs are just holed up in city spawn. That smoke is very, very tough for them to overcome, and they are now knocking at the door of B.
They are knocking at the door of B, and they are going to try this retake here as Zeusy will come in with the flash. Unable to collect the... Oh, there it is. Great shot there onto Elige. Emag will catch out Nitro, and it's all on Pimp here from Dark. Not to be. Zeusy will get that frag on the Pimp, and Winterfox will get that CT pistol.
That they will, and there you have it. Winterfox do what they found very, very difficult for them, something that eluded them in their first opening matches. It was those pistol rounds, so they do manage to secure it when necessary here against Liquid. Now they need to deal with this anti-eco. Thankfully for them, though, Winterfox will only be contesting some P250s, flash, and a smoke.
Absolutely, and there's a nice little congregation from the Team Liquid boys here towards middle, and they're going to make their way up short as an angry mob all together. The old Glock train, as we like to call it. Dexter, though, I believe he's heard the terrace here. He's going to put a nade up there. It is going to do a little bit of damage there as Nitro does take a little bit of damage from that, but here comes the flood onto the A site, and smart play by Dexter there, not prepared to take them on 1v5 or 1vx, and happy to just chill in CT and relay that information to his teammates as their terrorists, though, are going to get a free plant.
They've been afforded the free plant here in the retake. 5-on-5 is going to occur, and it's going to be, well, not a question of whether or not Liquid can hold strong, but whether or not Liquid can actually repel this incoming team with superior weaponry. We do see Dexter, Ofnu, and Zeusy find frags, and now just all for Pimp. He's actually going to get out of there. He's going to try and flank through CT spawn. Apop is the one to clean him up. So, whilst they did surrender the site, surrender the plant, they did maintain their weaponry.
Yeah, and they got some dank bank along the way as well. So this is a good CT side start for Winterfox. If they can keep this momentum going forward, then, they could potentially claw this back. I mean, that's the optimist in me, because I know that once Liquid get this AK buy, which they have now, there's going to be a completely different story, as I do expect to see some aggression coming out here, and that's exactly what's happening, as the boys from Liquid are going to parade out long very quickly. Zeusy, though, does get the first frag with that P90, and he will get traded by Hiko rather quickly, but there you go, Hiko and Pimp, even with the CT stacking long. Oh, what was that? Hiko, that game sense, does get another frag, and all of a sudden it's a 1v4 for Ofnu, as Team Liquid with those AKs have just walked straight out long and done whatever they pleased.
Yeah, Hiko's not kidding at all, and when he made that frag, and now Ofnu, providing the only resistance left for Winterfox. He's got himself an AK, but has to go 3 versus 1. The bomb will be planted now on the A bomb site. He is in two minds about going for this. If he picks up a frag early on, that smoke means that his decision has been made for him. Oh my goodness! He picks up Pimp with the falling frag. RNG no longer. I'm out.
The old how's your father there jumping down from short. That's a great one from Ofnu, and hopefully he'll be able to save this AK for Winterfox's sake.
Send his father my regards.
As Hiko and Nitro, don't look to be chasing him. Quite content with letting him keep that weapon. They're not too concerned. Team Liquid move to 11.
Winterfox, though, do secure that AK through Offnu, but you can see their money is struggling at the moment. It's going to be tough for them, and they are going to buy into this round too, so they are going to just make do with what they've got. They're going to be a little bit light in the utility department, but it is EMAG and Offnu that do have the kits, so they are able to make up for some of it. They just need to be very, very solid here, but you can see the aggression coming out here towards long from Team Liquid. They're looking for a repeat of last round, and this time they are met with 3 counter-terrorists. Elige cuts one down. The trades come out. They go either way, and you can see now it's a 2 versus 2 situation. JDM taking that, and I mean, it's 20 seconds into the round, and it's down to a 2 versus 2. This is madness.
That's rather interesting. I mean, you saw last round when Liquid pushed out long, they quickly found out that Winterfox like to play 3 players towards that part of the map. So going into the next round, what do Liquid do? Well, let's go long, because we know we can get some action there. And I mean, the trades went back and forth, and they do find themselves in a 2v2 situation, but Liquid showing absolutely zero fear from taking these Angels.
Well, I mean, already the Winterfox economy is going to be suffering as a result of being thinned out to only 2 members. So they need to win this round more than ever, because that reset, they're going to lose a lot of weaponry here. Even though they've already had an accruement of losses, they're just not going to be able to buy anything into the next round, and that's just going to give Liquid, I feel, far too much of a lead.
Yeah, Nitro's managed to sneak his way up short here, and I'm not sure if he's done that before Offnu was holding the line, but the CT seemed unaware, and with that, they've secured the A bomb site. The bomb will go down here as APOC and Offnu for Winterfox are going to try this retake through short. They throw the molly out. They're starting to make their way in, but waiting for some kind of movement. Offnu, though, will get caught out by JDM. APOC now left in a 1v2. Now knows where both the terrorists are, but he needs to land a shot here if he's to secure this round. And he just can't seem to do it, Jim. He's looking for it. He's searching for it desperately. Nitro just working him around that box, not giving him any real opportunity. JDM now just going to suppress him, and when he finally peeks out, he's going to have his head taken clean off.
Liquid, they're just playing the time quite smartly too, and a lot of pressure being placed on APOC there in that situation. You can see, as I said, their money has not been hard reset, but it's been reset, and to the point where Offnu and APOC are going to struggle to buy into this round. Zusi and Dexter aren't much better either. In fact, EMAG, the only one that afforded the luxury of upgrading himself to a Desert Eagle. Dexter does get that P250, but again, Liquid are going to try and contest long here, not committing the numbers they did before, but that's because the resistance isn't there from Winterfox. You can see now they recognize their own pistols, so they're going to try and use that rifle advantage as they do try and take long here. Zusi, though, does get the drop onto Nitro. Doesn't convert that into a frag, though.
Yeah, unable to clean that one up, as Dexter has found Pimp chilling in Upper Dark there, and we'll take him out and collect his AK as well. So an interesting little play coming out there from Dexter on that mid push. However, the rest of the terrorists are pushing out long here and just having a field day. Nitro with that flick towards the smoke there. I'm not sure what's happened. Or maybe a name's popped up through the smoke, but really good game sense there as Offnu and Dexter will get a couple of frags of their own. JDM will trade back onto Offnu, but Dexter here with that AK is potentially going to try and make something happen out of this round, but it's not to be. JDM working that smoke like the pro that he is will put an end to that. Team Liquid move to 13-7.
Just lounging his way through life through that round. And you can see Winterfox now will have a gun round. They'll actually get that AWP in Dexter's hands. I'm keen to see where he posts up. I'll be interested to know whether or not he actually moves that AWP around and just keeps Liquid guessing if he manages to keep it long enough to get a few picks. But again, the long aggression coming out from Liquid.
Yep, long aggression once again from Liquid. They do like their push out here. They know there's 3 CTs holding, and they've decided, you know what, let's just go kill them early in the round. As Pimp and JDM will get the opening 2 frags. We'll get the opening 2 frags there, excuse me, and we'll find the third player too. They know APOC's close, as they look for that, and they are going to get it. Pimp will trade, will get the frag onto APOC. I'm not sure what he was doing there. He had plenty of opportunity to fall back, perhaps regroup with a teammate, but it's not to be. Offnu catches Hiko there towards short, so still an opportunity here for the CTs to work a retake. As I say that, though, they're looking like they're falling back into dark, opting to save these weapons going into the next round.
Hello, darkness, my old friend, as we do see Winterfox having to save out their weaponry. And Dexter are trying to retain that AWP. Liquid at the moment, they're just holding. Wait and see whether or not Winterfox go for that retake just yet. You would imagine them to try and pursue these frags, try and cripple that CT economy. But for the moment, they're just making sure that there is no retake on the card. Winterfox, though, in fairly decent positions here. Should be able to save this weaponry out.
Yeah, they should be able to. I mean, the boys from Liquid don't seem to be too worried. Once again, happy to just chill towards long, let the CTs keep whatever weaponry they've got, and take it off on next round.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
14-7 the score. Liquid leading over Winterfox. You can see Winterfox at the moment are just reeling with that money situation, and they're going, by the looks of things, for a tactical pause. That's
interesting. So you think this is a Winterfox tactical pause with those two weapons they've saved? Try to work out what kind of buy they can do here. I mean, it's got to be difficult.
If it isn't a Winterfox tactical pause, surely it's a Liquid pause in the Fnatic style, just to frustrate their opponent.
Look, it's a viable strategy. It can work, but I mean, I don't think they need it. They don't need that. I mean, unless it's just a little bit of let it all sink in that this is.
Could it be mind games?
I mean, it could be, but. Liquid don't need it. They're playing the mind games at the moment with, like I've pointed out, just, no concern about how the CTs are playing. They're quite content with playing their own game and just walking all over the defense of Winterfox at the moment.
That's right. I mean, at the moment, Winterfox have got that whole coming to America, Eddie Murphy style scenario going on. They're only just finding their ground, finding their surroundings, filling themselves out, and trying to find which level they sit at in the American tiers of play. But you can see now they're actually buying into this round. They've sorted their money out. They've taken their abacuses and really worked out how much they can actually afford here. This is really the last throw of the dice here for Winterfox because they've put a lot into this round. You can see they've got kits, they've got armor, they've got some utility here and there. Dexter, more importantly, retaining an AWP. They're going to now, more importantly, talk about how they're going to try and hold in this round. You can see, surely they're going to either surrender long to Liquid because they haven't been able to hold it, even with stacking 3 members there. It's a tough prospect because once you lose long control, there's not a lot you can do as a CT. In fact, a lot of teams will place a premium on retaining long control and vice versa, surrendering short because they know long is a great staging area for the retake.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, I think, the simple answer is they just need to be better. I mean, they're putting players towards long and...
scathing.
Liquid are just walking out and killing them. It almost, and I've pointed it out a few times, and I'm going to say it again, broken old record. It's almost like Liquid are enjoying the fact that they know where 3 counter-terrorists are playing and where they can go and have angels. It's like, sweet, let's get this round over nice and quick. That's kind of the feeling I'm getting from Liquid because they don't seem to show any fear of that long push, even with knowing that they're going to run into 3 CTs.
Yeah, showing absolutely no fear, no respect at the moment. You can see as they split out a spawn, that's not exactly what Liquid are going to intend to do this round, but you can see the mind games have been played. Liquid have at least convinced Winterfox that there is going to be some long concentration coming out, and they've already sent 2 there right now, but this is meant fast mid is coming out from Liquid. They have taken control here. They're going to split this B bomb site early on. Offno is the only defender here, and he's going to be under a lot of pressure. Or at least perceived pressure anyways. That CT rotation comes through CT spawn. Hiko, though, has made his way into short, and he might actually catch Imagine out. And he does.
Yeah, great lurk frag coming out there from Hiko, and he's perhaps going to bring the rotation back towards the A site here from the CTs. Yeah, he will. He will get the second frag there on the Dexter. Meanwhile, though, Offnu, perhaps sensing that this doesn't feel right, has decided to hold down B, and he will get the bomb carrier first of all, but is quickly traded out by JDM. Team Liquid will move to match point here. Interesting round coming off the back of that pause. It seems like Winterfox decided, okay, 3 at A is not working. Let's put 4 at A. And what do Liquid do? They go B.
Well, if anything, that tactical pause gave Liquid a chance to play some mind games there, and they knew that Winterfox were going to make the adjustments according to long, but unfortunately it didn't work out that way.
No, it didn't work out that way, and we are going to watch the boys from Liquid here put a focus towards that middle area as well as upper dark. Elige will take out Dexter there, but Apoc, he's going to trade back onto Pimp with the old swag 7, and frags are going back and forth here as Elige does get himself a double kill there. Actually, make that a triple for Elige in this round as he's opened things right up for his team. And the reads come in from the terrace, and they are going to try and take long, but Zeusy and Apoc with a couple of quick frags there, and Elige finds himself in a 1v2 situation for the ace. And he's going to wake his way up long. He does have 2 HP, so it's going to be incredibly difficult. I feel like Zusi and Apoc should have this one in the bag, and if they play together, it should be extremely difficult for Elige to finish this, but he does have an AWP, so anything could happen from this point, Jim. Bomb is down.
And luckily for him, he does have an AWP, so this is very much winnable for him. If he hits that first shot, and the second one in sequence there, it's going to be difficult, but Winterfox take him down. They ensure that they will live to fight at least another day. And now Liquid will have the luxury of just making them sweat over the next 7 match points.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, yeah, if you're Team Liquid, you're not too concerned. You've done some damage to the economy of the CTs. They only stayed alive with 2 players, so though those AKs will get dropped here, it's not going to be the best of buys coming out for Winterfox. Team Liquid, on the other hand, do have a fair bit of money and should have a pretty easy run at this now. I wonder if they're going to go back to long, Jim. I wonder if they're going to go back to the old run out long and kill everything, because I like that. I like that strat.
The tried and tested.
Yeah.
Either way, it's in the back of Winterfox's mind that is going to be the case. So that Molotov, though, will, at least in Zusi's eyes, shore things up momentarily. They're throwing a lot of flashes towards mid and long, but Apoc goes down, trying to push those mid double doors. And I mean, he was trying to make a play for his team there, Winterfox, but you can see they're grouping up here on short.
Yeah, the group up on short is definitely happening here, and they're actually going to hold things up. So off the back of that frag, quite content with letting the CT shuffle around their defense. Perhaps try find another frag here to open things up even more, as Dexter will spot out Nitro towards middle there, and he's actually going to make that frag happen. Hiko, however, does get the frag onto Offnu towards B, and that's going to open up the B bomb site. Zusi and Dexter, though, also getting a couple of trade frags of their own. So this is back to a 2v3 situation with Hiko and JDM slowly making their way towards the B site.
And they're going to slowly make their way in. They should be able to get this plant. It's only Dexter that's sitting out the side of the site, and he's only got 15 HP, so he's not going to try and front here, but he is going to wait for his teammates to regroup. They're on the doorstep of this B bomb site. The bomb plant will go down. They're not going to go in just yet. JDM is watching over Hiko here, and it's a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, it is, and it's, I mean, the clutch master himself, Hiko, finds himself in a 1 versus 3 now, so he's going to have to go big here for his team if he's going to try and close this game out. It's not to be. Emag will get that frag there, and another round on the board for Winterfox. So they've actually strung a couple together now, which is interesting. This will be 2 in a row for the boys in Winterfox with their gun rounds. So
that technically counts as 2 in a row, right? That's a couple.
That's a couple, yeah, 2 in a row. Yeah, definitely.
Look, it's within reach now for them. They've actually done enough to get Liquid on to an eco here. We will see the upgraded pistols coming out from them, so no real surprise. They've got a lot to play with still, so they're playing a patient game. There's no need for them to really force into this round, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're just going to try and do some economic damage here to Winterfox again. Now they're going for that long control.
Yeah, the long play's on again, and they're looking to try to do some damage close range with those pistols, as Zusi will spot out Elige. Sorry, Emag will actually get that frag there, and Emag will get a second one onto Hiko. So the long play with pistols not quite working out for Team Liquid early in this round, as Dexter will catch Pimp trying to go out mid, and it's a bit of a meat grinder there as Emag's going to get JDM. So it's all on Nitro now with that Tech 9. He's slowly working his way out middle. He's been spotted just then, and he's been bowled clean there by Emag, the old Warnie, out of B-bomb site. And a flawless round, a flawless anti-eco coming out from Winterfox.
Yeah, the straight out of mid-con not working for Liquid in that instance, but Winterfox now have bought themselves double-digit rounds, so they're starting to bring it back a little bit. Liquid, on the other hand, are letting this bleed out, so they had a commanding lead, and they were quite convincing in every fashion at the moment. Apoc getting tagged as he crosses the double doors, and now we see Liquid just playing a little bit more defensive now, showing their opponents a little bit more respect.
And I think we're seeing the NOA boost coming out from Winterfox there, and that's the boost towards middle. So that's quite a common little boost we see here domestically in Australia, as Offnu will be there with the M4, and he's going to catch Elige, and he might even get Nitro as well. No, it's not to be, as they're going to look to try get out of that position quickly. No, it's not going to happen. Nitro will get both the players there, which is obviously not part of the plans, and he's actually going to push out mid here. And a lot of pressure now on Dexter to hold this B bomb site, as he's going to find himself encased in a second by Terrorist. We'll get the first frag on the JDM. Will the trade come out? No, the trade's not going to happen there, as I think it was Pimp there. A little bit too slow on the repeat. And, what's happened here? No. Dexter and Pimp have just walked straight past each other in the smoke. Dexter's found himself in a really powerful position. No, Pimp's way too smart for that. Knows he's got to be somewhere around. Turns back, takes him out through the smoke, and it's all on Emag and Zusi here to try and retake this bomb site in a 2v3 situation. Oh, as Zusi does get the first frag onto Hiko, so it's now 2v2. Pimp and Nitro do now know where Zusi is, and Emag taking his time here. Comes out, gets the first frag onto Pimp. Nitro does trade back onto Zusi, but Emag will close it out and keep Winterfox alive in this game.
Alive. And just barely breathing here, but Winterfox are winning these rounds, and it's coming down to those 2 versus 2s, and that's exactly where they're bringing this one home, but it's coming at a cost. As you can see, though, Liquid, they look like they're actually going to take a tactical pause here. CT Economy is actually quite healthy as a result of starting to string some rounds together. You can see, I mean, we said that they got 2 in a row. Now they've actually doubled that. They're at 4 in a row, and doing a little bit better this half, so it's interesting to see how Liquid will change their tactics, whether or not they're actually going to buy into this round as well. If they do go for those AKs, they will leave themselves a little bit light on utility. Vice versa, if they go for the Galils at long distance on a map like Dust 2 can leave them short in terms of firepower. Or ideally, they'd probably like to see JDM with an AWP in his hand, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them just force into this round, maybe with some pistols, some Tech 9s, try and do some damage. But the City Economy, luckily for Winterfox, is quite healthy.
It is quite healthy, and I think you're spot on. I think we hopefully see a pistol force into this, build that economy to get that AWP into JDM's hands. But the old Tech 9 rush out A-Long again. I'm gonna bring it up again. I think could be the goer here for Team Liquid. It's worked for them before earlier in this game, so interesting to see what they decide to do with this tac pause. But Dexter with that AWP hasn't had too much impact yet. But now's his moment. Now that the CTs have started to string a few rounds together and I guess work out what Team Liquid are throwing at them, I'm hoping to see him step up with that AWP for the Winterfox boys.
Yeah, look, I mean, he hasn't had too much to do with that AWP per se, but he's been a factor because Team Liquid are very aware of the fact that he's actually got that AWP in his hands, and they're actively trying to avoid him in some situations. In fact, just trying to avoid mid, unless there are some smokes and some flashes down. So they're trying to bully him away from those areas, knowing that he's capable of hitting those shots. But for me, Winterfox are just starting to warm into this match. But is it too little, too late? I guess the question remains. Tactical pause has come out, so they've done enough to get Liquid really thinking, and Liquid are actually going to buy into this round, so they're going to go light on some utility here and there. They're going to have enough to work with, though. They're not going to go with that AWP in JDM's hands, so it's going to be a firefight here.
Absolutely, as the terrorists are going to go for that AK buy, and I mean, they could win this round, and it pays off, but I would have liked to see that AWP in JDM's hand, like you pointed out, as the CTs are going to go for this A-side stack, and as we can see, it's actually going to pay dividends here as the terrorists are opting for that long push again. The flashes are going to fly out from the CTs. They're actually very effective flashbangs, as Emag will get 2 before he's quickly traded out by Elige. Elige will actually get 2 for his troubles as well, but Hiko now finds himself in a 1v3 situation, and the bomb is down long.
The bomb has been taken down, but you could see Winterfox actually sent 4 members towards long. 4 members up against 4 members, and the trades actually came out favouring Winterfox in that instance. So, look, they did the predictable there. I think they read the Bale strap book and went straight back for that long aggression. It did work for them, but I think Winterfox recognised the fact that was a likely scenario that was going to play out, and now it's all on Hiko. And he's a long way away from the action. You can see the CTs are quite turtled up. This is a very safe hold from them, and so it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. Hiko's, likely just going to sit tight, try save that AK, as we do see him lurk towards CT. But yeah, look, great read there by Winterfox, perhaps realising that they've been getting stomped at long, and that was a likely scenario off the back of that pause. Opting to put all 5 of their players on that A-side defense has really paid off here, as Hiko is actually looking for this as he spots the AWPer in Dexter towards long pit there. So the CTs now know where he is. They're slowly peeking towards him. They need to be careful here. Hiko is not the kind of dude you want to peek at one at a time, but Dexter will get that frag there, and Winterfox moved to 12 rounds here, and actually quite an impressive CT side showing from the Australians.
And as a result of buying into that round, they're in a similar situation here at Liquid. Probably better off going for those forced pistols, and now you can see they are going to pull the trigger on that. We will see some Tech 9s across the board, and a P250 on JDM, obviously trying to save his money for a greater cause, that lounge in AWP, but fast aggression towards B bomb site looks to be on the cards here. Dexter is going to... he looked like he was going to be called into action with that AWP, but look at the positioning of APOC. He's going to have a lot of info here. If they do decide to get out those double doors, he's the first point of contact.
Absolutely, and I think he would have actually heard some of the terrorists making their way down dark there. I'm not certain on that, but he has called in for backup here off the back of some of that utility flying over, and there he is. APOC gets himself 2 really quick frags there. He is traded out by JDM though, but he does have Ofdu there for support. And Ofdu will get the frag onto Hiko. Unable to collect JDM though. He does get away with that M4 and pretty much full health. He's on 96 HP, so 1v4 situation for JDM with that M4. Or how do you like his chances?
Not seeing Zeusi's position before. I liked him, but now I've seen Zeusi's position. He is in a pickle. And may be able to get the frag here onto Offney, but that is about it. Zeusi takes him out. 15-13 to score. This is really bled out for Team Liquid. And look, despite changing lineups here and there, it might be a little bit of history repeating. And they could be choking. I don't know. I don't want to curse it.
Yeah, let's not bring that up. Let's touch wood on that one because, look, but you are spot on. This is very interesting from Team Liquid. One wonders if maybe they switched off a little bit after getting to that match point on at 15 because they've lost the subsequential next 5 rounds. So, yeah, interesting stuff coming out here. On the other hand, though, Winterfox are looking a little bit better in the way that they're holding. They're sticking to their game plan and trying to make it work as JDM does spot a player towards middle, unable to make the shot connect. But the terrorists now taking control of long and dark, as well as having a fair bit of presence towards middle, really trying to wait out any kind of aggression coming out from Winterfox.
And Dexter just posting up solo site hold here at the moment. EMAG takes a little bit of damage there from Hiko at those long double doors, but you can see now there's control of short from Team Liquid here. And there are 3 counter-terrorists at that A-bomb site, but you can see now that Imagine has actually opted to back up Dexter. Dexter has that first point of contact here. That smoke, that one-way smoke picking into CT spawn means Liquid are going to telegraph their hit, but EMAG and Dexter combining with the frags here. Leash finds the trade there as well. JDM needs to do some work here with that AWP. They've cordoned off Dexter, but Zeusi is the one to find the frag. They're trading out quite well here, and that potentially could have killed Pimp there. He could have made history for himself, and Offnote is able to find that frag as a result. Winterfox are pushing Team Liquid here, and Liquid, surely there are some ghosts in their closet that are about to rear their ugly head.
Absolutely, and doesn't that Molotov tell a tale? I mean, Team Liquid, to be so dominant early in this match and then to get into a situation where they're mollying themselves off any potential plants on the site. So, they really need to try and find some composure here as Winterfox do find themselves in a position where they can potentially send this to overtime. Team Liquid, though, going for that passive early play again, sending 1 player towards dark and 4 players hanging outside towards long. And I mean, Winterfox not changing from their game plan either. They're always sending a couple players towards long early, and they're definitely putting on a good showing here.
And they are going to try and concentrate towards long, though. It is going to be late, as we do see Imagine around the corner there. Elijah is able to find the frag, and he's finding a second as well, so that's a great way to punch through the defense of Winterfox here. This is the first time in the last couple of rounds they've actually looked troubled early on and don't have the man advantage leading into this round. And A is going to be, well, perceived to be putting pressure on. You can see, though, they're going to back right off and go back towards middle, so they're going to try and split the defense here. The first point of call is going to be APOC, though, in that middle with the Colt.
Yeah, absolutely. The regroup there from Team Liquid. The 3 players along, regrouping with Pimp here in mid, and Pimp is going to spot out APOC there at the double doors while his teammates slowly mosey their way up short. I think it's Dexter there holding from CT. So there's an open A bomb site here for Team Liquid as they make their way up, and I think they're slowly working that out now. And they should be able to get the plant here, and what's going to probably be I was going to say 3v4 retake here, but it's going to be a 2v3 retake here coming out for Winterfox, and it's going to be incredibly difficult. As Dexter will spot out Pimp there towards short. Oh, great shot there from Pimp. Offu does get the trade, but JDM puts an end to that at 16-14, and look, it was a very good showing from Winterfox. You know, it was a great showing from Winterfox in that game. They made that a lot closer match than I was expecting, and I'm not sure how much of that has to do with Team Liquid sort of falling off a bit towards the end of that match, as opposed to Winterfox sort of putting on a strong showing. Either way, good stuff there coming out from the Australians, and a close game to start things off in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. They can be very proud of the way that they fought back in that match. They put forward a spectacular display of CT Dust 2. They weren't rattled at any point during their CT side. They had good belief. I like the way that they were clearly high-spirited from a number of clutches. It gives them a lot of experience, but at the end of the day, a win's a win. And Liquid will check that one in the record books. They'll put it away and think to themselves, right, we got out of that one right at the end, but let's move forward to the second map. So really good performance there by Winterfox, but ultimately there, Liquid doing just enough towards the end to take away the victory.
Yeah, absolutely, and managing to close that out. It was getting a little bit hairy for them, that little run that the boys from Winterfox got on there at CT. I think, some, lucky decisions, I guess. That A-site stack coming out from the... I wouldn't say lucky. That's an educated... That's a CSIQ decision coming out from the boys in blue there in Winterfox at the end there. But, look, they turned that into a very close match, and I think that's going to give them confidence going into this next one. I still am expecting to see Liquid 2-0 this, but, proud of the boys from Australia.
Well, we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us for Map 1. Map 2, right round the corner. We'll be back in just a very short while.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League Season 4 Match Day 7. I am PDG, and alongside me is Sean Bale Carlson. Sean, we've just seen an epic matchup between Winterfox and Liquid. Winterfox coming back with a vengeance in that second half. Just didn't get over the line, but that should brim them with confidence moving into Map 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it all happened off the back of me telling them to get better. They did. They brought that back right to the last round, but unable to get it done, as we will actually have Pistol kicking off here on Map 2, which it will be Mirage, and this will be Winterfox's pick. So perhaps we will see a little bit more from them this game. Maybe just that what they need, that little bit extra to get over the line here. As the boys from Team Liquid are going for a 2-3 split here, with the bomb situating itself towards the A bomb site. And I think it's Hiko and JDM there towards the B horse, trying to sell some kind of fake.
Yeah, will it work though? That's the real question. Who they have to convince at B. It's APOC there and a bunch of his friends too. So this is going to be a good read by Winterfox here. As, they take the fight, but no, Zuzi will go down, and this is problematic now as Liquid stream onto this A side.
Absolutely, and it's going to have to be a retake scenario for the CTs, as Elise will look to get that bomb plant down on this A bomb site. Crucially, though, they do have a player lurking towards the B side of the map, and I think that's Hiko trying to make his way towards short to cover that plant. APOC, though, will get the frag onto Nitro, turning it back into a 4v4 situation. So it's on Winterfox now to try and make this retake work, as Elise will get spotted out by EMAG, and he gets another great frag there to turn the tides in their favor. Ofnu will chime in onto Pimp, and it's now a 4v2 situation. EMAG with his third kill for the round. Sorry, make that his second kill for the round there. A crucial one, as Hiko is trying to cover that bomb plant from shorts. Not to be. Ofnu will clean that up, and the defuse is going to come in from Winterfox here.
What a spectacular round there from Winterfox. I thought for all money Liquid was going to be able to hold on, but EMAG coming back in and hitting that crucial headshot on the guy at Sandwich.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is the start Winterfox need on their map pick. They did take Liquid's map pick to the 30th round, unable to get it done like we pointed out, but this is the perfect start they need to their CT side if they're going to try and slay the Giants that are Team Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid moving towards B here for their eco round. They've got no armor, just those P250s in hand. That's because they got the plant on round 1, which means they'll be going into the AK round next round. Hiko there firing his P250 away, but he's been smashed by Zuzi, I believe it was there. So good damage done early by both teams, but 5 versus 5 still as we head towards the minute 15.
Zuzi will find that frag onto Hiko there, lurking on his way through the A Palace. The rest of his teammates, though, are slowly moseying their way up into the B halls, and Opludo will spot out the players pushing up, and he gets himself a double kill for his troubles. It's now all onto Elysia Nitro as the mid boost does come in. Elijah is going to work his way through the window, but he needs to be careful there because Dexter, I think it is waiting for him on the CT side, but it's not to be. Elijah will get that frag. APOC's going to chime in on Nitro. Emag's going to finish things up onto Elijah, and a reasonably clean anti-eco coming out there from the Winterfox boys.
Yeah, very clean. Dexter only having a pistol there, so nothing lost at all as he goes towards the third round. Winterfox here having to force by Dexter just short of that AWP. He would have been disappointed to have only got $4,700 in that round, not $4,750, and he's forced onto a rifle here as the Team Liquid boys have brought up with minimal resource and 2 flashbangs, or 3 flashbangs and a couple of smokes here. It's hard to say what they'll do at this point, just keen on getting that mid control and maybe opening up the short area.
Absolutely. It looks like they're going to try brute force their way into either one of these bomb sites with the low utility that they've got. Perhaps looking for that early aggression coming out from the CTs to try and open things up here. Oh, Elijah there with a great frag there onto APOC. He's trying to find Zeusy there in the window as well. Unable to connect the spray through the smoke. But things slowed right down here for Team Liquid off that frag. They know that the CTs are going to have to reshuffle, and I think it's actually Offnu there trying to make his way up short to potentially, fill in that gap left by APOC being taken down. But the terrorists now making their way towards this B bomb site as Elise chimes in again with another headshot onto Offnu. Dexter does finally trade that, but it's a 4v3 situation now as Team Liquid make their way onto the B bomb site.
Yeah, just Zuzi here at B, but he's going to have to fight from the window, and he's going to get nailed. JDM with that opening headshot onto Zuzi, and immediately Winterfox scurry back to their burrow towards the A-hole, and will just keep their guns intact. But at the end of the day, we're seeing a different Team Liquid than we saw in the early stages of Map 1. They were running roughshot over Winterfox. They were aggressive, they were cocky, they were arrogant, and they were winning. Then all of a sudden, Winterfox found that surge on the CT half of Dust 2 after a couple of cool-looking clutches. And now Winterfox very much a formidable opponent.
Look, absolutely. And I mean, Winterfox would have a ton of confidence off the back of their Dust 2 performance, which was Liquid's map. And you'd expect to see a team with the players like Emag and APOC and Offnu, the type of players that we've seen in domestically, that once they get their tails up, once they get a bit of wind under their wings, they can really take off and they can do some damage. So, I mean, yeah, Liquid do need to be careful at the way they approach this. If they don't show enough respect towards the Winterfox boys, they will find themselves in hairy situations. That being said, though, I mean, yeah, Team Liquid, with the executes and the experience that they have, they just need to be careful, basically, is all I'm saying, and show the right amount of respect towards Winterfox and not find themselves in positions like last map where they were, overrun towards the end.
Yeah, it's a difficult balance to find, isn't it? The perfect level of respecting your opponent and also being able to still play aggressively upon them and make sure you're playing your game. And that's what it's all about, delivering your practice strategies at the highest possible level during the competitive match play here. And Pimp will find a kill, I was going to say, onto Emag there, but he bails away and he's taken the brunt of the damage there. But Elijah will spot out Emag and pick up the first kill there for Liquid. So looking good with these AKs are Liquid, and they're working over mid really hard on Winterfox.
Absolutely, and I mean, Team Liquid, very patient in the way they're playing now, really trying to work these picks, and as Elijah will get a second one for this round, has opened things right up for his teammates, and they are going to congregate towards middle here, and I think a little A-split's on, which is actually going to work in the favor of Winterfox, as they do have 2 defenders there. They just need to find these frags. It's not going to happen, as Pimp and JDM will clear out that site, leaving Offnu in a 1v5 situation. So on the verge here of a flawless round, are the Liquid boys. Offnu puts an end to that dream, though. He does get the frag on a Pimp and window. Oh, gets a great line there onto Elijah, but Elijah's all over that with a great headshot, and Team Liquid secure their second round.
Yeah, that's bad news bear for Winterfox, because they're just getting bullied out of mid. So they're going to have to fix that. They're going to have to start playing aggressively up mid, or try and take control of something mid to late portion through the round, because at the moment they're just having their choice of where they want to go. They're getting into midcon, they're getting into short, they're getting into window room. Winterfox are losing the control of that part of the map, and it's costing them dearly.
As we are going to see a couple of quick frags come out for Team Liquid on this anti-eco, as Ofnu and Zusi will get taken down towards the middle part of the map, and the Terrorists now making their way up short towards the B bomb site. They are going to run into the lone defender of APOC, and he's only got a USP, so it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to make something happen here, as Hiko will spot out Emag trying to make his way outside the window, and Nitro gets that frag onto APOC, so it's all on Dexter now. He gets spotted in mid-com by Elige, and another flawless anti-eco coming out from the Team Liquid boys. And, I mean, the big question is, do you think Winterfox are going to buy into this round, Pete, 4.5, or do they wait for the AWP?
They have to buy here, and they've made the correct decision, I think, unless Ofnu will buy the AWP without armor. No, everyone's gone onto the rifles, so I think this is a good call by Winterfox, but they need this mid control. So APOC and Co need to either push out short here, or, you know, make their presence felt at least in mid, because right now, if Zuzi's left to his own devices here by himself, he's going to get worked over by some teamwork here from Liquid. However, this particular round, it looks as though Team Liquid are making their way smartly back towards A. Elige will remain behind, but at the moment, it appears as though actually Liquid are in a holding pattern, so they're under the opinion that Winterfox may be eco here.
Yeah, interesting play coming out from Team Liquid, and they've actually set this up quite well as they make their way towards the A bomb site. They've set a precedent of taking mid early in these rounds, which has drawn the defense from Winterfox towards that part of the map and opened up this A bomb site, as Winterfox are forced to play a retake style defense. As Emag will spot players jumping out of Palace, so he's going to relay that information over to his teammates. Zusi trying to get those headshots over the box, unable to land them yet. Oh, we'll get a nice shot there on the Pimp, but Hiko trades back onto APOC, and it's a 3v4 situation now for Team Liquid, as they are trying to take control of this A bomb site. It's just not happening yet. Yet to get the bomb down, as well as Emag will take out the bomb planner. Dexter gets one onto JDM, and Hiko, with all of 10 HP, finds himself in a 1v4. It's not to be, Petey, and Winterfox claw their way back in.
Yeah, Winterfox doing a good job there of actually disguising their buy round. So they didn't let any of those M4s ring out too early on in the round, and Liquid, just by the way they approached that, they held so deep in T-spawn. That's uncharacteristic of the gun round. That's usually evidence of a team believing you're eco and about to push them. They then ran a 3-out halls A carpet strategy, which also lends itself towards more of an eco round than a gun round, where one person could spray down 3 people running out the same sort of exit. But Winterfox, regardless, did a great job there of staying patient, not giving their positions away, and then making the shots count when they got them.
Liquid here looking to take control of mid again, as 3 players from the Terror side mosey their way out behind the cart, and they are putting a fair bit of utility towards that window, preventing Dexter from having any sort of impact. In fact, Dexter finds himself on 8 HP now, so he's taking a lot of damage as APOC has worked his way up short. Does actually get the frag on a Nitro. Will get traded out quickly by Elige, but Zusi gets that trade back onto Elige, and the boys from Winterfox find themselves in the favourable situation after those trades.
Yeah, and it's a really good adjustment they've made. I pointed out that they did need to use mid more, and that's exactly what they've done. 2 rounds in a row here, Winterfox have fought the good fight against Liquid in the middle of the map, and they've managed to pick up a couple of... Well, they won the last round, and at the moment they're in an advantageous situation. But we've seen so many of these rounds unravel. They just need to stay patient and make sure that they're not overcommitting or splitting up. You can see exactly how widespread they are, though, which is problematic if Team Liquid managed to get through one of the cracks in the defense.
Absolutely, and I think the key word to what you just mentioned there is staying patient. That's all the Winterfox boys need to do here. They don't need to throw away any silly angels at this point. They need to work out where Team Liquid are making their offensive charge from, and I think a little bit of a sound was picked up from short as the rotation is starting to come towards the B bomb site from the Winterfox boys. Ofnu will get that frag onto Pimp, and Hiko does get that trade, but Dexter and JDM take each other out of the equation. It's now going to be a 2v1 situation for Hiko. Great flash coming in there from, I think it was Emag, or did Zusi flash himself in? I'm not sure how that's happened, but great flash nonetheless, and Zusi will find that frag.
That was definitely from Emag in mid. Beautiful teamwork there. Not sure exactly why they were challenging. There was only 5 seconds to go. Maybe they wanted the kill on Hiko, but the bomb was down well away from where it was, and I thought they had a spot on it. Maybe not, but either way, the teamwork was excellent there from Winterfox, and they'll pick up their 4th round looking the goods. Now, the economy here for Liquid isn't great at the moment. Pimp forced onto that Galil. The resources are okay, and the head armor's intact, so they're not completely without a chance of this round. But the first AWP of the game has gone to Dexter, I think that he will probably be able to make an impact with that this round if he stays alive for long enough and doesn't overcommit to this mid pick.
Yeah, absolutely, as he does get a fair bit of damage there on a JDM. I believe he legged him as he was jumping across, so not a bad start on this mid defense coming out from Dexter, but he will be smoked out of position. And the Terrorists, though, taking control of mid rather freely at the moment, which is a little bit concerning, as you pointed out, as Elige there works his way up short and takes control of ladder room, and with that, the rest of his teammates are now going to regroup towards that A bomb site, but Emag, with that info play through the A stairs, has managed to find that frag on the Hiko.
Well, what a pop flash once again by the Winterfox teammates there. Hiko completely white-screened as Emag came around the corner, so brilliant stuff from Winterfox, and now the attack is going to come from the A bomb site rather, and Winterfox nicely prepared for this one. So good round opening up here, but they need to finish it off.
The Terrorists now looking to start that execute onto the A bomb side. Dexter is there with the AWP. Will spot out two players. Actually gets the collat damage onto, I think it was JDM there, or no, Pimp even, after getting that first kill. So almost a collat kill there. Emag is going to push out from that spot in Palace. Unable to land the shot there onto a very low HP Pimp. Does finally get that kill with Zusi chiming in as well, and Elige now finds himself in a 1v4 situation. Zusi does know where he is. He's going for the chase. Oh, doesn't quite get the kill. Offnu finishes that off though, and crucially kills him after time, Petey.
Yeah, look at that. It's Elige, 650 beans in the bank account. He's unable to buy anything really, although he might just choose to buy small armor, who knows, and try and pick up a gun, but as it stands, full eco for them, and at the moment, Winterfox looking good.
Yeah, Winterfox looking really strong here. It seems like the style of play they like to bring to this CT, which is quite passive, seems to work against the passive play that's coming out from Liquid as well. So they're not falling for any sort of aggressive pushes, you know, falling for that trap of trying to gain too much intel, and it seems to be working for them, as we will see Team Liquid group up towards that B halls. A few of the players actually falling towards Underpass now. And it's going to be a pretty straightforward eco, with the only armor coming out on Pimp there is with his P250. And they're patiently waiting once again for perhaps one of the Winterfox guys to be out of position, but the discipline being shown at the moment from Winterfox is very good. They're not throwing themselves away. They're not getting themselves into silly angels, as Dexter there does spot out a player towards mid. Misses a couple of shots there, but shouldn't be too concerned about the long distance Glock, as the rest of the Terrorists now are going to patiently wait in that B horse still. Maybe waiting for a push, Petey.
Yeah, Liquid here just really staying as patient as Winterfox. They may actually be using this as a chance to talk about their next gun round as well. So just chilling in those B halls, not really giving anything away till right late in the round. They haven't invested anything at all apart from a P250 or two.
Do you think that's going to be more common with the changes coming in with Valve on coaches, where we actually see teams use their ecos and stuff like that to as a pause, as an opportunity to talk things through?
Well, that was talked through well there by APOC and Offnu, as Pimp will open up one. Hope he doesn't get a second one there. Emag gets Pimp in the end. Offnu finishes it off. Nice clean round there for Winterfox, and absolutely, I do think that there will be more of a focus on timeouts and strategy, a resurgence of it for players as opposed to the coaches, but there is still a place for coaches in Counter-Strike, and I hope that the rule changes don't, you know, dissipate the appreciation and the need for the position in the gaming industry, because, you know, those types of resources and infrastructure put in place have really helped develop the overall skill level of a lot of players throughout the world, and I hope, yeah, by taking that away, hope that doesn't disappear, but only time will tell, I guess.
As we're going to see the Team Liquid boys group up here towards the A bomb side. Elige will get that first frag onto Emag with the UMP, and has opened up the choke point now for his teammates to come flooding in. The rotation has come in from the Winterfox boys though, as JDM will get that AWP frag onto Zusi. APOC does trade back onto Nitro, but the Terrorists being very methodical in the way they clear this site. They're not doing anything with too much aggression at the moment. It's very patient play, as Dexter and APOC chime in with a couple of frags of their own, turning this back into a 2v2. Dexter, though, does take out the bomb carrier in Elige, and I mean, this has put Hiko in a 1v2 situation, and if there's anyone on your team that you'd want in this situation, it'd be Hiko, but a great defense on that A bomb site coming out from Winterfox.
Strange movements here from the Winterfox guys, though. They seem to be getting further away from each other as time goes on instead of closer together. But neither of them moving really in the right direction either. APOC is the closest player to action, but that rotation's pretty good from APOC. Hiko will have no idea that he's coming through, but Dexter needs to hurry up and get towards jungle before APOC engages. No, he doesn't. APOC finds the frag he needs onto Hiko, and that's a great round for Winterfox. Dexter there putting in work, picking up 2 kills while the terrorists were streaming in, and also APOC picking up the triple, so great round for those two.
Did you think they know they had bomb? Is that why they rotated off, or is it just a simple fact of, oh, we're in a 1v2 versus Hiko, let's just get as far away from him as we can until he plants?
I think that they both had they knew they had the bomb down,
yeah.
But they both had very different ideas that were clearly well communicated. I thought that they were going to group up in mid and go together. It turns out that they'd both chosen to flank completely away from where they were last seen. Turned out to be a great option, and APOC and Dexter worked through that one and come away with the round. And now once again we see Team Liquid buying up here. Full AKs in force, and Nitro will find the edge of the smoke there and smash APOC through that one. And EMAG will try and spray long distance, but he won't be so successful until much later on in the clip. And now Offnu sprays down. He needs that kill, and he needs to transfer his aim very quickly up to carpets before this one becomes untenable, but he does. Nice kill there.
Absolutely. Great stuff coming out from Offnu. A little bit shaky on that first frag, but manages to get the job done and gets himself a double for the round. And Winterfox moved to 8-3 here against the powerhouse that is Team Liquid. And this is quite an impressive showing so far from Winterfox on their CT side.
Well, I mean, the excuse that Liquid has, if any, and they don't really have one because they should be winning these sorts of games against a newer team like Winterfox, but the sheer amount of, I guess, game volume of demos that Winterfox would have had available on Liquid compared to the lack thereof for Winterfox due to the fact that this is their first tournament as a team. So without making that as an excuse per se, Winterfox are able to get a lot more information on their opponent than vice versa.
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's not even any domestic games for Liquid to look into. If they were to try and look into how Winterfox plays, we're actually going to see an extremely aggressive round coming out here from the Terrace as they've made their way onto the B bomb site, and a couple of frags going back and forth. And Team Liquid now find themselves in a 2v2 post plant, but Offnu with that flank once again will get the frag onto Elige, leaving it in the 1v2 situation for the clutch master himself, Hiko. That molly though is going to make him move. The flash does come out. Hiko has to fall back towards jungle, and it's actually a really good decision as Dexter is pushed up from the CT. Offnu finally works out where he is and is able to get that frag, which is kind of unusual. Hiko did have the drop on him then, just unable to convert.
Yeah, the aim punch there really nailing Hiko. Offnu, the armored opponent, going down to 51, but as soon as Offnu landed one of those body shots, I'm sure Hiko's crosshair bounced around like a pinball machine, and he was unable to control his recoil any longer, but that's a great round there by Winterfox. Another well-composed round. They shouldn't probably have bled so many guns, but it was a buy round for Team Liquid in terms of the Tech 9 and armor.
And we are going to see a bit of a split coming out here from Team Liquid. Opting to send 2 players towards middle early, a couple of players towards those B-halls. One of them being JDM with this AWP as he is trying to make a pick onto Offnu. Meanwhile, though, Hiko was lurking towards that A site, but they are starting to regroup now as I believe this is on the cards. APOC will take out Pimp. JDM, though, gets a couple of quick kills there with his AWP and has opened up this B bomb site, but the potential repeat there back onto Shot. Finds himself in the crosshair of Dexter, and now Dexter's got a double kill of his own with that AWP. Doesn't quite clear Short properly and will get taken out there by Nitro. And we are going to see another 2v2 situation, so it seems to be a bit of a theme of this match so far.
Absolutely, Nitro here in a 2 versus 2 with his mate Hiko, Zuzi, and EMAG trying to get back onto this B side. Great flash there once again from the Winterfox guys as they come in. Hiko picks up one, Nitro the other, and that is a great round there for Liquid, particularly for JDM entering into that B bomb site. He picked up APOC, he picked up Offnu, and he wasn't able to get Dexter, but the damage had been done at that point. He opened it up nicely, and Liquid pick up their 4th round.
Yeah, and a crucial round for Liquid. They needed that. They were getting blown out of the water a little bit with only 3 rounds secured at the 13th round of this half, and hopefully now they're able to bring it back for their sake, because Winterfox are putting on quite a show here on their CT side. What do you think their CT side, Winterfox's CT side par would be against Liquid, Petey?
I think they're above par right now.
Yep.
They're a better T-side team than they are CT side on this particular map. So Winterfox actually looking really strong with a few aces left in the hole, I should say, a few foxes left in the hole for Winterfox, but Offnu here spotting one out. He should have made that work, and that might cost him. JDM not going down there, and now Elise will get the drop on both of them. Offnu swinging around, but by that stage, the first miss has cost him.
Absolutely there. Offnu really needing to convert that frag. He does get the drop on the terrace in the end. Unable to capitalize, and his teammates now find themselves in an untenable situation where they're opting to save in this 3v4. And we will see Team Liquid get their 5th round on this T-side half, going into the last round of the half, and they'd be extremely keen on getting that 9-6, as I think that would probably be a par in my book.
Yeah, they'd be happy with 6, but Winterfox will also still be happy with 9, I believe.
Well, absolutely.
They've got a great mid take, and they have a lot of versatility through mid with APOC lurking, so Dexter also can do that role excellently if he doesn't have the AWP in hand. But as it stands, they're going to have to worry about this round, and Nitro taking down Dexter there. If he keeps pushing, he might find another kill. Emag out of position here, but he does get the jump on Nitro. Neither of them don't go down, though.
As we go into the last round of this half, it is going to be a pretty dirty buy coming out from the Winterfox boys. They're not going to have much utility, let alone much rifles as well. But, I mean, that's, you know, they're still obviously going to try and get it done. However, the boys from Liquid, they've got a lot of utility and a lot of weaponry going into this round. They are opting for that early presence toward middle again, as the Molotovs and smokes will come out. And that does draw the CTs away from that A bomb side as well. So potentially an A split from the cards here, as Elige will spot out Zusi towards mid-con and actually converts that frag while flash. So great stuff coming out from Elige. Make that a double kill for Elige in the mid-con. Oh, almost gets the triple. Does get the dink onto APOC there, and the trade will come in from Nitro. So and that's another kill for Nitro. They've just dismantled the CT defense this round, PD, and they will go into the next half 9-6 up.
That's what they were so successful doing early on, Liquid. They just bullied Winterfox out of mid, and then all of a sudden Winterfox started playing mid control. They won a couple of rounds, but then Winterfox were happy just sort of sitting in the bomb sites, and Liquid didn't then go back to mid and say, okay, well, if you guys are going to give it up, we're going to take it back. So at the end of the day, Team Liquid there with a nice half getting 6 rounds, but I think this is about par for the course. Winterfox probably wanted that last round, but at the end of the day, they've got their T side to fall back on now, and Liquid are really going to have to search for this pistol round.
Absolutely. I think this pistol round, once again, like all pistol rounds, is going to be incredibly crucial, as I believe for Liquid to get away with this match, or to bring this match back, they're going to need that pistol to cut the momentum from the Winterfox boys, and of course to build some momentum from themselves, as well as that bank. If they can get an early bankroll going and can get that AWP into JDM's hands early, I think they will run away with this match. On the flip side, though, if Winterfox are able to get that T-side pistol and build their momentum and bank themselves and restrict the amount of economy and amount of money that the CTs have, and restrict that AWP onto JDM, that they can also run away with this match. So, very interesting pistol round coming up here, and I think it's going to dictate how the rest of this match is going to play out. Yeah,
definitely. Team Liquid should be able to close this one out. They closed out the last game 16-14. Winterfox gave them a real run for their money on Dust 2. They were up, I think it was about 15-9 when the comeback began, and they got all the way to 15-14 before falling on the final hurdle, the final round. But in this particular occasion, Winterfox on map 2 started strong. Liquid had to work their way back into the map, so different storyline again for map 2. And now, all of a sudden, Winterfox have to play from a position of power in the match. They're in front. This is going to be unfamiliar territory for them. It's great experience, and I hope that they can close this one out just for their growth and development. It'd be fantastic for them to get a win on the board against an elite team like Liquid.
A legend team.
Yeah, exactly. And as we look at the scoreboard, it's hilarious. They have their legend status buttons, and we have our little, Operation Phoenix coin on APOC. It's fantastic.
Well, APOC worked hard for that Operation Phoenix coin, so
he's
wearing it proudly.
He ground so hard for that Operation Phoenix coin.
Yeah, absolutely. as we do see the pistol kick off here, and the boys from Winterfox are making their way up the A ramp. Lige, though, with a great headshot there on the Dexter. Puts a halt to this push, and Nitro, no one's checked on the balcony. What has happened here? Nitro will get 2, make that 3. And that is why you check your corners, people. As Nitro gets the 4K for that round and taking out APOC, and I mean, there you go. Winterfox with quite a sloppy T-side pistol round there going on to A side. They didn't quite clear under balcony and have paid the ultimate price.
Yeah, that's newbie.
That's very newbie.
That's mega noob there from Winterfox. It only takes one person to quickly flick your mouse around and check that spot. 3 people just didn't take the time to do it, and they paid the price.
Mate, they've come all the way from Australia. It's 20-16, and they're not checking underneath balcony. I'm not impressed. As we will go into this next round, there's a couple of rifles here on the Team Liquid boys, and they do have a couple of SMGs too, so Nico with that swag is going to try and get as much money as he can, but it's going to be a Legion Nitro here with the SMGs. JDM chiming in with a nice little headshot onto Offnu at the end there, and a very clean anti-eco coming out from the Team Liquid boys. And I think this is what we talked about earlier. I mean, if they start to build this bank and get this momentum early on the CT side, I can really see them running away with this game, or with this map, should I say.
Yeah, definitely. Winterfox will be forced onto yet another eco, but they will go for full Monty here, only with the P250s in hand. JDM will look down the mid with Scout, but he won't connect, oddly enough, for JDM. You usually think that body shot's at least in the bag, but Pimp has the bomb down at short, and this is just going to be a standard mowdown of an eco round. It's over before it started. Liquid full even at 9-9, and now they're seeming pretty comfortable here, but this is the first gun round for Winterfox. They will come up against their opposition with a full gun round as well. Looks as though Nitro and Elige might hold on to these SMGs. A bit of a cocky play there, but we'll see if it pays off for Liquid.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a very risky play. They will know they're up against AKs, surely. They know that the plant came in, and Winterfox here do have a full buy, but I mean, a couple of kills with these SMGs will really solidify that bank for the Team Liquid boys, and they should be able to close it out.
Big difference between holding on to an SMG on the T side, as a lot of the CTs don't bother buying head armor, so you can catch people off guard and punish them for not buying head armor because the AK kills in one bullet anyway, so CTs shouldn't really bother if they know that it's a gun round on, as Pimp collects Dexter early on. But on the CT side of things, the terrorists usually have head armor, as the M4 isn't a one-hit kill, so the SMG is less effective in that situation, which is why it's odd that Liquid are holding on, but not only are they holding on, they're in front in the round.
They are in front of the round, and I mean, you know, very astute point you made there, but I mean, I guess at the end of the day, you know, if you're Nitro or Elige and you're feeling confident, you know, I guess, I mean, I know me personally kind of helps build that confidence, you know, going in and getting those, knowing you're going up against the buy and getting a couple of SMG frags as well. It can also be quite crushing for the opposition team, so perhaps a bit of mind games going in with this buy here.
Yeah, but on the flip side of things, there's nothing worse than dying and thinking, geez, if I had an M4 there, I get 3 kills, and you get none. And
very true. Sorry to cut you off there. Nitro has just knifed Zeusy. I'm not sure where that's happened, as Auto Director has let us down there, but on the buy round for Winterfox, Zeusy has been knifed.
Well, it's going to be disappointing if they don't win the round, but they do. Liquid go up, and Zeusy gets the Blade Zor treatment, the Yaman special.
I can't help but feel like I've done this to Zeusy. I've cursed him. The start of this series, I had him as my player to watch, and he hasn't quite had the impact we'd expect from a player of his caliber from our region. He's had a pretty tough series so far, and then to cop that knife as well, I'm sure that's not going to do any good to his confidence.
Well, I mean, I suppose he's glad he wasn't the player to watch that round, because that wouldn't have been great viewing.
No, yeah.
But Elige will work himself into the mid window, and of course now Winterfox forced back onto the pistols. No armor, so they're going to see what they can do with just the brute force of some aim. A couple of Tech 9s, a Deagle, and a pretty solid dream there as Elige spots one through the smoke. Offnu goes down, and this is once again over before it started here for Winterfox.
Yeah, really clean anti-eco coming out again. Oh, Emag though does get that frag on the Pimp with the old 1-dig. And Hiko, with that swag 7 on the Dexter, is going to close out that round. Team Liquid move to 11-9. And, yeah, dire straits here for Winterfox. It does seem like Liquid have got things in order now. They seem to be playing the way we'd expect. Not only that, they've got a massive bankroll now. And I mean, Hiko's obviously feeling good because he hasn't even upgraded that Mag 7. Quite content with keeping that for his B-side defense. Winterfox boys are coming out with an AK buy of their own. No AWP yet on Dexter. That's probably to do with economy issues more so than anything. But they do have pretty good utility going into this round.
Yeah, Pimp and JDM picking up those AWPs for the CT side of things though. So extra responsibility and extra care need to be taken here for Winterfox to not overextend past their means and make sure that everything's being flashed and scanned accordingly. With this buy, it does signify an opportunity here for Winterfox to push back a little bit on Liquid. There's a shotgun there on Hiko and 2 AWPs, but as I said, EMAG, they're overextending just a little bit, and JDM will pick up the kill.
Meanwhile, the rest of Winterfox are trying to make their way through mid-com. JDM is prepared for it, does get flashed off, but makes that frag on Azusi. Elise chimes in onto Offnu. Oh, Dexter couldn't quite finish that kill on JDM. JDM takes a couple of bites at the apple there, but finally gets that frag, and it's now it's all on APOC here in a 1v5 situation. Can they stop the POC? Yes, they can. Nitro will put an end to that dream, and Liquid move to 12-9, and I really think this is going to start to blow out, PD. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if Winterfox are even going to get another round. That's my gut feeling here.
Have you and Jim already introduced the viewers of the world who can't stop the POC, that notion?
We have.
It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate?
Because he really can be stopped.
He can, yes. It's been proven numerous times today, so for anyone out there who wasn't sure, you definitely can stop the POC.
In local lands in Australia between 2006 and 2009, I don't think you could stop the POC in Australia. However, times have changed, and a new game has unfolded, CSGO, and in that time, APOC has been one of Australia's best players, but nevertheless, he delivers on cue, but he is very much going through a big learning curve right now, as are Winterfox, the entire roster, mind you, trying to grind out a couple of wins here against Liquid. They weren't able to close the deal on the first map on Dust 2. They went down 16-14, but now they have an opportunity here to continue to put pressure on, and they do. Liquid are going to fold in this round. Hiko probably will go down now. He gets one, tries to line up a second. He does. That sharp AWPing from Hiko. He might get a third. Nope. Dexter will, in fact, pick up that AWP as well. Oh, he's going to stick with the AK. Okay, so the aggression here from Winterfox will continue, but the plentiful bank of Liquid is definitely still there. Probably 2 more here from Winterfox required before there's any real pressure put on their economy.
Absolutely, and I think I just need to keep binning Winterfox more, because every time I do, they seem to respond. Last game, I was binning their attempt at holding long, and sure enough, they brought the game right back to a 16-14 situation. I just said I didn't think Winterfox would get another round. Sure enough, they get another round. So putting a bit of a comeback, or at least trying to put a bit of a comeback on here, and they, like you said, do need to string a couple of these together, but they do have a relatively strong buy coming out into this round. They do need to get past that AWP of JDM, though, and they are being very patient in the way that they're clearing these choke points. Grouping up towards that B horse, now slowly making their way towards underpass in the middle, and I sense a mid to A play coming on here, PD.
Yeah, they're going to try and get themselves in towards mid-con. Winterfox, Dexter there, staying top mid as the anchor. He'll go back towards A to make sure that they're not pushing, although I think EMAG's already stationed up there. JDM spotting out B halls, wondering what's going on. Now Dexter will make his way back to A, so accurately called there. This will be an A split, but it's just a matter of when. There's a lot of time left to go, but the bomb is very, very far from where it needs to be as well. So Winterfox keeping this to the very, very last moment, and then they're going to explode onto this A-bomb site.
I think APOC, is it APOC? Yeah, APOC's managed to work his way up into jungle here. There it is, gets his frag onto Pim. Actually showed some trigger discipline there. Not shooting too early, trying to spot out as many of the CTs as he can. Elige, though, will chime in with a frag onto EMAG, and it's going to be a 3v2 situation here for the terrorists without the bomb down yet. Offnu is on 2 HP, so very much winnable here for the CTs, as Hiko will take out the bomb plan. Azusi chimes in with the refrag there back onto Hiko and actually spots out JDM in mid-con. So it will be a 1v2 situation for JDM. The bomb will go down. Unfortunately for him, the terrorists are very well aware of where he's holding from.
Yeah, great swindle arrow there by APOC as he gets through the middle of the map. And inflicts pain on Liquid. He's still alive. He's got 2 already. Can he make it a third? He spotted one out. No, JDM, insane flick there. And now Zuzi needs to be careful. Oh my goodness, JDM. The 3 letters that stamp fear into the hearts of gamers everywhere with that AWP in hand has done the damage once more. And Winterfox lose a solid opportunity there for a round on the board. However, that was pretty insane stuff from JDM.
And I can just picture JDM half asleep in his chair, reaching up to his table, casually flicking his mouse around and just absolutely destroying that 1v2.
He's really refined reclined, hasn't he?
He absolutely has. I've tried to reenact the JDM setting position. It's incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult as we watch Emag get the 1D onto a Liege. Sit down, son. Oh, goes for the gun, though, and gets traded out by Nitro. So incredibly unfortunate there. Nitro, though, finds himself in a really powerful position to prevent this A-side hit. But Dexter, with the late rotate through A Palace, is able to get that frag. Offnu as well onto, sorry, it was Offnu onto JDM, and Dexter on the side here. No, sorry, it was the other way around originally, but it's going to be a 2v2 situation as Winterfox are going to try hold down this post plant. Offnu will get the frag onto Pimp, Dexter onto Hiko, and there it is, PDG. Winterfox have tied a few terrorist rounds together and are starting to build some momentum, let alone some bank as well.
Yeah, definitely, and they win that eco round, and what that did, it was, unfortunately for JDM, by winning that clutch, he's kind of reset his own team's money, so they're in a much worse situation than they would have been. The last couple of rounds have been horrible for Liquid, when they've lost 9 lives in 2 rounds, so almost the complete ×2 by JDM surviving 1 round at that AWP, so that was the saving grace. However, if Winterfox managed to get themselves into this round now with Dexter on this AWP, Team Liquid may actually be double eco to try and get this one to match point for Winterfox.
Early B-Horse pressure coming out from Winterfox there, and well, the CTs caught themselves in a pretty awkward position. Pinto does get the frag onto Emag. Hiko now with that USP doing absolute work there from the bomb site. Offnu and APOC chime in with a couple of kills of their own, and Dexter does finally take care of Hiko, and it's going to be another 2v2 situation here as Dexter and APOC are going to try to take control of this B bomb site. Dexter, however, just needs to sit tight while APOC makes his way through the B-Halls to try and meet back up with his teammate, but he needs to get past that AWP scope of JDM, who I think will be watching that window. Still no bomb plant yet.
Still no plant, but they've made moves towards that end. APOC drops down into the bomb site and picks up the C4. Just being forced away from the normal plant position, though, by that Molotov, so Team Liquid will know what's up. APOC versus... It's going to be Nitro with that rifle, and JDM versus Dexter with that AWP as Nitro gets a good flash off there, but APOC is unmoved, as is Dexter. This is stonewall positions here from Winterfox. They're not moving an inch. JDM finds Dexter. Can he find the second frag, or will APOC prevail? It's Nitro and JDM. These clutch moments for Winterfox are so tantalizingly close to getting these rounds, but bitten once and twice scorned for Winterfox there. Team Liquid go up 14-11.
And how many 2v2s have we seen in this match? I mean, it really has been a theme of this series, and in particular this Mirage game, as it does continue to happen, as we are going to see a match pause come in here. So I'd imagine this will be a Winterfox pause as they work out... Yeah, it's a Winterfox tactical pause here as they work out how they're going to spend their money going into this round, as it is a little bit all over the shop there. So tricky situation to be in for Winterfox. What would you do, Petey? Would you play for the win? Would you buy into this round, or do you go for the draw?
I think you can do a combination of both here. I think you can get 2 workable rounds out of the money that Winterfox have and sort of maximize the possibility of both rounds. So in this instance, we've got Offnu on 4-1 and APOC on 4K. If you get maybe 3 Tech 9s and a couple of UMPs, a few smokes and a few flashes, you can replicate that round twice in a row. Potentially, depending on how many kills you get, you can even upgrade to AKs on the second go around. But right now, Winterfox have about 2 rolls of the dice left because of their money situation, and they have gone for something quite similar. So Offnu has decided, no, he's going to go all in. They're not going to go for the 50-50. They're actually committing now as I see all the buying come out, and I guess they decided to back themselves in, and I respect that decision. There's no wrong answer in this situation, but
absolutely,
you just got to try and play the percentages, and they think the best course of action is 2 AKs and a couple of Tech 9s.
Look, I don't mind this at all, particularly if the Tech-9s are running out first and, you know, creating that mayhem on these site hits. There is a little bit of utility as well as Hiko. He's going to boost his teammate JDM, or is Pimp actually up with the AWP, and Pimp is going to get that headshot onto EMAG, so not the start they were looking for here, but a bunch of the terrorists here have actually made their way up short as Hiko will chime in with the Swag 7. Alicia will get a frag with that M4 as well to Offnu, but Apoc and Dexter on this B site have opened things right up here, and sure enough, another 2v2 situation, PD.
Yet another 2v2, and Apoc's actually got the measure of Nitro here. He's aware of his positioning, and that's a great spot by Apoc, but will he find the kill? He needs to stop fighting now as he gets taken down by JDM. So yet again, Winterfox being let down by these 2v2 situations, leaving Dexter all by himself. And they just needed to pick a little better spots there, although Apoc did get the jump on JDM.
And JDM, the Lounge King himself, has been absolutely destroying a lot of these 2v2s. There is, the last couple have been him collecting both the frags and making some great plays. So good stuff coming out there from JDM and the Team Liquid boys as they move towards match point here. It is 15 plays 11, and Winterfox are going to be having a very sloppy bye coming out this round. I'd imagine it's Tech-9s and Galils here as they opt to go for a bit of a default split here. A couple of players going towards A early, a couple of players going towards that mid/B area, and waiting out any kind of aggression that potentially was on the cards from Liquid.
Just had a quick look through the last few rounds. There has been 4 2v2s in the last 7 rounds, and all of them have gone the way of Team Liquid.
Yep.
So it's a situation there where they're just playing better from the front, and that will be all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid take this one over Winterfox, an enterprising start to the very early careers of the Australians exported over to America to play under the Winterfox banner. It was a great series of ups and downs for them, but I'm sure they've learned a lot. At the end of the day, Liquid worked out how to continue their winning streak, their winning ways, and they deserve a lot of credit for actually finishing the job when Winterfox did, in the end, pose them a little bit of a threat.
Look, absolutely, and I mean, yeah, really good showing from Winterfox, I think. You know, I personally wasn't expecting the games to be as close as they were. Not that I don't believe in Winterfox and the talent in that lineup. It's just they've been together for such a short period. They've only just arrived in NA. The powerhouse that is Team Liquid, you know, players such as Hiko and the rest of the lineup there is incredibly daunting task to take on. But they've put on a really good show for themselves, and I think they can take some confidence out of that series.
Well, they'll have to take confidence because they won't be able to take any match points. They've gone down in 2 maps despite a great performance, and they'll lick their wounds, they'll have a look at the demos, they'll learn from that, and they'll continue. And that's what these leagues are all about. Ladies and gentlemen, that will do us here from our studio here in Brisbane, Australia. Thank you very much for joining us. Over the last 3 nights, I have been joined on and off the desk by Jim Nesso and Sean Bale-Carlson, and we have enjoyed bringing you the ESL Pro League Season 4, Match Day 5, 6, and 7. Thank you so much for the support from ESL, the fans around the world, and that's us signing out for now. We'll see you next time.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bombing coming onto the zone. FNX has to stay up. Joe, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh,
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!